short period. When they actually abolished military service, I think it was under Chirac, they replaced the whole thing with a journée, a day. You had to turn up for 1 day, called familiarisation à la défense, and you got to spend 1 day learning about the army. So Macron's proposal was quite a lot more ambitious than that. Then it got watered down. Last time I saw it, it was for a month, which I don't, I mean, if they're going to go and peel potatoes in old people's homes, why not? Although, I mean, there is also the legitimate question, particularly with civilian service, whether everyone in a country should be obliged to give X amount of free labor to the government for nothing. But yeah, these things have all gone a different way in the various European countries. I think the reason I asked the question earlier of David, Brit, what's his first name?
Bearded.
Something. Bearded Brit, was to try and get an idea of just what it means to bring someone into a Western NATO military, for 12 months, if they're not going to become, a specialist, if they're not going to become an ATGM operator or whatever it is. But I think your suggestion of territorial defense makes a lot of sense, Axel. Alan, hello. There was a swap.
Hello there, Nick. How are you today?
Not too bad at all. Glad to see you. So we have we have Michael or Oyvind, and I did not see who was first, and so I am going to go with alphabetical order. Michael.
Gentlemen, it's a pleasure once again. If you don't mind, as always, so enjoyable, and welcome to all the listeners. And as is so often repeated, please share this space. Please tweet this space. I have a dip of tobacco in my mouth, so that's the southern good old boy in me. I want to rewind the tape just a bit to something, and it prompted me to raise my hand because Axel, your response of what was hilarious to me. As I understand it, when Nick mentioned newborns being sort of indeterminate as far as in the identifying the sex, I think you grew up on a farm. I recall you saying that. So did I, and I've been around farm animals. I've had 2 babies born in my life. There was no question. So I was just a little bit intrigued, but I actually was laughing my ass off at your response. But thanks for all you guys do, and I'll shut up and listen now. Thanks.
Which bit were you laughing your ass off, Mike?
Where Nick was talking about newborns, the sex being rather indeterminate. And, and Axel's response was something like, "What?"
Yeah, no. Well, I was, I'm afraid it's right. Okay, thank you, Michael. Oyvind.
Yeah, I'm from Norway. You talk about conscript. In Norway, we have compulsory conscript for men and women from age 19. I mean, men and women and all kind of sex, whatever. But you have to be fit to be called in. So actually, there are fewer and fewer people who actually do the service. And it's looked like they don't need that many. I'm not sure why, but because when I was younger, and that's 50 years ago, almost, at least 45. Then all male had to do the service, and it was difficult to come around it. But now it's difficult to actually come in and do the service. So I'm not sure what's actually going on. Why they? And it's looked like they if you have all these new new kind of disease or whatever it is, then you are not HE or whatever letter they have on it. Then you are not called in. So it looks like it's a very tight to actually come in and do the service.
Interesting. You said something like, does that mean that more and more people each year are kind of failing the basic fitness levels of the medical? They turn up age 19 and they're, I don't know, too obese or too weak or.
You know this. If you're what you call HDHD, then you're not in. Or if you have Asperger's, then you are not able to do it. Or there's a lot of diagnoses that young people get that make them not fit.
Oh, psychiatric diagnosis. I hadn't thought about that.
Yes,
okay.
Psychiatric diagnosis. Yes.
Okay. I read somewhere that parts of the US military, and Alan may know more than I do about this, but I have read things suggesting that the US military has been having to reduce the standards, for, I don't know, let's say you've got to run a mile in less than X minutes, and X has been going up because of a lack of physical fitness in the recruits. But I don't know if you know anything about that. I mean, I wonder how. I like to imagine that if I had been called up for military service, I would have been, even at the age of 18, rejected on the basis that I can't run more than about 100 yards without breaking down. Although, and that's genuine. Although how they know you're not malingering, I don't really know. Alan, have you seen these passing by, these reports that the US Army is having trouble recruiting people because they're let's say a bit large?
I haven't seen those specific reports, Nick, but it would be my hope that if you're recruited, or if you want to join the military and you're not physically fit, the first step the military would take is help you become physically fit. I think the more worrying standards that have been lowered rather than raised are the educational standards. For years, various instructional manuals in the U.S. military have been written at a third grade reading level. And how much can you convey at that grade level? And I find that worrisome. But, reading is not the only way to become educated. And reading is not the only way to master a task you are given to perform. As David and Bearded Brit have pointed out, really it is about active training and muscle memory, because there's a lot of muscle memory you need in the military.
But some of these diagnoses, take for instance Asperger's. You can have various grades of Asperger's, but some of these people are actually headhunted by IT companies because they are very innovative, and so I don't understand why they can't have it in the force, because there is a lot of jobs in the force where you actually need to have people who can think out of the box.
Yes, although I wonder if average
Nick, your audio
Nick, you are
is breaking up. Your audio is breaking up, Nick.
I couldn't hear anything of what he said.
The flexibility.
Yep. Nick, you're not coming through on your audio. It's about every third syllable, so I have to guess at all the words. And now possibly, Nick, you are having more severe audio problems. But, Oyvind, that's a very interesting point you make, that there are some individuals on the spectrum, as it's called, who are recruited by IT companies, and it's because they are focused on one particular thing, one particular learning. Such an individual might perform extremely well in a private company or in an entrepreneurial setting, might not perform so well in a military setting. But I do see your point there. Are you still with us, Oyvind?
I'm listening. Yes, I understand that, but it's my general point is that it has been more and more difficult to actually get in to the service than it used to be. When I was younger and did my service, it looks like it was very difficult to skip it, to get away from it for those who didn't want to do it. But now it's the opposite. It's difficult to get in. And
yes,
and
I was just going to say, Nick, in the United States, because we have an all-volunteer force, we don't have conscription. Every branch of the military has had difficulty meeting the number of new recruits, new soldiers they want to bring in every single year. This is true whether you're talking about the Navy.
But we have compulsory conscription, so it's actually a kind of a different system. Yeah.
Nick, are you speaking?
No, I need to cycle in.
Okay, that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Oyvind. I just want to go through the order of hands in this way to David first. David? David, I think you're speaking into a muted mic, or you are about 100 yards away from your
I
mic.
did. I put my my mute button on, so there wouldn't something go terribly wrong. Anyway, yeah. So I think it's interesting, isn't it? How Oyvind was talking about how it's harder to get in. I mean, these things. If you are on the spectrum somewhere in something, that's all about selection, isn't it? Are you finding the right person for the right job? But interestingly, I suspect that in Europe, because throughout Europe, the armies have been getting smaller, right? I can't comment about Finland, but in general, armies have been getting smaller. We've been recruiting fewer people, which is why the British Army has gone through some real pains in the numbers that have moved on. I don't know how many have been lost out of the army. A considerable number. And herein lies the problem, isn't it? When you get to a point where the United States essentially said that the UK has become a tier 2 military nation simply because we're unable to do what we're supposed to, because we don't have the capacity to do more. And that's what happens when fewer people join the army, and when the political will starts denuding units of people. So you don't recruit more. Hence why in Norway, if the army's getting smaller, and many places they go, we're becoming more professional, but there's only so much that a fewer number of people can do, right, before things start falling to pieces. I strongly suspect that this is a wake-up call, and hopefully some countries will start learning from that. But yeah, numbers have just been decreasing since 1992, isn't it? You look at the amount of money that the Bundeswehr has had. They from 1992, the German government curtailed how much they were spending on defense considerably. That's always going to have a knock-on effect, and I suspect that most countries have done this. The UK has. We used to spend 4% on our defence, 4% of GDP on defence, and now it's what, 2.2. So it's half of what it was, and that can only have knock-on effects.
Yes, and also, I mean, in the United States, it's interesting to note that volunteers for the military, by and large, come from southern states and they come from rural states. And I find that very interesting. What is it that draws an individual from rural America into the military?
And may I make a suggestion?
Yes, David.
I suspect it's earning ability, isn't it, and opportunities. So joining the forces is an opportunity, and it may just pay way more than opportunities in your local area. If you're in a farming town, I have no idea how big a normal farming town would be, Alan, out in Ohio or somewhere, or Oklahoma. 3,000 people, 5,000 people. So what's your ability to earn if you're in a, so your way of escaping these is to go to the big smoke, but that's got risks, isn't it? What are you doing? And then there's the other part. Okay, let's go join the army. And because if you're, let's just say your parents aren't so well off because they've been in an area that isn't paid so well, they may not have your college fund, so you go join the army or the Air Force or the Navy or whatever, in the knowledge that that will help pay you through college later.
Yes, and in fact, educational opportunity by volunteering for military service is supposed to be one of the big draws. And sometimes pay is a big draw, David. And what does a farming town look like in middle America? It could be anywhere from 500 or 600 to a few thousand, but certainly probably under 10,000 or so. So Nick, and then Mete, and then we'll get the order.
Can I just come in with one comment here?
Yes,
we have some, I will call it reserves. We have 500,000 Norwegian have a hunting license, so they probably also have a gun. So we probably could muster not 500,000, but maybe 100,000 snipers.
Well, that could come in handy, Nick.
I think there is I think there's a bit of a step up from a hunter to a sniper. Otherwise the US would have a huge reserve of goatee bearded wannabes with the AR-15s. I was just thinking about what Ivan said about the people with Asperger's and whatever. There probably is a role. There probably are certain jobs in a corner of the forces for people with all kinds of neurodivergent ways of working, as we say, but there may not be enough. So if 1% of the population, of the male population, I'm making this up, but if 1% of the male population has Asperger's, you don't need 1% of your army to have that, and so it becomes a relatively acceptable or at least objective criterion for not selecting people to pick on a criterion like that. Anybody with a relatively complex psychiatric diagnosis, even if they could, with the right amount of training and integration, make a net benefit and make a better contribution than the average person, is going to require a lot of accompaniment to do it. And I think inevitably in a conscription situation, it's always going to be a little bit of quantity having a quality all of its own. So you aim for efficiency, and unfortunately, that doesn't always necessarily allow for taking full advantage of everybody's individual and unique abilities. And I don't think the situation that David was describing and Beard were describing earlier will fully do that, but at least you understand that when someone comes in and commits themselves to the service, and you hope to keep them around for 10 or 12 years, then it starts to become worth investing in them. If you have someone who's just come in for their 12 or 15 months of compulsory service, you tend to want that to be as efficient as possible. So it's I think it's just a pragmatic consideration of costs and budget. With that, I'm not sure what the order is, Alan, but you are vastly better at this than I am.
The order is Mete. Carrie, you had your hand up, put it down. So it would be Mete, Carrie, Shaggy. Mete, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Talking about this, conscription we have in Finland, it's you have to go to army, and I mean it's not very many who choose or seek for the civilian service, but there's been a lot of articles about that the youth like 18, 19 years old, they are in really bad condition nowadays, and they keep playing all night, PlayStation or something, and they get isolated, etc. And and the military has proven that it's like it's sort of a health camp for them, because they get social connections, they get their condition up, and they get the fresh air, and something that they haven't done for a while. Of course, there's always somebody who has asthma or something really, really bad, but mainly it's the military is sort of a boost for these young men to start their lives, and they might even find a career in the military. But the basic training is the conscription thing. You have 8 months, and if a war comes, then which way to point the gun, so to say. So, but I mean, it's proven to be good for the mental health and the health overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mete. Well, if you look back to World War II, just to the United States, but I would think to almost any Allied force, and this is before the time of all kinds of diagnoses. Obviously, individuals who might be diagnosed today played a role in the military in the 1940s and also the 1950s, probably in the 1960s in Vietnam. And they performed their roles well and became successful soldiers. So just as we continue this discussion, I think David might have some more thoughts. So I'd just like to go to David and then on to Shaggy. David.
So I was going to go back several steps to the original conversation, if I may, which was Axel started, and he talked about training and what do you do in different environments, because halfway through I lost the sound and I lost the train of my thought, if I'm honest. But that is not a surprise to anyone here. So I had a little thought. I thought I might add a couple of things.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Right. So I don't know if you were listening, Alan. Axel started a conversation about what it's like when at the sharp end, how training is and what happens, etc., etc., and the differences between training and real life. Right. So I think the thing I was going to say is I suspect things have changed greatly. If Bearded's here, he may be interested to listen. If he's not, then there you are. So my introduction to the province, Northern Ireland, the wonderful place on the Emerald Isle, was in 1981. It was a very different place than it is now. Riots were commonplace. Bombs were quite commonplace. Now, my job at the time was I was part of what was known as a search team, a Royal Engineer search team. So finding anything, but also looking for bombs. Now, one of my jobs, one of my main roles was a thing called final approach man. Now, the final approach man is the person who goes up to said device, may even find the device, but he goes up to it and ensures there are no booby traps. So back in the day, what they did is the British Army went, oh, you know what? Can we? Because EOD people are, they're expensive, right? Can we limit the number of EOD people that die, right? And then put someone less valuable in. Now I was 18, yeah, I was still 18, just before my 19th birthday. So I was a final approach man. So and what would happen is find a bomb or a bomb, they believe a bomb is spotted, you go up and you go and see, is it a bomb? And there's a certain things that you do. And it may turn out to be not a bomb, it should just be milk churns in Northern Ireland at the time. Milk churns were a typical thing that were used for bombs. It would just be filled with fertilizer bombs. But when you've got 700 kilograms of the stuff there, it's pretty effective. And other places as well. So the firing point. So back in the day, when people talked about remote control, because nowadays when people talk about remote control, they think about SMS powered bomb devices or radio controlled and the rest of it. Back in the day, I mean, SMS just didn't exist, right? Mobiles didn't exist. And remote control really meant, is there a cable? And at the end of that cable, there'd be someone there with a 9-volt battery who just puts the terminals together to go to fire it. Nothing complex. But the different organisations would know that if finding the firing point, which would have loads of evidence in it, etc., would be an important thing. So often these places would be booby trapped, right? So you would have to go and search this place. So nowadays, and this I think I'll be describing the difference between the army then and the army now. So nowadays, I guess what would happen, I've listened to Gunny and Bearded and the stuff they say, and I go to listening to them, and okay, that makes sense. So nowadays you would expect that what would happen if you had your final approach man and they were going off to go and look at said bomb, the section commander or whoever it was, even troop sergeant or a troop staff sergeant, or even the officer may go, okay, what do you think the plan's going to be, right? Talk it through with you. Yes, that makes sense. Have you thought about this? What about this? What about this? As most people would do if it was in management, in normal life, Alan, right?
That is exactly right.
That is not how it used to happen. No. So how it worked was, okay. It was righto. You're the final approach man. Off you go. And it would be make it up as you go along. Obviously, you've been on the course, and they've said this is what you got to do. But yes, no, exactly. I can see some people going, ooh, but yes. So it was just a case of, yes, here's your kit. Put on your I think most people here have seen the Hurt Locker. So it was similar clothing to that. It's not going to save your life. It might do if it's a very, very small bomb, but really just it's there to make sure that there's something sort of intact that that can be taken home. Put on your clothes, and then off you would wander. Not one person. I think I went to five known bombs and many different sites. Never at any point did anyone go, what's your plan? And it was just something that had just occurred to me. I was there. I mean, now it's entirely possible I just really annoyed some people and they just thought, well, you know what, right? Here's one way of getting rid of him, or not. But things have changed. I think that's the way to say it.
But David, let me ask you a quick question before we go on to Shaggy. No one asked you what your plan was, but you must have developed a plan inside your own head first.
Oh yes, Darwin, right? I'm still here. So yes, so I did have a plan. which was I really didn't want to die, and I would do this pretty much as how I'd been instructed, and then I sort of developed stuff, right? And you went, well, maybe that doesn't work in this situation, but yeah. But no, back in that day, no one really said, what's the plan? Here you are, a little bit of advice, do this, do that. Make sure you don't forget this. So it was in my head, it was just, don't forget that bit. Don't forget that bit.
And of course, the final bit of advice is don't blow yourself up or any of the rest of us. Shaggy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear what that guy said about people on the spectrum. So, I mean, my view is like things in the military have changed from centuries ago when it was just a bow and arrow and spears and swords there to fling around, and things items of war have got a lot more technical these days. Even in the last few decades, things have got a lot more technical. So you don't need what was termed as a grunt anymore, somebody that was just willing to take orders and go over the top. There's more protection for life now, but with that, things have got a little bit more technical. In my area of IT, you have these people that are on the spectrum. They may have a high IQ, but a lot of them have got very low EQ. They're not very good. You wouldn't stick them in front of a customer, but you stick them in a room by themselves and they'll be able to crack codes and do that kind of thing, like cryptology and all that kind of stuff. So they're very good in that area. So it depends on the area the person's in. If they need to have social skills, if they're going to be in a platoon with other people, if they're going to need to have social skills, they don't need to have a genius level IQ, but they do need to have some level of EQ to get on with their buddies and be able to socially interact. So that's kind of the main difference. And these days, I'm thinking in the military, you've got to have the EQ and you've got to have a little bit of IQ as well, because you've got all this technical equipment. So with that obviously comes the training and the user manuals. I've been involved in writing user manuals. You just need to look at user manuals for electronic gadgets these days compared to before. I mean, I started up with a games controller back in the day in the 70s and 80s. You had a joystick and you had a jump and shoot button. These days you have a controller with all these buttons all over the place. So things just progress and things get more complicated. And you need to have more technical skills these days in IT, and in the military as well. So it really does depend on your role. Flying a plane, flying a Tiger Moth back in the day, pretty easy, I suppose. But flying a modern jet fighter, completely different. Same with tanks, same with everything. So yeah, you need to have the social skills and you need to have a higher level of technical skill as well. Yeah, that's it.
What are you referring to with the term EQ there, Shaggy?
Emotional quotient.
Right. Yeah, that's a bit of pop psychology from about 25 years ago that psychologists don't really talk about. It was mostly made up to appeal to people in human resources departments as a way of kind of critiquing people they didn't like, as far as I can tell. Certainly, one needs people skills. I think that's a way of putting it. But EQ is, it has a high marketing content as a concept.
Yeah, it was a play on IQ. Yeah, there was
No,
IQ.
I know exactly how it came about. I was just checking you were using it. So there was a whole series of books called Emotional Intelligence, and the basic premise of it was, well, maybe you're not very intelligent, but you probably know some intelligent people who aren't terribly nice to be around. So at least you can reassure yourself that you, gentle reader, have a high emotional intelligence. And then there were various coaching courses that you could purchase for $4.99.99 to improve your emotional intelligence. Gosh, so I apologize for my cynicism, but it was quite. But yes, clearly one needs people skills. One needs to be able to relate to others. And I would have thought in the military, as we were discussing yesterday, both with and after Jim Cohen's appearance, and John Spencer, I think, was talking about this. Ryan, I think, was talking about this. The bands, the bonds between soldiers are some of the strongest emotional bonds that exist in any job, if I can I apologize even for using the term job for a soldier in war, but I hope people will forgive me, that you can have. And you really do need to be able to, you've got to be, on the one hand, as a soldier, one tough motherfucker, and on the other hand, you have to be able to bond with people. And it's a remarkable combination of attributes that most people don't have, and most. Well, I was going to say, well, people say neurotypical, but actually, I was quite pleased to discover that in psychology we are allowed to use the term normal. Most normal people don't have that, and I think some of it is learnt, but I think some people are born to be soldiers, to have that toughness and yet ability to bond with and relate to other people. And I suspect that probably most people with an autism spectrum diagnosis are not going to be able to do that, just because of the nature of autism. So I think you are absolutely right, Shaggy, apart from the EQ bit.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, I used to be the person. I used to be the consultant who had a little bit of both. Who was in the middle. I wasn't what I call genius level program analyst. But I did have my skills. So I used to be the guy that used to be the liaison between the customer and the genius level technicians, and do my bit as well. Because you just wouldn't put those in front of the customer, because it just rubbed them up the wrong way, and it rubbed the technical person up the wrong way, and the whole thing would be a shit show. So I found that all quite interesting.
It's a fascinating topic, and when I went into psychology, I imagined that science, which I'm sort of good at with my IQ, would help me understand people better, and it just didn't. But I've tried in the last 10, 15 years to learn a different approach to getting results when pure rationality doesn't work, and it's a constant struggle. I don't know who's next. Sorry.
And one of the things I found about the technical people is they used to they used to talk. They were in their own little world, and they couldn't really put themselves in the shoes of the other person. They didn't have that empathy level to be able to put themselves in either way. They knew how their systems work, but couldn't really empathize, and they and that was it. It was really quite difficult for them. So they needed that liaison in the middle.
It's partly empathy. I think also it's partly that if you are a relatively high achiever without great effort in almost any topic, it's quite difficult to imagine someone who can't do it. As I mentioned earlier, I can't swim, and I know people who have the greatest of difficulty imagining how an adult could possibly not be able to swim. So trying to imagine that you don't know something that you know is quite hard, independently of the whole autism thing, I think. So who is next?
I agree. Just one final point. Yeah, exactly. Before you can have compassion, before you can solve a problem from another person's point of view, you need to have empathy. So that's kind of the reason why it's they couldn't understand, and therefore they couldn't come up with the solutions for that person. Before compassion always comes empathy, in my view.
One of the discoveries I made at school, in fact, is that the best person to explain to a ninth grade or year 9 student about physics is a year 11th grade physics student who has learnt it. They can often explain the stuff a lot better than the teacher, who probably has a degree in physics and to whom this stuff is very obvious. So I know David was third. I don't know if it was Peter or Duke next, but again, Alan will. Oh, did Duke drop? I think he dropped.
Duke has dropped, but I think we should go through David and then to Peter. David.
Up to you.
Oh, is that me? I think that may have been an accidental hand up.
Okay, I thought you had some additional comments on this conversation.
Oh, no, yes, I will do, but I'm midway doing something, so I'll come back if I may.
Yes, you may, David. Peter. Peter, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I'll bore you for the next 20 minutes. Yeah, I mean,
Well, cut it in half, Peter, and you can go right ahead.
okay.
Next 10.
Yeah, I've got to turn to aviation to look at this because, you know, obviously you do a type rating, you study the aircraft, its systems in classrooms, then you go into the simulator. And the whole point of the simulator is to load you and load you and load you with everything that can go wrong with that aircraft. And when you, I think the whole point of it is that I always think of it like you've got your brain and you have a visual brain. And if you think of that as the graphics card in a computer, which is a really quick graphics card with a lot of memory built into it, and then you have like stored memory in the computer. And as you know, if you have a graphics card which is dealing with too many bits of graphics, it starts to stutter and then it stops. And the whole idea of training is that a lot of that stuff you store. So you leave the graphics card to be able to deal with a lot less, you know, so that, you know, you kind of have, I mean, we rely on checklists a lot. We rely on emergency checklists so that, because if you've got things going wrong, you're going to forget something. So you'll have an emergency, so you get something go wrong with the jet and you go to the emergency checklist and the co-pilot will call out the various procedures for that and you'll go through them. Some of those things you'll need instantly. So you have what we call memory items and, you know, you'll get a failure of some kind and it needs immediate action. So you'll have stuff which is stored in your memory, which you then put immediately into action. And then you go to the checklist, the emergency checklist. So, you know, I think a lot of it, I mean, if you jump into an aeroplane you're not familiar with, and I'm sure everybody else has had this experience before, you're not so much in an aeroplane but in other things, you're thinking, what the hell's that? Your brain is trying to catch up with bits and pieces you're not familiar with, and kind of you very quickly freeze up.
I think, Peter, this is what is called flying by the seat of your pants, if I'm not mistaken. And if people want to see the value of checklists and also the value of a well-trained team and how it can save the day, watch the movie Apollo 13, or better yet, read the book by Jim Lovell. Peter, can I go on to Hop C and then circle back to you?
Yeah, sure.
And I have a slightly tangential topic that we might go to. Hop C, go ahead, please.
I'm just going to sort of echo a little bit what Peter said, and as a former military instructor, we do test to failure, and the point is to increase the cognitive speeds, and Peter was speaking to this, of the individual so that he can absorb more at once and prioritize and shuffle through and keep his heart rate and his breathing and his acuity and vision and hearing all sort of at a quasi-optimal level, so he can absorb the information he needs to and act accordingly and reject the stuff that is of a secondary importance. If you've experienced an engine failure and you're in sort of a high altitude power loss profile and you totally blank out the fact that the landing gear warning horn is going off when you're 5 feet off the ground, well, that is a failure in training because you haven't had the training to ascertain that there's a warning horn going off and a bright light flashing in your face and you need to do something about it, regardless of the fact that you have no engine. And so that's sort of, you know, the layered approach is what we do, and we test the failure. And sometimes failure is not a failure in the military; it's a learning experience.
I'd say that's true in any endeavor in life. Duke, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. Sorry for dropping off, but I got all day problems with my phone or with Twitter. I don't know exactly. Yeah, actually, I want to do a little bit off topic, but that's because of the interesting conversation this afternoon about the Wimbledon, but the Olympics and ice skating and Russian athletes in sports. Today there is a letter from Zelensky on his government website. He has addressed this problem to his colleague in Mexico, and that conversation seemed to go well. Also, the mayor of Paris said he don't want any Russian or Belarusian athlete in his town. And also, I heard from the Kiev Independent that the international ice hockey society, the International Ice Hockey Federation, say it will likely ban Russian and Belarusian players from its tournaments for the duration of the war. And that in controversy with the Olympic committee. So that's what I want to address from, hey, there is something going on slowly in society that perhaps it's not a good idea to do so. And a little fun message. In Russia, it seems that the erectile dysfunction pill sales surge in Russia because young men of conscription age suffering extreme stress. So, yeah, and the price is going up from 40 cents to 75 cents a piece. So, there you go. But serious about the sport, the sporting matter, that is, yeah, obvious, a major money game. But I think it's slowly turning the tide. Let's hope it will do so. And thank you for the conversation.
The mayor of Paris is, of course, a she, Anne Hidalgo.
Pardon.
No, it is interesting with something like the Olympics, or indeed with Wimbledon. The number of layers of officialdom that are involved, all of which will tend to have different positions. It is interesting to we would like, for example, certainly I would like the Wimbledon situation to be handled by the British government, just saying we're not going to give these people visas. A great many athletes are going to need a visa to come to France for the Olympics, although perhaps not all, because I can imagine that some of the elite Russian and Belarusian athletes may well be residents of a Schengen country. So unlike the UK, it could be that the visa situation doesn't fully or wouldn't be a full solution for the Olympics. But I'm sure that the French government is hoping the IOC will blink first and it not have to come down to them, much as I'm sure the British government is hoping Wimbledon will blink and Wimbledon is hoping the British government will blink. I think in the Wimbledon case, it ought to be simpler. Wimbledon is an annual event and it's not a multi-billion-dollar situation like the Olympics is. And I can imagine that at the level of the Olympics, everyone concerned is just hoping the war ends and we can all pretend to forget about it. So it's going to be complicated. Did you see, Duke, we talked about there's going to be a a debate about this at the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly on Tuesday, and I will watch the recording of that. I think it's going to be quite interesting, and we will hear, I think, some quite nuanced arguments on both sides that we maybe hadn't anticipated. I hope that after that the parliamentarians will go in and vote massively in favour of the ban, of course. But I am interested to see what some of the arguments will be, and also if the IOC people in particular don't come up with good ones, then I look forward to them having a very uncomfortable time. Mark,
well, I try to look to take notes.
Yeah, have you seen the announcement of that? Of that debate?
Not yet, but I can look it up on the system.
I think it was in the nest briefly. Let's have a look. No, I will. I can DM it to you. If you send me,
fine.
If you send me a DM, because I can't see your Twitter handle, if you send me a DM, I will reply to it with a link.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. So we've spoken about Wimbledon before on this space, and the issue there is they're being threatened with fines by the International Tennis Federation, or whatever the organization is called. And I think last year they did ban them last year, didn't they? But this year they're being threatened with fines. And I think so Melbourne let them in, but under a neutral banner, as it were. But I think the issue is you got for all these organizations, all these sports organizations, you have to look to see who's in charge. And quite often there is someone from Russia with extreme influence. That may be the case in tennis. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not a tennis fan.
I think, I mean, we would all like Wimbledon to say, yes, we will ban these people, and I don't care if it costs us £100 million. But I think we do need to understand that it's very easy to say that sort of thing when it isn't our money. So that's why I would infinitely prefer the British government to do it, at which point the the International Tennis Federation can hardly fine Wimbledon because their government wouldn't let the people in. Yeah, I mean, that is the simple. Really, it totally fails me why they can't do that, except unless perhaps, as I say, they're hoping that the other lot will blink first. But if the UK government can't do it for Wimbledon, I think the chances of the French government saying, okay, right, we're going to confront the IOC about this. I mean, would the IOC, would there be a risk that the IOC would say, well, in that case, screw it, we're cancelling the games? I mean, we moved the entire Olympics by a year for COVID. So that precedent is there. And the amounts of money and infrastructure and prestige in many different ways that are tied up in this are such that, yeah, it's the amounts. I mean, the Olympics. The Olympics is a $10 billion thing. It's starting to approach the cost of supporting Ukraine in the war. It's, within an order of magnitude or something. It's a huge, huge, huge thing. So we can't just say, oh, well, they should do X, because the amounts of money involved are very big. And as a minimum, all the people involved would try and get out of their part of the deal because the amounts of money are so big. So we can, we all know what they ought to do, but in terms of what they practically might do, again, given the fact that nobody wants to be the person who actually ends up paying for it all, I think can get very complicated very fast. Again, that's why I'm interested to see some of this debate on Tuesday, just to learn more about where the thinking is coming from, and what kind of financial compromises may have to be reached on this.
Nick, let's go to David and then Axel. I think they both want to get into this conversation.
Yeah.
David,
yes,
then
I did.
Axel.
Right. So so it's the ATP who are the big problem, right? So, but there's a couple of things we need to clarify first. Wimbledon, the LTA, is a very wealthy sports organisation. They could take the financial hit if they so needed to, right? Many reasons. But the LTA, sorry, not the LTA, the ATP are the problem. But it's not even that they've said that they would fine Wimbledon. They have told Wimbledon that they would remove Wimbledon's Grand Slam status. And this is what Wimbledon is frightened about, right? As I said, it's an astonishing lack of understanding of their own position within the sport, right? Because the answer should have been, well, if you want to do that, and you want to explain to your world's best players that they don't get to put their name on the Wimbledon, on that gold cup, by the way, right, or the plate this year, because that's what you're doing, then you go ahead, right? And that's part of the problem, isn't it? They could have, they're an incredibly wealthy sports organisation and make money, huge sums of money just from Wimbledon. Anyone thinks that people wouldn't be buying tickets or the TVs wouldn't be running, right, because it's no longer a Grand Slam, then people need to wake up. If anything, it may be, geez, I want to watch this. So it's important, but they are being held to ransom. And it's not just the ATP, I can't remember, it's the Women's Players Professional thingy-majig and the Players Associations, right? There is a very strong Russian and Belarusian component in it, right? And also, we have to understand this, and I'm sorry, I am pointing the finger at the United States here. There are a large number of people from the United States who stand to make a lot of money in this, and they are making a decision in the same way as the NHL is. NHL, National Hockey League. That's ice hockey, isn't it, Alan?
Yes, that's it. The National Hockey League. And they could put ethics before money.
Yeah, no,
very simply, and they wouldn't lose much.
No, exactly.
I think
tennis and Wimbledon could do exactly that. They took a stance over apartheid, right? And they could easily do it, but they've allowed themselves to be held to ransom because they just don't understand their own standing and don't understand how much damage this will do to their own their status. Basically, there's no rowing back from we allow genocide, is there?
I completely support you, David. I think two tiny points I would add. One is in terms of apartheid. Let's be clear: the reason why a lot of these bodies went along with the boycotts of apartheid is because they didn't want a large crowd of people turning up and trashing their stadium. And it is a bit of a shame that we don't have a sort of pro-Ukraine mob who we can rely on to do that. The other thing I would say is that I'm sure Wimbledon will not go bankrupt if it doesn't hold the tournament this year. But there is always the constant fiduciary duty to, make your money. And so, in the same way that if I bump into the president of Microsoft in the car park and I say, can you give me $100? And he says no, and I'll go, well, you could afford to give me $100. So that argument, I think, has to be sort of slightly balanced in terms of they can afford to do it, but they're a business and they don't want to do that.
They're
and
not
I think
a business, they're a sport. They're a sport.
I was just about
but
no, sorry.
Yeah, they're run like a business.
No, it's not a business. I'm sorry, it's enough. I've listened to this now the whole time. It's not a business.
Well,
It's
Wimbledon isn't a business?
It's a private company, limited and by guarantee, but it has a patron. The patron is the Princess of Wales.
They don't pay dividends to shareholders.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean it's not a business.
That
doesn't mean it's not a business.
It is not.
It's a not-for-profit business.
Yeah, sorry. A not-for-profit is not a business. A business is there to make money. It's a clear definition in microeconomics. Let's be honest. Let's try to make this clear. Wimbledon is a club. The All England Lawn Tennis and Croquet Club has a function. It has a very, very limited membership. It has a chief executive set up because they have to deal with so much logistics effort. But it has a patron. Since 1877, the patron, and previously, by the way, the president, has always been a member of the royal family. The royals have been giving patronage, support, glow, whatever you want to call it, and credibility to this event. It is impossible that this not-for-profit institution supports, condones, aids, and abets genocidal, maniac supporting sports people who believe that they should capitalize on their sport and their professional capacity to earn money earned despite children, women, elderly, tortured, raped, and killed. It is completely impossible to associate the same man, King Charles, who recently held a very political speech in front of both chambers of the German parliament. The Supreme Court of Germany was also, by the way, attending, and the German president at the Reichstag. There is no such thing as a completely apolitical and non-leadership function of the royal family. That is a chimera. That's a Republican dream. There is a moral authority here. We have just recently praised it. Can we stop talking and beating around the bush? This is one of the biggest stains possible on Britain since somebody stepped out of a fucking plane coming back from Munich. So stop beating around the bush. This needs to be stopped. David.
And I'm in complete agreement. It is a sport. It has standards it's hold ups to. Otherwise, and here's the problem, right? So where does that stop? Okay, we'll allow the drugs. Why don't we just allow them to have drugs? If the assumption is, and they do in actual fact ban players for drugs, so why is it they can't do that for genocide, right? The idea that they need to just be looking at, you say, their account balance, and that has anything to do with it, then what are we doing here, right? Why are we, any of us here, having these discussions? People are standing up for what is right.
Absolutely, my only point is that
Wales every single day since this happened. They should be asking the Princess of Wales whether she wants to continue her patronage. They should be asking the king. They should be asking the king.
I agree.
And
my
why
only
are they
point.
not asking? Why is your press not asking people?
Not my press.
What?
Why?
Sorry,
My only point is that the right thing to do here does not depend. I haven't lived in the UK for 42 years, Axel, and I regard most of the British press as irredeemably corrupt. My only point was that what the right thing to do here does not depend, in my opinion, on the corporate structure of Wimbledon, because if Wimbledon was a for-profit business, we would be, and quite rightly, advancing other arguments or very slightly different arguments as to why they should not be inviting the Russians and the Belarusians. I'm not sure that the royal connection thing is going to fly as a reason to do it. And the fact that we are talking about that, which is no, but it's highly contingent, and we should be lobbying for all kinds of reasons. The royal family connection should be about 19th on the list. The Queen hated Wimbledon anyway. But it's not going to be solved. It would be, as I say, it would be great. I was saying about the apartheid thing. It would be great if we had an angry mob. I would like to see more people getting angry. Instead, at the Australian Open, as far as I know, the only people there who were causing trouble were the odd trolls turning up with Russian flags.
Let me make this final point, Nick. Right, because I understand what you're saying. I just think that the suggestion that this is what they need to do, I'm a little bit flabbergasted. BP took a 15 billion pound hit by leaving Russia.
But they'll have gone. Their profits went up by more than that just due to
because
the
they
oil
made
price.
some money. But they took the hit. Nick, you missed the point completely. They took the hit. If they hadn't have left, their profits would have been higher. They took a 15 billion pound hit. Now,
yeah, but they will have had. They will have had calls.
There's no but.
They will have had phone calls.
But you can't have. There's no but in this instance.
No, I'm not saying but. They will have had phone calls from the government. Will they not?
But
one phone call from the government to Wimbledon. One phone call from the UK government to Wimbledon, saying we will block the visas, and this is all.
But anyway, regardless, right? I have said this exactly these things from the very start, Nick, but they haven't. But my point is, and this is important for everyone, is that Wimbledon, by not making this decision, has tarnished its own reputation way past anything that might be of value to them, right? And here I've just got some information here. So the All England Lawn Tennis and Croquet Club had a turnover of 256 million last year, and it made a profit of 39 million. It will make that profit year in, year out. So they could take this hit. They've decided not to because of their bank balance, and that makes them morally bankrupt. I understand what you're saying, but I don't see there's any excuse.
Do we have an estimate of if there is this whatever the ATP could do? The thing about whatever the thing about losing the ranking points and the status. Do we have an estimate of what that would do to Wimbledon in terms of financial?
Yes, I can tell you. It would mean that nobody who would compete in future, if Wimbledon were to take this the right way and push, if Wimbledon were to argue this in a proper, if you are a solid business person, you would negotiate this hard. If you were so to say, if somebody from BAE or in the good old days Marconi would negotiate that deal, the ATP, which is, by the way, domiciled in London, you take them to the cleaners. It's simple. They'll tell them, you know what, that's funny. We understand we're not going to get the top cream of the ATP players anymore because you block them. You tell them that they are not allowed to play at our venue anymore. Because you tell them, A, you're not getting the points, but you also tell them that they are not allowed to do so. We will therefore immediately file an injunction in the European Court of Justice, and we will file an injunction here in Britain because you are currently restraining free agency of players. You're not allowed to do that. You know this, right? And at the same time, you would simply say you invite the players to come to the most eminent and prominent tournament in the world and just simply raise by the amount of what you're losing in 1 year, the premium of what they're winning. That's it. You make an economic argument, and you set aside. You don't have to be part of the ATP or WTA oligopoly. You just don't have to be. You have to be Wimbledon.
No, I'm sympathetic. I'm sympathetic to this argument. As I say, I do wonder exactly how much power those people have, but it appears Wimbledon are afraid of them.
Yes, they're only afraid of them because they're afraid of the influence of the Russian money in the game and the ATP and the WTA, which is domiciled in Florida. and because they are afraid of the fact that the WTA, which actually moved to the United States because of US women's tennis, and they wanted to have all the protection, and they wanted to make sure that they get all the political clout, which obviously they received. It's women's tennis. That happened, and they were afraid of having US lawsuits and all sorts of shit. That's it. They're just afraid of doing what? Fighting. They're not, you cannot call this the All England because they have nothing English to them. They're not willing to fight. The main criteria of Englishness and Britishness is not there. This is insane. They are like Chamberlain with a racket.
Axel, I agree with you completely. And the route to court is exactly right. And I cannot believe that Wimbledon, of all great sports events, would be cowed by the ATP threat to take away its Grand Slam status in the sport. I mean, look at the history of the tournament. Look at the great players and the great matches, even if you only remember as far back as Borg and McEnroe. I mean, or go all the way back in women's tennis to Margaret Court or Ken Rosewall in the men's. I mean, you cannot take away that history and its importance to the sport, and you just can't do it.
I vote we get Axel to phone the chief executive of Wimbledon and go, "You cannot be serious."
Oh yeah, I can do this.
I vote we have Axel call the Princess of Wales.
I think that Catherine Middleton should really be asked by somebody serious and somebody senior at the Times whether she considers, and they should just show her the photos. She knows the photos anyway, but they should just interview her and ask her, here, do you look at this torn apart 3-month-old baby? Look at this 5-year-old Ukrainian girl raped and cast aside after having been gang raped. Killed for sport by Russian soldiers. And now look at the happy face of the multimillionaire Medvedev. Do you really want to be the patron of a club and a tournament?
I'm afraid you're imagining a royal family that doesn't exist, Axel. It's the one that ought to exist. It is not the one that does exist. I think we're going to have to. We're going to have to deal with it. Well, if you can get a member of the British family to say that on the record, it would be fantastic. I'm just saying that if it does, I'm going to buy you a very, very fine bottle of whiskey, because it's not going to happen. And that is the sad truth.
Nick and Axel, I wonder if we can conclude this topic by going to David, Mark, Duke, and Shaggy. David, go ahead.
Oh dear. It appears I keep on accidentally hitting that button for some reason. Right? Normally I'm just unmuting myself as I'm doing something. So no, I have nothing else to say other than Wimbledon needs to understand its position. The likelihood that it would take any financial hit is tiny, simply because of who wouldn't want to watch Wimbledon, who doesn't watch the Grand National, in the UK, right? But Wimbledon is a global thing. If anything, right, saying we took a stand, that is going to be a selling factor for them. And despite having said I wasn't going to say anything, I did. But with that, I will finish.
Certainly in the UK, when Wimbledon is on for the first 2 weeks of June, a large part of the country comes to a halt. The two BBC terrestrial TV channels often show the games simultaneously, and the country does tend to go tennis mad, even for people who can't actually name more than 2 top professionals at any time. I imagine the issue might be the worldwide rights and all the other add-on marketing But certainly, I think you're right, David. It wouldn't stop anybody watching because in the UK, because the majority of them don't actually know who all of the top stars are, and if some of them weren't there, they wouldn't miss them. And those of us who would rather watch paint dry than tennis will continue to enjoy watching paint dry.
Mark, Shaggy, Duke. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I don't really want to give the excuses for the Wimbledon All England Club. There are excuses which they will make, which I presume they rate those excuses higher than taking the right moral action. I've just been reading the minutes of the International Tennis Federation meetings. They're very dry minutes. I've just come back meet a few times a year, and I can't spot any reference to Ukraine in them. Maybe I haven't gone back far enough, but they're very much, it appears to be very much business oriented, and the development of tennis and it's developed into other areas of tennis. So their game plan appears to be pretty much, they want to grow their influence, they want to grow their business. I think it is a business. And I know the president is an American guy, and they appear to be fairly multinational in terms of their committees, but quite where the power levers are, I have no idea. But if I was going to change the subject, can I ask, has there been a conversation on the space about these Russian boats that are floating around various parts of the North Sea, and potentially to work out how to disrupt the power supplies but from the offshore wind farms? Has that been covered?
I think we had it a couple of days ago.
Okay. I'm a bit late to the party.
No. I don't see any reason. These stories mature, and also not everybody can be here all the time. I don't have a problem turning to that topic, but I think let's first of all see if any of the other speakers want to continue a little bit on the Wimbledon / Olympic question, and then we can maybe loop back round to that, Mark.
Please.
Yep, Duke, Shaggy, Clyde. Duke, go ahead. We're looking for match point here.
Yeah, sorry, I don't. I'm just a messenger, so don't kill me. The World Archery Federation first banned Russian and Belarusian competitors in March last year, and now they don't anymore because they can be neutrals. Yeah, and also for the Olympic Games, those sports is about table tennis, pentathlon, whatever that may be, fencing, judo, and taekwondo. And those are among Olympic sports who have readmitted athletes from Russia and Belarus as neutrals. So yeah, that's contradiction about what's happening on the other side I just discussed. But yeah, that's a strange thing. Then a little bit off topic, but still from what can we do? I heard on a radio, I listened to French radio, VIP, French Public #1, and all of a sudden I heard Russian music. Well, I can tell the difference between Russian and Ukrainian that easily. So I went to my computer, checked it. It was a Russian song from the 80s, from the Russian army. I immediately wrote an email from what are you doing? Are you crazy? Explained what I heard and what I saw. And I got an email back within 20 minutes with lots of excuses. And it was the computer, they said, play something from the 80s, and they didn't pay much attention to it. And they would so do from now on. So yeah, I think that helps. I wrote to my Minister of Defense, Sascha Ollegren. She now starts more posting. The spokesman of the defense ministry in Holland proudly stated that he had over 15,000 followers all of a sudden since last month. So yeah, I think stepping up here and stepping up ourselves does help, and we should do so. And if we can learn or help each other, then that's a good thing. And back to you, Alan.
That was interesting what you said about when you talked about FEEP. I used to listen to FEEP in the car. FEEP is a very, very interesting radio station. You won't hear the same tune twice in a week. They play every kind of music. It's really, really good to have on in the background to expose yourself to a variety of music, just apparently occasionally with Russian military, and I hope they withdraw that. And I think it was good of them to reply to you so quickly. When you mentioned the Dutch defense minister, I thought that was a continuation of the same story, and you were asking her to send a couple of F-16s to take out FIP's computer, which I think would be a little harsh, because it is a very, very good radio station. But yeah, no, what that shows, I think, also is we can all do something in our little corner of the world to help Ukraine. And opportunities will present themselves. Opportunities will present themselves. People in the offices of French public radio will have been looking at each other going, yeah, we probably should have thought about that. They'll maybe go into their catalog. They'll maybe delete the whole CD that came from. Maybe they'll see what else they've got. I don't think they necessarily have to delete Rachmaninoff, but the Red Army Choir, yeah, we don't need them. So, I like those stories on this space of little victories that people have had. It raises the morale of the person who did it. It raises our morale to hear those kind of stories. So thank you for bringing that. Shaggy or Clyde, Alan?
Shaggy, then Clyde.
Yeah, so I mean, the way you get people to change and organisations to change is either financial or reputational damage. So yeah, I'm kind of with Axel on this one a lot, with a hat tip to Nick. So my idea would be to get led by donkeys involved, get them to project a meme of a tennis court with genocided Ukrainian children on the actual surface, Russian oligarchs sipping champagne in the stands, and Kate Middleton and the other high-ranking members who are not voting, who are not stopping this, in there as well, and shame them like that. So that's what I would do, led by donkeys.
For those who don't know, Led by Donkeys is a British activist group. They started off, I think, over Brexit, but they were responsible was it 2 months ago, for painting the road outside the Russian embassy in London with basically the one carriageway of the road blue and the other one yellow. Shortly before I don't know if they were tipped off, didn't they also name a stretch of that road Kiev Avenue or something? But
Yeah, they did.
They bought wheelbarrows full of washable paint and put it on, and they got charged with criminal damage. But I didn't see what happened to the people who were charged. I think they were found not guilty. But I don't recall exactly. But they were arrested and charged. But I think it was all fairly low key. But yes, if you saw those pictures of a couple of months ago of the street outside the Russian embassy in London being painted blue, and I mean, it was like a Ukrainian flag about 50 meters long, wasn't it? That was this group led by donkeys. And so if they are looking for an initiative, I don't know if anyone knows any of the people there. They're there on social media. I don't know what their hierarchy is or what their criteria are for intervening in a situation. But that would be superb, because they are very good at undertaking these kind of guerrilla, very slightly annoying but extremely 100% peaceful operations. They drive around. They have a van that plays videos, and they drive around towns showing these videos that embarrass usually government ministers about some policy they may not have implemented terribly well, to much hilarity. And they buy billboard space. I'm not sure who finances them, but they do a lot of stuff. That's a great idea, Shane.
Donkeys, Nick. What did our friend John Hart say last year? And quite correctly, David, we're led by pygmies and cowards.
Mm.
I was talking to a thing that wouldn't subject cowards. Yes.
Mm. Clyde, thank you for your patience. Clyde, are you there?
Clyde is driving. Clyde, get out of the tank. Take a left.
He just dropped.
Yeah, it's always...
Clyde will come back, I'm sure. I hope. And meanwhile, we have Peter. Peter, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to add to that do they really honestly consider that you could have somebody like a Russian versus a Ukrainian in the finals? I mean, that's how ridiculous it is.
Well, it would be a neutral athlete under a neutral flag, so everyone would pretend that they're not Russian.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's just bullshit, isn't it?
If there was a Russian in any position in any competition, the Russians would use their propaganda as usual and would be milking it for all it's worth. And that is the fact. I mean, it's disgusting, it's ridiculous, and I would turn up and pour yellow paint over Wimbledon with blue paint if that's going ahead, because I think it's a shame on the UK. It's a shame on Wimbledon, which has a long history, that they're stooping to such disgusting behaviour, and that's all it is. There's no excuse for it, and it has to be stopped. I think somebody said they shouldn't allow them to have visas to come here.
It's a shame for the sports. Like sports is to unify and to a sort of brotherhood, and that's not what Russians have in common. So
I'm afraid I long since stopped believing that any form of professional sport was about anything other than selling sneakers, Coca-Cola, and BMWs. But I'm a bit cynical, so I don't expect any great degree of brotherhood out of it. But despite all that, that doesn't mean that we have to put up with prominent Russians getting their share of that propaganda out of it.
Yeah, can I just add? Do you remember with COVID, who was the player who refused to play on principle because he didn't agree with taking vaccines?
Djokovic. Well, he didn't refuse to play.
They dragged him through the. They were going to arrest him. God knows what.
No, he didn't refuse to play. Quite the opposite. He refused to produce a vaccine certificate, claiming that he'd had COVID and therefore he was exempt for like the 2 weeks afterwards. Except that at the point when he claimed to have had COVID, he was like meeting with large groups of people, which would have been. I mean, basically, while we're banning Belarusians and Russian tennis players, can we also accidentally ban Djokovic too? I mean, he anti-vax right-wing pro-Russian loon, the Roger Waters of tennis. We certainly don't need him either. And the Australians tried to kick him out, and then there was all sorts of horse trading. It was all just disgusting. But that's militant Serbs for you.
Yeah, but my point there is that they can, the whole country can go up in arms about COVID, but they can't go up in arms about, you know, a genocidal invasion of a country. You know,
well, I think the reason people were up in arms about Djokovic was he appeared to be having different rules to them. I mean, Australians had some of the most extensive and harshest lockdowns, and I think any tennis player swanning up and going, "Oh yes, I've found a way around the rules, aren't I clever?" Would have received short shrift, especially from Australians who are all about, you know, mateship and solidarity. So I think it was more in terms of the fact that he was getting a different deal to everyone else. So I think that was a different sort of outrage. I don't think it was that they thought, oh, you know, Djokovic is going to give us COVID. It was very much about why should this guy not obey the rules? So I think it's perhaps a little bit different there. And of course, it's a different country. That said, the UK population overwhelmingly supports Ukraine. I'm not sure that the UK population is particularly aware of the Wimbledon issue. And certainly a great deal more publicity for that, for example, with a Led by Donkeys action, or with, you know, more prominent featuring of this on major news outlets, would be extremely welcome. Because at the moment, I don't think the pressure is there. I don't think there's a parliamentary petition, you know, approaching the 100,000 signatures needed to be debated in Parliament, saying Rishi Sunak refused visas to Russian and Belarusian tennis players. It just isn't getting that sort of mainstream traction. And I suspect
it needs somebody prominent to say something about it, like Boris Johnson. I mean, he's still around, can't he say something?
He won't. Andy Murray might, though. I mean, it needs a prominent tennis player. I think it needs a prominent tennis player like Andy Murray would be good, but I don't know if he will. He's got his own professional relationships to maintain. I mean, yes, if Boris Johnson would do it, but again, he has his own fish to fry. But yes, it needs a lot more. We can talk about it here, but you know, if the UK government thought that 1 million people had signed a petition saying keep these people out, then that would be a different matter. But at the moment, this is number 412 on the Home Secretary's priority list right now, and it's going to stay there until we get more publicity going. And I think Shaggy's idea of something like Led by Donkeys is terrific. On the other hand, of course, Led by Donkeys is seen as an opposition group. You know, maybe we should be writing to our local Conservative councillors and asking them to run things up the chain as well. If you live I don't live in the UK, I don't have a Conservative councillor, but it does need a lot more publicity than it's getting. #Wimbleban is cool, but it's not trending. And you know, it's 6 weeks off, and people don't think about Wimbledon until 3 days before, unfortunately.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Nick. And I think Shaggy's idea is a great idea, but so is Axel's. You know, negotiate hard. Wimbledon could so easily be in the right and burnish their reputation. And they just don't know how to stand up to the ATP, and they don't know how to stand up to Russians, and they don't know how to stand up against genocide. It could be so easily done. Nick, do we want to take Mark's question about the Russian ships apparently taking a look at wind farms and cables in the North Sea?
I'm very happy to do so, because I missed. I presume it will have been discussed maybe 2 days ago, maybe on Wednesday. I missed that discussion, as apparently did Mark. First of all, there may have been more come out since, and secondly, as I say, I don't think it hurts to have a recap of a topic which I imagine was probably discussed during the European mid-morning, early afternoon. I don't think it does any harm to have that discussed in the in the US late afternoon.
No, it's a good topic to go to. I do think Doman discussed it at length at one point this week, but it relates to a Russian research ship, the Admiral Vladimirsky, I believe is the name of it, and it seems to have taken quite a circuitous route through the Baltic into the North Sea, just so it can inspect or map, especially wind farms off Denmark and off Scotland, off the east coast of Great Britain, and in the depths of the North Sea. It's very very curious. What could they be doing if they don't intend to launch sabotage of these sites? And I think probably at the same time they're looking at underwater cables. In the Guardian's take is sabotage is in the offing. I think other reports have been a little less strident, but it is worth taking a look at. No question about it. This is the Russian expeditionary oceanographic ship Admiral Vladimirsky. It happens to have armed Russians aboard. Why would they be armed if you're a scientific mission?
Go ahead,
Well,
Mark.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Nick and Anna. Yeah, looking at the article on the BBC website on the news page. Yeah, there's a photograph there. It's from a video clip of this armed guy on that boat in a balaclava, what I would call a flak jacket, with a rifle of some form. And yes, I can understand military vessels having weapons on board, probably under lock and key. But why would you have such a weapon on deck in peacetime on a allegedly a civilian vessel?
Big problem of pirates in North Sea.
Yes, but the map of the journey it's followed, it's very interesting. Right down the Baltic, quite close to the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, right across past Denmark, obviously, across to Scotland, down to the East Anglia part of England, and then back up again and across back the same way, past all these wind farms. In particular, it would appear to be quite a strong relationship between their route and where the wind farms are located. It also says on the BBC website that last year they were in the Moray Firth in Scotland, quite close to the RAF base in Lossiemouth. So, quite what they're doing. Did they drop anything on their journey? It's quite it's a bit, it is a bit suspicious, especially there have been incidents where cables have been if not cut, at least damaged. So what's going on?
I think we need to wait for the article by Seymour Hersh telling us that these are in fact CIA ships in disguise.
Yeah. But so it's saying that on the BBC article, it says that the first reports were being broadcast last Wednesday on 4 Scandinavian, presumably these are TV channels. I haven't seen the actual full program, but it does suggest that there'll be more to follow, more episodes or more information to follow.
It was like, as far as I say, it was a documentary program, and the four Nordic countries were going to broadcast it simultaneously. I presume their sort of state broadcasters got together and said, "This is a big deal." It's interesting to see that solidarity coming out shortly after the Joint Air Force, and now that all of them are, well, bar the shouting, in NATO. I never understood why the Nordic countries weren't a bit closer together than they are. I don't know if there was some history there, but it seems like they're once again discovering that any minor quibbles they might have had with each other, and again, I don't other than telling kind of
some history,
Polak.
Nick, some
Right.
history.
Other than telling rude jokes about each other, about them being like the British tell Irish jokes or the Americans tell Polak jokes, the Swedes tell Norwegian jokes.
No, Nick, you
but-
project homogeneity where there's none. The cultural differences between the various regions, even within those states, are so massive. You're comparing Portuguese to Romanians.
Well, they all appear to have ludicrously expensive alcohol. So I think that's definitely a point of commonality.
Well, I don't know about that, Nick. Wine in Portugal is unbelievably affordable
He
and
meant
delicious.
Finland and the Scandies.
Yeah, I meant the Nordic countries, which where wine is well, the wine that is even remotely affordable tends not to be particularly delicious.
So Welch's grape juice. But back to the Admiral Vladimirsky, which is the scientific ship the Russians have sent through the Baltic into the North Sea. It was accompanied by other ships that turned off their transponders, which, in other words, makes them ghost ships. Where did they go? What were they looking at? I mean, if you turn off your transponder, you do it for a reason, so you cannot be detected. And that, of course, is suspicious activity right there.
Pirates again.
Pirates,
See?
yes,
Yeah,
pirates.
we're so afraid of pirates.
I wish Gunny would come up and talk to us about this, because I see him listening, and no one can talk about ocean launched sabotage like Gunny, but he could be otherwise involved. I don't know. And so I haven't actually seen any developing news about this. I've only seen these first reports in the BBC and the Guardian. The Guardian was quite a bit more strident, announcing in a headline that Russia was planning sabotage, which I think they might have typified as an invasion of the United Kingdom. Did they go that far? I don't know. But Mark, what drew your attention to this story in particular?
Well, spy ships are an old thing, aren't they? But I suppose maybe I'm not surprised, but it seems so overt, and especially having an armed person on the deck being, clearly visible to the naked eye. So that was filmed, I believe it was actually off, presumably off the Kattegat, so presumably on the Danish side of the Kattegat. But it just seems really strange and just too obvious, but equally quite suspicious, and especially on the back of the following on from the Nord Stream 2 incident.
You've come up and raised your hand. I wonder if this is a story you've been following.
Not this one. I was just we were having a dinner with my wife, and we went to this very, very fine pizza joint, and the pizzas were 50 euros for both of us, and the wine was 80 euros, 80. So someone was saying that the alcohol prices are ludicrous in Nordic countries, and that's correct. And then Alex was saying that Finland and Sweden. I live in Finland, but I'm actually Swedish. That these two countries are very different, and Alex is top point because Finnish and Swedish people are very, very different. I mean, one of my when I was in university, and I was getting my economics studies done. One of the American lecturers said that Finnish people are like tennis players. They are saying something that, and throwing the ball to the other direction. And then, it's like he's asking, what do you think? And then, the ball goes to the other side, and, the Finnish guy throws the ball back and says, I don't know, what do you think? And then, it goes back again to the other side. I don't know, what do you think, But then, when it comes with the Swedish guys, it's always like playing volleyball. I mean, the ball goes to, what do you think, Pelle? And on the same side, and I don't know, what do you think, Per? And it's again passed to the third one, and then the fourth, and then okay, well, let's throw it to the other side. So it's always like, the Swedish guys are like discussing all the stuff between, and we Finnish people were basically like just silent. And then there are the Americans who just shout out everything, out loud, and nobody knows nothing what's going on. So that was the only thing that I was what I wanted to say. Thank you.
I heard a comment made during COVID, and everyone had to stand 1 meter 2 meters apart, and apparently Finns were saying to each other, when can we get back to standing 3 meters apart?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it
Yeah.
was no problem for us.
Yeah. Or a Finnish, how could you tell a Finnish extrovert? When he's talking to you, he looks at your shoes.
That's even more correct, to be quite honest, because the most difficult thing that a Finn can actually do is look into other people's eyes. So it's quite correct.
I'm sure this is all. I'm sure this is all for the spectators. I'm sure. I've known some lovely Finnish people, but I've only been to Finland once, and that was many years ago. And I learnt my only word of Finnish, which is Kalastajatoppa, and it's only because it was the name of the hotel.
Yeah, it's a nice hotel. Yeah.
It had more saunas than bars.
You only need one bar.
Well, you can only be in one sauna at once.
You need different saunas.
Yeah, you need yes, you need the different temperature. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah,
But
but
anyway,
like myself, I have 3 saunas.
At your house.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, different types of saunas.
Of course you do.
But
they don't. They don't understand this.
Yeah, it's totally.
I'm for a Brit. For a Brit, I am in the top, quite small percentile of sauna goers, Axel. I will. Yeah, I'm by no means hardcore in the Baltic sense.
How many saunas does your house have?
I'm afraid it doesn't have any, Axel, but I live in a 90 square meter apartment, and I don't have the facility to plumb it in. Yeah. So
in Finland, you build the sauna and the house around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But the most famous philosopher in Finland is actually Kimi Räikkönen. He once said this famous quote: "Shut up! I know what I'm doing." It's quite good iteration of the Finnish mentality.
Well, the Finns I have known, all immigrants in the United States, are among the happiest, most gregarious people I've ever known, ever. Oyvind, and then Peter, please.
Yeah, back to this Russian spy ships and ghost ships. There's I read an article. It's actually from a Norwegian journalist, and it's about a Russian oligarch and his yacht, and it's turned up in Molde. Molde, it's a smaller town in west of Norway, and it's actually very close to a big gas plant. And I used to work on that gas plant, and that gas plant has pipeline of gas coming in from a field and from other fields, and it's exporting gas to UK. Actually, it's 20% of the total gas supply to UK goes from this plant. And this yacht has been going over, it has visited Molde every year since 2013. And it has a follow-ship, which is actually bigger than the yacht. And on that follow-ship, there is under a turpin, there is something that you can't see. It's probably an ROV. And when they have looked at where they're doing, they say they come to Molde to go fishing, and the owner of the yacht is Oleg Deripavska, and he is a friend of Putin, a billionaire, and he come there and do fishing, and he do fishing over the places where all the pipelines comes in and out, and it's very remarkable why he do fishing only there. And this is just one example. Then you have all the fishing boats. They're coming into Norway, and because of their size, they don't need a pilot to go into the harbor. So they can go where they want, and it's recently they of course turned up when there was a U.S. nuclear submarine coming into one of the harbors in Norway, and then of course these Russian fishing boats turned up. So they have been going on for years, not only during this war with Ukraine, but long before that. So they have, if they want to do sabotage, they know exactly where to put their explosives.
What better way to find out where to put explosives than by sending an oligarch's yacht over the gas lines? Peter, go ahead, please.
Yeah, do you want to keep on subject or go off a bit?
Well, you want to change the topic, Peter?
Yeah, I was going to bring up an article I saw in the Financial Times today, which was again going back to China. That Janet Yellen, is she the financial minister in the USA?
Treasury Secretary.
Yeah, Secretary of the Treasury.
Which, yes, is sort of the federal finance ministry.
Well, she's trundling off to China, and she's saying now in big headlines in the Financial Times that decoupling between China and the USA would severely damage both. So that's the headline I've got, which I can post up if you want to have a look at it. But
send it to me as a DM, Peter. I'd like to take a look at it.
Yeah, I'll pop it over to you now. But it's what I suspected all the time, that this is more saber rattling and more really a trade war than going to be a real war. It's more a disgruntled China and both fighting over various bits of trade to do with tech and stuff like that. But I'll pop it over to you now.
That sounds very interesting. You know, what is Janet Yellen doing in China a few weeks after Macron and all the French businessmen were there? Well, possibly pointing out that China might need to care more about the United States than Macron, and but I think that she will probably have an additional message, a hardline message that China, you don't want to F around and find out, because you're seeing how that is turning out for one of your closest allies, Russia. So it'll be interesting to see what comes of her trip. I haven't actually read a lot of reports about it in the United States. Doesn't seem to be a high profile foreign trip at all.
I don't think she's gone yet. It says in the article she's going soon. But I'll pop it over to you and you can have a look at it. But Financial Times is usually pretty, they're not kind of imaginary rubbish paper, you know, they're usually quite serious with what they put.
Yes, the Financial Times is one of the last remaining British newspapers we can rely on. Is that your take, Nick and Axel? You do love to trash the British press.
No question.
I thought I'd have thought Axel would regard it as a hotbed of leftism. It certainly isn't the. It hasn't gone quite as centrist as The Economist, but the Financial Times kind of became. It's close to an opposition newspaper now, by which I mean it's close to not supporting the Conservative Party, which would be its natural party since Brexit. Its editorial line is fairly centrist, or fairly sort of non-political now, whereas before it would have been considerably more overtly in favour of the Conservative Party. Is it owned by Thomson?
Yes,
it was owned by Thomson.
But the problem is that some people don't. I mean, people are not necessarily like really good Bordeaux. So if you have a really good Bordeaux, it gets better with age. Lionel Barber hasn't. And the movement,
fair enough.
And the movement, it is the degradation of the intellectual class and overall understanding of how economics has changed, and the complete obviation of econometrics and numbers-based analysis, which has led a lot of people far away from the Financial Times on its editorial line, whereas the overall reporting, and I think that's what Alan is driving at, the overall reporting of the Financial Times still is top-notch. It's no question. The Lex column has degraded substantially. I mean, it is by no means any comparison.
Can you explain to our listeners the purpose of the Lex column?
The Lex column is to make sense of what actually happened. It is essentially an editorial it's an editorial-driven column where you can talk about things which are only talked about, you know, whilst sitting in the pub and talking about secrets, and at the same time trying to establish what the really underlying trends are.
Well, it's a sad thing to me to see a great newspaper decline, and I do think the Financial
really, as Nick said, the editorial has become soft, and not because of opposition stance per se, because I understand where they're coming from in terms of the economic impact of Brexit and trade restrictions and whatnot. It's the fact that there is a lot of, and how should I put this? Only I had a good term somebody could give me. Yes, a hotbed of leftism and Keynesianism.
I was simply going to say, Axel, I find the reporting of the Financial Times to be pretty accurate and well written, thoughtful, with lots of good sources. I don't actually generally.
I agree.
I don't I don't read the editorials in the Financial Times. I just read the reporting.
And
But
Alan, have you got it? I sent it through to you.
I'm going to take a look right now, Peter. Thank you. I was just going to say, I mean, I know that every newspaper has had a rogue reporter in the past that has been hoodwinked, written the wrong thing, or actually paid off to be the bullhorn of a foreign government or a faction of some kind here or there around the world. But I do regard the New York Times as a great newspaper that has gone into decline. And it's very, very sad. They were a great newspaper in the 1960s. They had great reporters, great editorial writers, great editors, and even you, Axel, might agree that their use of English from Red Smith, a great sports reporter, to Russell Baker, a great editorial writer, they were damn good writers.
100%. Exceptionally clear, precise, and also, where necessary, feuilletonistic language. Very, very interesting use of modern English. Absolutely stunning. Very, very good. No question. But that is a New York Times which doesn't exist anymore.
No, sadly, it does not exist anymore, and I don't think it will ever come back. I don't think the United States has a great newspaper any longer. You know, the Post was a great newspaper under Ben Bradley as editor, and that newspaper won't come back either. Although it is still the newspaper of record in Washington, D.C., and for coverage of Congress. It has been since really the late 19th century. If you want to know what's happening on the Hill, read the Washington Post. It's as simple as that. Peter, I'm going to take a look at that Financial Times article you sent me right now, and throw it back to you, Nick.
All right. Do we have another topic? Do we have speculation on I'm going to say on the forthcoming Ukrainian initiative? I saw a number today of, I think it was coming out of, it was either a summary at the NATO summit or somebody reporting on the periphery of how many Western tanks have been sent to Ukraine. The number 230 is rattling around my brain. Do you think that's about right, Axel?
Tanks by Western nations, not
Yes.
Western tanks. This includes a number of It includes a number of twardys from Poland.
Okay, that will include things like does that include like the Slovenian upgraded T-55s?
Not necessarily, because they're not considered main battle tanks, but the twardys are.
Okay. I don't think I know what a twardy is. What's a twardy?
That is an upgraded version by the Polish with Israeli sensors and deflection material to create a significantly better capacity of a T-72. It's a twardy.
Okay.
It's the stuff they sent across. It's really it's a decent tank by that time. I mean, for its age and its low weight and its bad gunnery and its bad deflection and it's a shit.
Still with an autoloader, right?
It's still a shit tank.
Okay. How many Leopards do we think have gone? Of all Leopards put together?
Well, we have all in total 100 Leopard 1s, and not all of them have arrived, but they are in process. We currently believe that there are of pure main battle tanks. There's 42 A6, and as it seems, for some odd reason, 52 A4s. You will have, for the A6 version, for those three companies, you will have almost likely 3, if not 4 ARVs. Unfortunately, we don't have the real number because we don't believe that the numbers which have been given from Finland. But it's not unlikely that all in total 9 ARVs will have been given for the A6 companies. And it seems highly likely that all in total 12 ARVs have been given for the A4 compatible version, albeit that nobody has confirmed it. The numbers which we have are based on indications. So, but hey, so what? We've heard that today that 9 armored brigades have been stood up. A brigade in the Ukrainian terminology is different from what we have, so it's a slightly different setup. But let's not dive in there. It's okay. They're good enough for what they have in mind at the moment. Are they sufficient for what we believe they should be doing? Oh no, of course not.
So, Axel, 9 armored brigades. This is roughly 40,000 to 50,000 Ukrainian troops in main battle tanks and infantry fighting vehicles.
That is a discussion, because the armored brigades that the Ukrainians have stood up may very well actually include a significant amount of IFVs, which then in the Ukrainian doctrine or interpretation of a doctrine has substantially more infantry alongside of it than we would have. So the numbers may be significantly bigger. We've seen Ukrainian. If you take a battle group as we would set it up, you would have a certain amount of infantry associated with that mechanization effort, the IFVs and the likes and whatnot. However, the Ukrainians have had at times 4 to 5 times the amount of infantry alongside that, for reasons which are vested in previous training, previous setup, and the likes, and of course lack of IFVs and APCs. So it may very well be that we'll see brigades which have a substantially larger, well-trained infantry alongside of it, with additional BMPs and IFMs, which they have from their own setup. Don't forget, they have actually built a lot more Cossacks, these wonderful armored cars they've been using as command vehicles.
So, Field Marshal Axel, sir.
No, I'm going to decline that and get myself a wee dram.
Oh, I was going to ask you, with these 9 armored brigades, what would be your battle plan? What would be your first? What would be your first drive through the Russian lines you would be going for?
And we've discussed it there many times. I don't think that nobody will listen to me anyway, so that's fine. That's the good thing about it. So I can.
Alan, will you listen to Axel?
No.
Oh, just me then.
So just for you and the friends from the Telegraph, I still think that the movement has to be, as Nuno and I have been discussing it many times over, has to be multi-pronged. One key element is to press through Svatove to go into Luhansk, splice Luhansk, and by that means outflank them. That's one thing. This could be supported very well by doing a counter-attack in a pincer movement north of Bakhmut, because the Russian troops are extremely brittle and fragile. We have supportive data for this since a long time in our discussions here, both with Chuck as well as with Colonel Spencer and our friend Yehuda. We all came to the same conclusion that essentially they're very thin in the second echelon, the Russian troops. All the information which we have, and of course the Ukrainians have better information, they have the real data, we do not. But all the indications which we have from friends on the ground, from people in Kyiv, and from information which has been promoted to us by those who are seemingly more in the know, indicates that the Russians have been bunched up too close to Bakhmut. Their logistics chain is both overstretched as well as colossally under mechanized. Therefore, they have too many depots too close to the front line. They are brittle, they can't defend them. If you really pound them hard with applicable rocket artillery and and take them out with precision-guided ammunition whilst you outflank them in the north of Bakhmut, pierce through. You could encircle them, then split the force. One goes towards Lysychansk, the other one passes onto Popasna, widens the circle, and like in a classic Manstein sickle cut, passes through down to the south. Everything in Bakhmut breaks. They have no supplies. After 2 days, the Russian troops run out of ammunition. Thank you. And then you just simply take them out by means of infantry combat, splice in a bit of sensible airburst and cluster ammunition, take out a couple of waves of theirs, and you'll see a rout, respectively, mass surrender. That's that part. What was the support axis for the northern attack, prong one?
What was the first town you mentioned on that northern attack on the way to Luhansk?
Svatove through Starobilsk to Luhansk.
Okay, I'm looking on the map while you're talking about it. And so, what would you in a good scenario?
Let me just lay out the 3 prongs, and then you can play with it as you see.
Mm-hmm.
The Ukrainians over the past weeks have pushed still heavily back in Vuhledar, and that is extremely successful. That is important because by that means they push back Russian rocket artillery further towards Mariupol. What they should be doing and will be doing in some shape or form, I don't know where, I don't know how, but they will find a way to attack on a vector down towards Berdyansk. They may split the force at the level of Tokmak, meaning one to cut through north of Melitopol towards the west, and the other one going as a vector down to Berdyansk, respectively, a little cove to the east of it. And then not take Berdyansk, but cut Berdyansk off, take Berdyansk after. That makes absolute sense. This has been on the table, I think, for a long time. Many people see it this way. I don't think that there's any need to actually even project that. This makes absolute sense. You cut through their supply lines. By that means you cut off the snake. They can't supply themselves. And you can widen that corridor with force because they are losing logistics capacity west of it. And on the eastern side, they do not have sufficient mechanized force. They may have 2 tank guard BTGs, which the Ukrainians would have to fight off, but I tend to believe that with either Bradleys or a suitable Challenger CV90 combination, or even Challengers with just existing Russian materials and IFVs, they can fend that off. That is a matter of, that is actually where you would want to see a precision-guided HIMARS strikes taking out those tanks, and the Ukrainian Air Force for the first time actually making a stand in this regard to provide cover. You may even see more air mobility with the new helicopters, which they have, to drop troops close enough in order to provide infantry troops with ATGMs to take out the Russian tanks approaching in order to, attack that corridor. That's prong number 2.
Axel, I was just going to ask, there is a reason why Ukraine has a more numerous infantry force. Isn't it because of a certain mission? And that is to clear, liberate, and secure Ukrainian territory? Don't they need more infantry?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we discussed it here with Chuck a few times, and Nick Ryan once in the interview said it as well, that the Ukrainians have a need for their offensive action to move forward with a lot of infantry. They have to clear the towns, they have to clear these areas, and they have to demine. And when you take territory back, you have to guard the lines, you have to have follow-on forces, you'll have to bound over, all the things which Yehuda explained in excruciating detail here many times. So if you look at this, that is prong number 2. Let's go to prong number 3. And that is very clearly, you can split it if you like, but I think that it's still the same as before. You have to cross over on 3 lines of attack, cross the Dnipro, and then you go to Henichesk. When you take Henichesk, you have the possibility to, both from the east, from prong number 2, from the corridor you build at Berdyansk, as well as from Henichesk, to attack with forward moved anti-air provision of cover, and then rocket artillery to threaten both the Kerch Bridge as well as key targets in Crimea. So you move to Henichesk as quickly as you can. And that is where the Leopards come into play, because they are fast, they are mobile. If you provide essentially an A6, a whole battalion of A6 with the support which you would need by the A1s as flanking mobile recce tanks, you can move extremely quickly. This is tank country. This is exactly where you need those tanks. You move very quickly. You bound over, cut off troops, move through, encircle them, take them hostage or destroy them in place, get to Henichesk, establish this as a fire base, move 2 or 3 rocket artillery forces there, threaten the other side, bound over to Amiansk and take Crimea. And you take Crimea by creating panic, wreaking havoc, attacking Jankoy, attacking Simferopol, and dropping the bridge.
With let's say moderately optimistic assumptions, so not total collapse of the Russian army, but moderately, if things go reasonably to plan, where would you see the front line being after, let's say, 1 month of this operation?
1 month is not much. This, what I just described, it takes about 3 months.
Okay.
3.5 months. Because it's daily grind. It's very hard. You may, from time to time, have situations where you can advance extremely quickly. And
have we perhaps been spoiled by what happened at Kharkiv and Kherson then?
Yeah, but okay, that happens. This is when you bound over. This is when you pierce through. This can happen. And I'm not saying that this is not possible in certain arenas, but you always have to assume that the enemy, A, has a vote, has a capability to stop you, may just simply move forces, throw them into a breach, and slow you down. But all of what I just described can be achieved in 3.5 months. And I like the description, by the way, by General Hodges, who said that the key thing is to take, by means of long-range missile strikes, to take out the command post, depots, logistics capabilities of the Russian forces behind the lines and push their own air defenses back. And if you do that, you have, in the contested airspace, close to the line of contact, and whilst you're on the move, you have more air mobility, so you can move troops by helicopter just as well. And that's what you want. You want essentially that capability, which only, therefore, currently the US Army with a US Army aircraft has. You want to bound over, you want to move it quickly, you want to get behind the enemy lines, and then you want to destroy them in place. You want to threaten them and make them uncomfortable, hit them hard. Whenever they feel that they've been hit hard and they have to reorientate, they don't know what's happening, they can't readjust. Don't forget, they have central controls. Even now that they have about 7 commanders all across the line of contact. So there's 7 command districts which they're currently using from the northeast down all the way to Crimea. Even if these 7 commanders are operating and interlinking and talking to their central command, they will feel under pressure. They lose officers, they lose communications. Then here is a bomb, there is a grenade, there's something going on. You need to keep them guessing. You need to keep them stressed. They need to have lack of sleep. They need to be constantly on the move because they know they're going to be targeted. You have to push. Each and every time. You have to get so much momentum and wreak so much havoc that they, in their brittleness and in the fragility of their logistics, become demoralized and panicky. And when they are panicky in that moment, then you push through in those attack vectors where you originally planned to go through without having discussed them. And none of these original attack vectors I've discussed today. And in that moment, you win. That's the moment where you can actually make
Fabulous.
big strides, where you can make big conquering attack vectors realized, and there you might even have an opportunity to put the dagger into the heart of the Russian army.
That's fabulous, Axel. Peter has his hand up, but I see Knukli has joined us, who I think may have something relevant to it. Knukli, you don't have your hand up, but if you
Knukli has combat experience, he knows this much better.
well, that was what I was gathering. Knukli, I don't know if you pronounce the K.
Dima,
if you have something to add.
Hey, good evening, everyone.
Good to see you.
You can call me Nuclei, Dima, whatever you want. Doesn't really matter. So good. What do you want exactly to ask regarding the situation in Bakhmut or the counteroffensive? What I think.
The topic was I asked Axel if it was Field Marshal Axel planning the counteroffensive with the 9 armored brigades we're hearing about, what would be his plan of attack? So obviously, without compromising OPSEC, anything you can add to that would be of interest. But if you want to tell us what's happening in Bakhmut, that's fine too.
No, I prefer not to speak as my unit right now. I don't know if you saw the movies and the videos that I've uploaded, maybe a few of you, of our 2 units, Stuhna and Sonichko, fighting there at the outskirts of the city. It's intense. It's really something else. Like, it's the first time I experienced something like that, and I'm here like literally fighting since day 2.5 since I arrived to Ukraine, like 28th of February, 27th. It's insane. It's like they're done, but in modern warfare with drones and tanks. And I don't know how even to describe it. Right now, I'm at Kramatorsk. I'm treating my injury, fear sharpness that I got 2 weeks ago.
How's that going?
My unit is still there.
How's the wound?
It's fine. It was, thanks God, it didn't hit any muscle or something important, so fine. Mortars everywhere. That's a big issue. Their artillery is insane. It's still.
So are they are moving their infantry forward with mortars in order to take, say, quarter by quarter or block by block? What are they doing in order to move forward?
Listen, I don't know what's going on inside the city because my unit, like, I know, but let's leave it out of that. But my unit mostly fight at the flanks, at the main roads of supply. And that's usually we're not holding trenches. We are receiving order to retake ones or take frontal ones. That's our mission mostly. But that's brutal.
I understand. In the north of Bakhmut, supposedly where they have been attacking, they have come to some kind of they have stalled, we were told earlier today.
Listen, everything you hear is mostly 2 or 3 days ago. And things there change like every 10 minutes. Seriously, like territory change hands like 20, 15 times a day. It's really unclear to whatever people report or the news they read, most of it not really accurate.
That's why I'm asking.
It's changing too much first. I wouldn't say anything because, I'm still in the army. But things not exactly accurate as in the news. Things change very fast there.
All right. Should we then talk? Should we then talk about if we can't really, and we shouldn't probably talk more about Bakhmut unless you want to give us any kind of additional thing which we need to know. What do we need to know about Bakhmut? Let's put it this way. What should we know?
Listen, I told a few weeks ago. I don't remember if you.
I was there.
If you remember when I was on the space, that I think, but before I arrived in Bakhmut, like our unit was near Avdiivka at the time. We received, like I said, I think it's a bad idea about Bakhmut. But as I said, I do not know what exactly going on. Like, I don't have the full picture of the command, and in the end, even if I don't agree, we have a chain of command that decides. We're military. It's not something kindergarten. Command and command. So I hope they have something behind it. I really hope. We have, and I believe they do. Just question of time, but it's hard for us, and that's why too many losses seriously there. Like we're losing a lot of people. Like my unit, like 40%, maybe 50. I don't know. You know, every time you have an injury, you have going back. It's like in every unit. In their case, it's even worse. Like because their medical evacuation is really horrible. Thanks to that. But that's how it's going. It's really stiff fighting there. In the city, it's really insane. What I saw on videos, like from there, we wasn't fighting there, so I don't know. Probably, you know, from first person, we mostly in the outskirts, but it's really like them and Stalingrad, from house to house, holes in the house. They just shooting each other from 1-2 meters. Like literally, you shooting people from a building of 8 stories, both of them near you from 4 meters, with everything, RPGs, grenade launcher. It's really, even in movies, you know, describe it. Stuff going on there. It's insane.
Thank you, Nuclei. Do you have anything to report from Avdiivka?
Listen, there were a few good counterattacks from our side, as the command also confirmed that we managed to, you know, widen a little bit the open terrain. Like they said, they captured Avdiivka what already 20 times in the last 2 months. Encircled it, like also at Bakhmut, like that's it, all the roads cut off. So yeah, of course, that's why there's so many people still there. Listen, so soldiers on the field also not stupid. Even if command, like there will be thinking something really, you know, close, like encirclement, or like stuff will pop out. So that's why I trust the Ukrainian command. They know what they're doing. Listen, they already proved it a few times. But what I think in this counterattack, what needs to be done really, it's our artillery and the rocket regiments need to be ready to strike their concentrations of, as Axel said, also all the things in concentration of their reinforcement and counterattack forces. If we manage to strike those in advance, and of course our logistics need to work way faster than it was in Kharkiv, we might gain really impressive things in 2 months, 2.5 maybe, in my opinion.
Nuclei, is the weather a consideration anywhere?
Oh, 100%, 100%. Like right now, sorry, my friends, it's like you can do anything. Like as you see, also all the videos are mostly infantry fighting now. Everything is mud. It's really hard. Like it's only, you know, if you notice, all the armor is fighting mostly in the city, in the roads, and not in the open fields. We got a lot of vehicles just stuck there. It's like mud, insane season here. In Avdiivka, it was better. It was like more solid soil, but here in Bakhmut, it's like a mud bath. I don't know what the hell is going on here. Also, there was a lot of snow here a few weeks ago, like a meter, something insane, just in one night. And everything now melted, and it's now crazy mud. So I don't think right now is something going to happen, no matter who would ever says. Right now, I think probably our mission. You know, I'm talking only from the macro. I don't have the point of view of commanders, strategic field. I'm talking about, you know, platoon, company level, maybe battalion. So right now we cannot move too much, even if we want. It's mostly infantry, even light vehicles like Humvees barely can move. So we still have time, in my opinion. The weather is 100% is something that matters, like something in consideration for that. Like you don't need to be some expert to understand that.
Is there still any likelihood of a late spring snow?
I looked, I didn't see. I don't know, maybe someone, I checked like a few days ago the weather. I didn't see there's snow again, but there's still going to be rains. You know, there's rains even in July in Ukraine. So everything's possible. Depends on, and now the weather is crazy, like in all the parts of the world. So let's see. Like we expected this winter will be way more harsh, but it was not that much cold here. Thanks God. And I'm from hot place. So I really suffer here this weather, unfortunately.
Okay, I'm just going to step down. I realize I've been here 5 hours, which is about my about the limit of my gluteus maximus. Need to go and take a little stretch. So Prince will be coming up shortly to join Alan in the co-host chair. So thank you for being with us. We've had some pretty good discussions this evening, and I will hopefully be back tomorrow. If not, I think probably I'll be here on Sunday afternoon European time. So good night, everybody.
Good night, my friend.
Thank you, Nick. Nuclei, can I ask you just one more question about the front? There were reports about special forces crossing the Dnipro River. Is that has that been reported, or do you know anything about that around that bridge?
I heard exactly like all of you from open media. I don't know. Seriously, I don't know what's the point to go specifically from the point they put it, like where the crossing was, like up to 300 meters, you have swamps. Like something like 3 kilometers of literally swamps. So I was skeptical from the start about it. So I really doubt it. I don't know anything, from inside, but I hardly do because I saw that exactly the same spot where our unit operated, like almost a month and a half there. So that's what my opinion. I doubt there was anything there. Maybe like some landings to probe the field, but nothing more than that.
Such landings have probably been going on for some weeks, just to probe.
Yeah, it's a daily occurrence. Like our unit, attacking their, commanding post, their logistic, their like their boats where they're parking. I forgot the name in English. Sorry, stuff like that. But it's occurring daily, like already for almost 3 months after Kherson was liberated, even more. So don't take it as something. I really doubt some attack will come from there, though. But it's my personal opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, and I hope that I am, and they breach like something to the Crimea directly. But let's, it's not something that I don't think anyone knows the answers for that, except the command of Ukraine, if they were even going to try something like that.
Yeah, I kind of doubt it too. Nuclei, we see lots of videos of incoming NATO equipment. Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, mine clearing equipment, bridging equipment, all kinds of things pouring into Ukraine. Are you confident that Ukraine now has at least the ground weapons it needs to launch a counteroffensive?
In some parts, like you cannot, with all the equipment we have, I doubt you can, launch a major counteroffensive across all the occupied territories. But in some parts, it may be, like a brilliant spearhead. But let's see. Like I said, it's hard to tell. Like there is never going to be enough equipment, no matter how people go and supply. Like you always want more advantage, but let's see how it's going. Like I don't know how much it will be. Like if we can, it's definitely going to change things. Like all the equipment we're talking something like Bradleys, the tanks, the Western tanks. It's another level. Yeah, that's real. Like it's again, I'll operate like when I was in IDF, that I have opportunities to work at night with my tanks. Here, it's hard. Not all. Most of the tanks don't have a capability to operate at night from both sides.
What is your opinion of the quality of Russian forces that Ukraine faces all along the line of engagement?
Listen, they learned. Let's be real, it's not the same war like was in the first 5 months. They're improving. They learn their mistake. They were operate totally different in in CQB areas. They also now started to breach and go, not going on open terrain and go and blow holes in the buildings like we done like from the beginning of the war. So they're learning. It's like they're also experienced talking, my friends. Like training is very important. It's also game changer, but experience talking in war. And they gain quite a few experience, like Ukraine. But we still have a pretty big advantage compared to them. Like they don't have, a good command. That's things done. Like they're the low like lieutenants and company commanders really working still in old tactics like from Soviet Union. It's really let's push with 2 BMPs that will provide support fire from 200, 300 meters, and 2 platoons will push the trenches. So we just melt them down because we know what they're going to do. We're going to just hit them from the flank. Basic, nothing special secrets that I'm telling you right now. Like every army, Western at least army know how this works. If a firepower like that coming towards you and you can suppress it with superior firepower, just flank them and hit them. That's how it works. That's why they have so much losses, especially in Bakhmut. Like they have insane. Listen, the amount of dead bodies here is, I don't know. Even in movies, I think it's so stuff like that.
Nuclei, thank you so much for being with us. I am certain that that Shaggy has a question for you. His hand was raised. Shaggy, do you have a question? Otherwise, Nuclei and I will continue.
Yeah, I did do. I was just about to make my last delivery, so I put my hand down, but I'll stop that now. Yeah, Snoopy, hi. Yeah, yeah. I hope you're as well as you can be, and I hope your men are as well as they can be as well. Do you get your main men? Are they able to be rotated at all or much? Yeah, surprisingly, it's something that we get the rotation. Like they do, if you even have more days to rest than you at the front. It's surprising. Like it never was like that, especially in Bakhmut. Like, so it's good. It's really good. It's helping to change things. Even it's crazy hard fighting. They're just going waves and waves and waves. Like sometimes you have 7, 8 waves in 25 minutes, like of 10 or 15 soldiers. Like just story. You saw them the movies how so from a Honor group of Da Vinci and our battalion. Yeah, like you're fighting from like 10 meters. Like they're taking the trench, then you need to go and retake this trench. Unfortunately, we also have losses. Still coming free. So they're still doing the human wave. But still, the numbers, like we literally eliminated thousands of them in one trench. Sometimes, like not our, only the infantry, like our artillery, our drones that working with us. Sometimes we have a tanks that support us. Like it's not only that you have like you only against infantry, but still, like you get inside the trenches and you see 40 bodies, like in 50 meters. It's, I don't know. I never saw something like that. And most of them, like, is those prisoners. It's the K tags. Wagner have a separation. They have M tags are the ones that they're serving with them from the beginning of 2010, 11, whatever the number that were in Syria, Mali, and the K is the recruits. 5 years before the war, something like that, most of them in that text. And you have KA, that those are the prisoners mostly, and the new recruits from some criminal backgrounds mostly. So the K, like they send them like waves and they're looking behind them. But still, the Wagner command,
don't send their MTAGs at all, almost. Those the experienced guys. That's what's interesting about them.
And so, Nuclei, it is factual that Wagner forces do send these convicts forward to absorb or to detect the Ukrainian position, and then they send more experienced troops. This is what's happening.
In a lot of cases, yes. Not always. Let's be real. They still have their own, like, not all why always us, and they have their, internal arguments. So sometimes it's the best, sometimes it's demobilized. Like you see them everywhere, everyone there. You cannot say like only Wagner are the first ones always to push. So no, I wouldn't say it's only them like push. A lot, and probably most of them. But no, they have their influence for sure, in my opinion. They're very influential in the army of Russia.
Do VDV and Wagner fight differently?
Depends on the units. It's in both sides. I tell the truth, there is really sometimes big jumps in experience, skills, and how units works. Like even LNR, DNR, that everyone, the separatists, like everyone laugh at them. There is some really experienced and impressive units in their ranks. Like they're also fighting from 2014. Don't forget it. And also some Russian units. They invaded Donbass and Crimea and Lugansk. They're fighting also from 2014 in undercover. And it's the same from Ukrainian side. So it's really jumps sometimes from people that don't have clue how to fight. They're going in a group. It's mostly demobilized, demobics, how we call them. And they're usually bunched up, throwing up and leaving their deads and injured behind, like running on a scatter. But there are some units that's really trained and really know how to work. Their gear really not bad at all. Like, yeah, you need to give respect given. There is some people that know how to fight on their side, unfortunately.
Do your units have enough drones, Nuclei?
Oh yeah, thanks God. We receive a few Chinese drones, the impressive ones, the big ones. I forgot their names, unfortunately. Like 80% of the enemy casualties from when, on the macro and company level, it's from drones on defense and on offensive. Another 10 going to infantry and another 10 for, artillery, tanks, support, stuff like that. But 80%, 70%, in my opinion, it's drones that making the damage for the enemy.
We have a hand up from Nancy. Nancy, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Nuclei, I know you had a mild shrapnel injury, probably 10 days ago, I think is when you posted it. First, how is that doing? And second, do the field medics have what they need supply-wise to treat injuries like that?
Hi, thank you, Nancy. First of all, I'm fine. It was around 2 weeks ago. I always post in a few days things if we even upload it later. But it's fine. It's thanks that it wasn't some deep sharpness. The injury like mostly burned the flesh. It was from a pretty far distance, but still I got hit, unfortunately. And my luck hearing this word, goddammit. Seriously. All the time I'm getting myself where I do not need to get myself. But now I'm at Chromators when on my rotation, so I went here also to check for the treatment, to do another X-ray to see that everything fine. But I feel totally okay. I kept fault, like I didn't actually evacuate back. I just got treated by medics, and in a day after the arrest, I got back to the ranks.
Nancy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so two other questions there. I'm sure your family is not happy when they see that something like that leaves a mark. But are they are your family still comfortable with you continuing
Listen,
to fight the fight?
they're 100% supportive, but yeah, my wife wanted to kill me, seriously, in the message I gave her. Like, I will come by myself and get you out of there, and she's crazy enough to do it. Like, she also was an officer in IDF. So I hope she will not. So I'm trying to not post too many things that happens to me personally. But no, thanks God they're supportive of me. They know why I'm there. And they also know how my personality works. The moment I decide to do something, I'm there until then. Thanks that I can also afford it to myself. Yeah, not everyone can unfortunately afford things
Yeah.
that.
And just word of warning, don't try and hide things like that from your wife. The payback will be dear.
I don't know. It's still scary. Yeah, I know. You're right. You know, the telling it's not something you know. It's easily sent high. I got sharpness from mortar in my leg, and it looks like hell. Yeah, you know, in the end, I worry that she's worrying about me. It's not something that's so easy to do. But you're right. I need to tell things that are sometimes straight and not 2 or 3 days later.
And if I may, I think the other question really is the medics who are working in the field situations, for those people who are wounded in field and staying in field versus those who have to be evacuated. Do they have the supplies that they need to treat you, not just at point of incident, but in the follow-up before you go through rotation?
In most of cases, yes. Not in every spot. It really depends on the front. We're talking about some places really hard to supply. You know, but thanks God the Ukrainian army have a pretty good evacuation. Like, you see a lot of videos that armored vehicles, you know, APCs coming to rescue people from. I'll publish a video in a few minutes also, I think, from Burger, another Israeli volunteer, that they're going to rescue their injured friends in BTR, by the way. So also how they treat them, the problems that they don't have in the old, you know, Soviet equipment, you know, lighting that you can see and treat. There is a lot of difficulties, but you also see they're really trying to get out the injured. They're like life of people who are important to Ukrainian army. They're trying to do all in their possibility. It's not always possible, unfortunately. Like, you're not going to send, you know, BTR of medics to their death. Also, let's be real. It's not. So that's responsibility of the unit to get their guys. Of course, like I say again, it all depends on the situation to get them out to place that the evacuation can take them. If you're doing that, yeah, the survival chance is very high here. Luckily, like in Western Army, seriously.
Yeah, and Nuclei, and Alan, bear with me, Nuclei, I really appreciate you expressing that. And it is a very firm reminder to those of us listening how important every life is in the Ukrainian army and for the nation as a whole, and how much that aligns with the values that we all hold dear and why they're fighting. Thanks, Nuclei.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Richie, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, and yeah, thank you for holding the space. Just some incredible down-to-earth conversations going on this evening. And Nuclei, just to you, just sending you just the warmest regards, quick healing. You're a hero, bro. I know you don't think that, but you are a hero. And you know, we will continue to support and back every Ukrainian unit and soldier that we possibly can. As NATO, from our organisation, we'll continue to raise vital funds for Maverick drones or whatever we can get out there. We'll get out there, life-saving equipment, first aid, you name it, we'll keep on going. Also, just to add to this conversation, thank you for giving us a solid, down-to-earth view of what is actually going on. Because I think, you know, for a lot of us, when we're sitting in our own homes, warm and safe, away from all that stuff going on, I think we often, I speak for myself, of course, but I think we often get the idea of some kind of fairy tale occurring, you know, and it's nothing like that. It's nothing like that at all. You know, this is hard, arduous, you know, fighting and you know, good people, you know, the top notch of society, you know, have stepped into to fight for their country's rights and democracy with everything they've got, and they're losing their lives over that. And I think that we must never, ever take that lightly. We must never forget what sacrifices people are giving in Ukraine for their country, for their people, and frankly, as far as I'm concerned, for the rest of us in the free world today. Even people like me sitting over here in the UK right now, our freedom and democracy relies on people like you and those Ukrainians that are fighting against the bastard Russians that have done what they've done. And I do believe in my heart of hearts that Ukraine will win this war. They will, because we're not going to give up. I'm not tired of what's going on. I'm not tired of supporting. I'm not tired of donating. And I never will be. I'll never falter on that. And I know all the people in the room that are my brothers and sisters here from NAFO will never give up. We'll never stop supplying whatever we can do to supply Ukraine with everything it needs. But yeah, just a real reality hit tonight from you in terms of this is people's lives we're talking about here. And we need to make sure that we are absolutely 100% on our ball game in supporting you guys in every situation that we possibly can, and make a beeline for victory, because I believe victory's coming. I want that party on Crimea Beach. I want that place to be free from racist terrorist invaders. And I know every one of my NAFO brothers in the room feels the same way as well. But yeah, once again, mate, thank you. Thank you for your service, for your sacrifice, and keep telling your people that we love you, we're behind you, we'll never stop. We'll never stop, mate. Never stop. All right.
Bless you, my friend. Thank you very much. It's really, really hard. Like, it's really helped. Like, I don't remember if you told when the first time I came here that I was listening for you, like for your space, like for something like 4 or 5 months. But I never said who I am and stuff like that before, actually. I was always in. You're the only space I'm coming on to. Like MriyaReport, love hearts, seriously, love you all guys. Like, you're amazing. Like, yeah, all my friends, like, yeah, most of us not expose ourselves, but most of the Israelis have a Twitter account hidden somewhere here. But things going to change as you see more and more of us expose ourselves. By the time when everyone most of them have family reasons, that's why. Like, we still prefer to stay right now behind the scenes. After the war, it will change drastically. Like,
Nuclear, a lot of people from the United States are tuning in right now to MriyaReport here in the evening. What message do you have for people in the United States?
first of all, thank you for your support. Like, also as a Ukrainian and Israeli, like from both sides, your country, like from both sides here, we feel the difference. If not you, let's be real. I hope for more support. Yes, but every country have their fears, their interests. I understand that. Yeah. Also, like my demand from Israel that I'm ashamed. That, like, yeah, there is things that we supply. There's things on the table. Yeah, already pop up a few things, but still, like, if you compare the Israel capabilities, and it's in Israeli interests when Iran entered. Let's leave already aside, you know, the logical and the feelings, like from what we see, all the crimes, like the Israeli public understand that. You can see it in my comments on my friends, the Israeli ones, like, and the amount of Israeli volunteers here. Let's be real. Like, from our country, we're a small country, and there is a lot of Israelis here. Yes, most of us, let's say 70%, have connections to Ukraine. I won't hide it. but there is also other people like their descendants from Yemen, from Iraq. I have 3 friends here from Yemen. Like their grandfathers came from Yemen. Like, people from Morocco. And like countries you not really heard about them as volunteers in Ukraine mostly, but they're here still, doing their things. Everyone, some fighting, some training, some helping, evacuating, some medics, and there is also a lot of Israeli girls here, like women here from all the countries. To tell you the truth, this was impressive. They are not, but we had like for 6 months 2 girls like fighting with us on equal ground, like in every operation almost. Like one was from Italy and the second one was from the States. Like she was in the Marines. So I was talking about tough lady, seriously, one hell of a lady. And the other one, she were a pilot. Like she was a candidate for pilot in Italy. But 2 tough ladies, impressive ones. So one of my Israeli friends are like married one, the pilot. They're married like a few weeks ago. He's injured a little bit, obviously, so he can go to the front. But they have like their volunteer medical team. They're helping to work, so that's what they're doing for now. Really impressive and interesting story that's not really known right now, probably in the future.
I think so much will be known in the future, and a tribute to international support of Ukraine, just like Nuclei, international patriot. Shaggy, please go ahead.
Yeah, Nuclei. Yeah, I'm pulled over, quite emotional actually by what you said. It just sounds like worse than hell, as Alan said. And I just know that as Rich basically summed up what I wanted to say. Just know that there's people here and not here thinking about you, wanting you to pull through, wanting you to get through this war with all your men, so we can meet you in person and pay our respects to you in person at the end of it, because you deserve it. Amen, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. So yeah, that's all I'll say, buddy. Take care. I will, and my friends will take care of me. We have a really good, like here in my unit, we have Georgian, we had Canadian and also Azerbaijani volunteers, but they left for their reasons. But Israelis, Americans, Ukrainians, and British and Georgians volunteers in our unit. It's really impressive. Like and we have all the big religions. We have Muslims in the unit, we have Christians, and we have Jews, like also Israeli Jews. So, and we love each other. Really. It's a brotherhood, and no one cares like who is from what. And we just fight here for each other on that moment. In the end, when you're in the trench, you think only about your friend behind and in front of you. That's how it works. Yeah, and you're working automatically how you was trained. Yeah, one team, one fight is the hashtag, and I think that probably sums it up the best. 100%.
Thank you so much, Nuclei. I really appreciate your being here. Prince, you had your hand up, and I want to welcome you as co-host. Do you have a question for Nuclei?
More of a comment than a question, really, Nuclei. It's good to see you. I always enjoy you coming up. And, I remember you saying when you were back in Israel recovering a little bit, how you guys listened to us in the trenches that are at night or whenever you had a chance. And it made what you said tonight about having listened to the space for a long time before you ever came up to speaker makes me remember the first day that Yehuda discovered you, and he sent a message to people saying, I want to meet this guy. I want this guy to be on this space. And we all know how important that was to him. And I really don't know how you guys finally connected, but I am really glad you did. And I am really glad that you come to this space. You have helped me think better about the things that I say on this space, because when I talk on the space, I try to remember, and at times I remind people that sometimes there are actually soldiers listening to us, and it's something that they do. And we always, we talk about a wide variety of things here, but it's good sometimes to talk about some good things, some funny things, so that you guys have something to laugh at and listen to while you're listening to us, while you guys actually have a break. So you take care of yourself. I'm glad to hear you're healing well from your shrapnel. And we just love to have you here, and you're welcome here anytime, but you already know that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, I feel really comfortable. Every opportunity I have here, I'm trying to jump here. Yeah, I wish I had more time, but it's not always possible, unfortunately.
Well, and we understand that too. We know how, you're not existing to talk to us. You're existing to fight to Ukraine, Ukraine right now. That is your focus, and that is your mission, and you are doing a wonderful job with it. Shall we go to Peter S? Peter?
Yeah, I just want to say what basically everybody else is saying here, that I think he brings the reality, which I think sometimes in the West we are detached from that, and that's why it's so important to hear him speak like this. It's the sacrifices they're making, the pain they're going through, and the complete bravery. I mean, I have to say I admire you so much. It makes me feel very humble. Just listening to you and to the reality of the situation there. Have you noticed any change in the Russians? Are they becoming tired of it? Are they becoming less motivated, or can't you tell that?
No, I don't think so. I don't see it, at least. Maybe maybe I'm wrong, But from, the macro, like from the platoon, the same charges, like sometimes it's really well planned. And we retreat sometimes, we have casualties sometimes. Yes, we're not always there on the winning side. But in many cases, we are kicking their ass, like literally they're like amateurs. It really depends on the commander of their troops, like, from their platoon, their lieutenants. Like if their lieutenant good, and and most of their experienced lieutenants, got wiped out at Kiev with Hostomel, things that it's really changed probably the war, in my opinion. That there was insane amount of, how you say, not low rank is what the word for it? Sorry, not the senior, what the opposite?
What they're very low, you mean, kind of in
Yeah,
status?
second lieutenants. What's the names for like the low ranking
like
officers?
non-commissioned officers, Nuclei, I think.
Yeah. Like and also their sergeants, and stuff like that, platoon sergeants, company senior sergeants. They lost most of them at the beginning of the war, in the first 3 months. So it might be, in my personal opinion, for the macro change, maybe the old course of the war. We will see, like historians in the future talk about that probably. So we'll see if I was right in that point of view.
Yeah, I've been to Ukraine so many times, and I just want to come back to Ukraine when it's like the Ukraine I knew, and this is finished and done with, and those Russians are thrown out. I think what they're doing to Ukraine is disgusting. It's just very sad. But I do wish you all the best, and do stay safe. That's the most important thing.
Thank you. I appreciate it, my friend. It's really important. Thank you.
Nuclei, if we could do anything for you, any of the listeners here at MriyaReport, what could we do?
Just as I said already many times, keep supporting Ukraine in any way you can. Everyone from his option, from finance to volunteering, everyone in his capabilities. It helps, guys. Let's be real. You see the difference, even only in Twitter, like how troops receiving drones, receiving equipment, receiving stuff. It's making difference in the field, like all those thermoscopes that in Bakhmut, all the videos that you see, like one sniper taking out 6-5 Russian veterans. Like most of those things donated by you. Let's be real, by the Ukrainians and by the foreign volunteers together. Like the Ukrainian army mostly, in those kind of scopes and stuff like that, they don't invest in that. Most of their investment, let's be real, Ukraine right now not in the best financial situation at all. Like without the Western support, there would be no any way. Like let's be realistic. Look at that. So yeah, you are the guys that supplying, the special forces, the GUR, and the other SSOs bringing, like in the Ukrainian people, by the way, like, even though they don't work, like right now, in a lot of places, they still, like, I don't know where they get their money. Like they're getting their donations in insane way. I don't know, like how they love their country, like they care about every soldier, like everyone, documenting who all the every day going stories about soldiers that fall and soldiers that fighting, like all their news, like they're one team there. Like Ukraine is really impressive, seriously. Like guys, you need to be inside of this like insane roller coaster to understand how it's even like from the soldiers, it's from the macro going up, like how you feel as a soldier, from Ukrainians, from the foreign volunteers, from the foreign guys on the net. Like it's insane. Like I never experienced like, and I already was in quite a few wars, not on that scale, of course. But I still like in the idea if I didn't have connection to anyone to go in like in the middle of the war and speak with people like that. Also, I served in years in my wars were 2006, and social media wasn't as strong as like it's like right now. But it's still insane feeling. Like I appreciate every one of you guys like hearing, talking with you, supporting, and you're really doing things for Ukraine. Let's everyone agree that I think everyone in this space so you understand you are doing something for Ukraine in your own way. Like no matter what, everyone here, except some trolls. Yeah, if they're listening, you can go. I'm sorry, I wouldn't say anything, but but all of you respect my friends. We know what you done. Like Ukraine, we will remember us. Everyone, people will come after the victory to to for the traveling vacations, things like that. If it will be everything available, like Ukraine, really, you will know the people how honorable, how respectable they are, how hardworking Ukrainians are, and how hospital they will love you. Like if you say it was I was helping like that, they will believe.
Nuclei, after you recover, where are you headed next? Is there additional recovery? Will you be going to Kyiv or back to the front?
No, back to Bakhmut. I'm going back. I won't say in the coming days.
Nuclei, how do you think about that, going back to Bakhmut?
I hate it. I hate this place, seriously. But we are there. We have commands. We have our orders, and in the end, I'm a soldier, and I'll do my best to help my friends in the country I'm fighting for. That's how support. There is a chain of command for things. If we don't agree, that's how we support to work, and we will defend Ukraine. Like many of us, like a lot of the Ukrainian guys are our core. Let's be real, like they're the spirit in this army. But the volunteers doing their thing. Like we are like complement, the other part, the spiritual one, with the experience, sometimes with coldness, maybe in some decisions, because many reason there is some experienced, impressive guys from UK here, and also from the States, like really, really. And also, I know one guy from in the Legion from Poland, like so he was in Grom, like those type of people, like impressive. And together, they're working like one unit, a squad of 5 or 6 foreign volunteers working with another 40 Ukrainians. It's complement each other. It's like covering for the sometimes for the minuses and pluses.
Nuclear, if I were a newly trained Ukrainian soldier and I'm young, that means I'm younger than you, and I come to Bakhmut. How do you help me? What do you tell me? How do you help me survive?
Now, I'll tell a joke. I'm 36, and I'm an old guy on the battlefield, as they say, in the job of the young ones. Keep low, stay behind the experienced guys. First of all, listen to comments, listen whatever people telling to you, communicate your information, and don't try to be a hero. Do your job, cover your friend, and everything will flow with it. That's what I have to say to you guys. Like, listen to experienced guys. There's a lot right now. Let's be real. The war is already going on for a year and almost 3 months, like 2 months, sorry. And you have a lot of experienced guys in every unit, and you have a new guys. New guys always coming. So the new guys need to listen to the experienced ones, and they will stay alive, and then they will lead the next troops. That's just how it's supposed to work in exile, working in our unit. Like, we're taking care of our new guys. They're like under our wing, stay behind me, teaching them, looking, and in the end, they are thinking for themselves. They already have their own experience with time. Like, it's taking time. You need at least 3-4 months to really get experience in this kind of battlefield.
Have you ever experienced warfare like the warfare you've experienced in Ukraine, Nuclear?
What do you mean by warfare?
Well, fighting. Have you ever experienced fighting like you've experienced in Ukraine?
No, not even close. What, Second Lebanon War? I experienced. I was in Kestlig, and I also was in the operation 2014 in Gaza, like Second Lebanon War, and major operation in Gaza. Like, sorry, no, no. On the macro level, when you're fighting against a force, like, that you're fighting against 5 insurgents or against 5 Russians in the same building, you don't have any other advantage. It doesn't matter. Like, it's only matter who is better, who is more trained, who is more brave. So yeah, there were hard fights really on the infantry level against also the Palestinians and the Hezbollah that they fought against. Really hard fights. But the most hard fights are here. I'll be real. Most of them, especially against the Russian special forces, like it's insane. It's milliseconds of decisions.
When your Ukrainian comrades talk about the future, what do they talk about?
Their families, mostly. That's what we speak about most of the time. We don't think about future or politics things that much. So the truth, like, between individually on the individual level, yes, of course, everyone reading, trying to update, but inside we're trying to stay out of political decisions too much. International, because like in any kind of international region, like you have a lot of political opinions, a lot of political things, differences. So we need to respect each other. So we're speaking. We're not going like, oh, the only thing we're talking about the most. Like that. We talk about good things when we have time.
I guess I wasn't talking about politics. I don't actually like talking about politics. But as you mentioned, in your company, Christians, Jews, Muslims, probably atheists, Ukrainians, Israelis, Poles, Canadians, Americans, all kinds of people. What binds you together? Nuclear, did I lose you?
Can you hear me? No.
Yes.
We are fighting for Ukrainian people, for the citizens, for most of us. Like, as you know, I stayed. I didn't plan to stay in Ukraine. I stayed here after what I saw what was happening when I tried to get out my uncle that was injured in Mykolaiv. That's when I plan to come here to for 5 days. But listen, when you see stuff like that, and also experiences, you're just going in a, in a truck, and they're just starting to shoot you. You're in civilian clothes, no questions. Sorry, I never saw something like this, and I wasn't in a battlefield. Like, and you see another 20, 30, 40 cars, like people inside. I couldn't stay out of this. Sorry. As I told myself, I don't know. I didn't know how exactly I would help. I didn't think that I thought about immediately fighting. I thought maybe other things, but my friend he was here he was already here, like one of my best friends from Israel. He was here in the family visit for something like 2 weeks before the beginning of the war. So he immediately took me in to his unit, and from there we're together until now.
Is your uncle safe, Nuclear?
Yeah, he's in Germany. Like he's German citizen, but they have a dual citizenship of Ukraine and Germany. But he had businesses here, so he was mostly 50-50, like living 50% in Mykolaiv, 50% at Dresden. But thank God he's now in Germany, he's safe, he already treated, so everything fine.
At the end of the war, will your uncle return to Ukraine, to Mykolaiv?
100%. He already sometimes when I call him, started to plan things, and I'm telling him all the time, relax, let's wait a little bit. No rush. Yeah, he's a big patriot of Ukraine, so yeah, he's really Ukrainian, till the end, and he's really a patriotic guy. Yeah, a funny Jewish guy that was born in Mykolaiv, studied at Odessa. So you have all the typical Jewish sentences and stuff about and love to Ukraine. So it's really impressive. It's really funny sometimes.
Aside from the line of engagement, Nuclear, aside from Bakhmut and being in Kramatorsk, I think in Kharkiv as well, where else in Ukraine have you been?
Everywhere, almost everywhere, like from Kiev to Kherson, all the villages around it. We were at Chernihiv also, my unit. Kiev all around from Stoyanka, south, Irpin, Hostomel. We're fighting at Dmitrivka, at Kharkiv before the counteroffensive began, to take the village to give where the Ukrainian counteroffensive began, like to took advantage points. So the Legion done one hell of a job, by the way, in Kharkiv area before the main offensive. Like a really, really impressive job in taking some key points for the offensive, to have advantage on the territorial areas. So pretty much every hellhole. Like we were first months we were fighting in Kiev area. And then after 2-3 weeks of training for new recruits for a unit to the front Marine camp, like it was, I think May, maybe June. I don't remember exactly. Like, listen, we fighting in Marine camp. Remember for the first day of the war, like it's insane. Like I was fighting there in goddamn June, almost in the same positions. Like it's unbelievable. This war sometimes. Like I can't believe we fighting this type of war like in modern days. It's insane.
So unbelievable you're fighting this kind of war because the line of engagement moves so little, and because in Bakhmut, for example, a territory changes hands a dozen times a day. Sometimes by you're talking about a few hundred yards. Is this what you mean?
We're talking sometimes about buildings, my friends. 2-3 buildings in the same block that fought like for days. And teams some artillery, or they will, Ukraine sometimes mine the buildings and leave them for the Russians for a little surprise. Nothing, secret here. We saw already videos of that. But yeah, it's I never was thinking that this type of work can go back in our years.
Do you think the counteroffensive by Ukrainians will change this kind of war?
For some time, for 1 month, maybe 2, but then it's, in my opinion, unfortunately, it's still not going to end like this year. Like I hope I'm wrong. I really, really, really hope, because I got that. I want this change. Seriously, guys. It's insane what's going on here. Like it's not easy though. But I think it will still continue for some time. Depends on the measures. Maybe the most hot timeline of the war will end this year, but I don't know. The fighting will still continue. Like, depends when we will, and where we will reach. We're definitely going to liberate a lot of land. Let's be real. It will happen. I believe in it. All of us believe in it. Like seriously, we know it will happen. We just wait for the right moment.
As we say, nuclear, at a time and place of their choosing, Ukrainians will fight forward, launch a counteroffensive, and drive for victory.
100%, my friend. Like, listen, no one in Bakhmut wants to be in Bakhmut. I don't know what everyone's saying. No one wants to be here. Okay, it's the last place anyone in the Ukrainian army wants to be. But we know what we need to do and why we're here. That's why we fight as we fight.
I got to say, nuclear, I a lot of what you say practically brings me to tears. I don't have your experience. I'm twice your age, and I cannot imagine what you're going through, but I can imagine your courage and your heart and your commitment. Nancy, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Ellen. I think you mirrored my sentiments very much there. I'm old enough, nuclear, to be your mother, and you're old enough to be the father, or at least the uncle, of many of the soldiers who are shoulder to shoulder in those trenches with you. And I just want to say that I have so much respect for what you're doing and what your countrymen are doing, understanding how important it is for every Ukrainian to be defending their country from this invasion. And it just, I don't even know how to express it, But this is why they're fighting for countrymen of both physical countrymen and countrymen of the soul and of the heart, which you're there doing. The rest of us are here on the sidelines wishing we could do more. And this is our chance to. And I so respect you making a difference and telling us all how we can help make a difference because of how important this is. And in January, I had the chance with Axel to interview the producers of an NFL film about citizen soldiers of Ukraine who used to just fight on the gridiron, used to just fight playing football. But they put all that away and went to war to save their country. And you went to their war to save their country because of your uncle and what you saw and witnessed there. And I thank you so much for bearing witness to us so that we can help bear witness to the world. Because this should not be happening in modern times. And it still does and still will until we all together say no more. And I am there in spirit, shoulder to shoulder, saying no more. And I thank you for reminding us of what that means and how everything we do can help make a difference for the sacrifice that you guys are making right now. So thank you.
I just,
Thank you very much.
yeah, excuse me. Tickle in my throat just as I'm about to talk. Doesn't it work out that way? I grab a drink. Okay. Go ahead. I'm ready. I apologize for that. Nuclei, we just went through some holidays, and as a Israeli Jewish man, I'm wondering if you had the opportunity to recognize or honor or celebrate any of those holidays, such as Passover that just passed for you.
Nuclei, not sure you caught Prince's question. Can anyone hear me? We could be having audio difficulties.
You're
right
fine.
now. Okay.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, thanks. We may have lost your audio, Nuclei. Nuclei, go ahead.
It looks like he's reconnecting.
Thanks, Nancy. We'll bring Nuclei right back up if he is able to join us again. And I think he is. I think he'll be right with us. Nuclei, welcome back. A brief interruption there. Did you hear Prince's question?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, loud and clear.
Sorry, my internet is dying here. Sorry, I didn't hear the question. Sorry, Nan.
No, it's okay. I just was wondering, since the holidays such as Passover have just passed, if you had the opportunity to do anything to recognize those holidays or to celebrate them in any way.
No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately, we were fighting specifically on the days of Passover. No.
I thought that might be the case.
Not
I
Last year I had the chance to at Dnipro, so it was really nice celebrating the Passover and together. This year, we have something that's called nefesh, that is called that you need to do some things that more life is more like protection of life, but Judaism is more important than the holidays and the holy. Like if you're saving one life, you're saving the whole world. Like it's belief by Jewish people. So when you're doing something like that, just and you believe in defending people, like if you're like you're like, let's say by their belief, by the religion, you're forgiven if you're not keeping the holidays.
That makes sense, and I think that's a good thing. And truthfully, I think that makes a whole lot of sense. Saving somebody's life and fighting for somebody's country is more important than celebrating a holiday. I think that is they are both high callings, not to minimize either one of them, but when it comes to the choice of saving a life versus celebrating a day, saving a life, I think probably is more important. So I appreciate you answering that. Alan?
Nuclear, all of our religions, whether we're Jewish or Muslim or Christian, help us honor life, the value of human life. And yet I have seen these reports of Russians leaving their wounded on the battlefield, making no attempt to rescue them and essentially to bring them back to life. How do Ukrainian troops respond to that on the battlefield, knowing that Ukrainian troops do everything in their power to save their comrades?
I don't know if you saw, I published a video today, when they leave, they're wounded when we ambush their BTR and then a tank. Like they left, they're wounded and they're free there, and we even wasn't close to them. There were no threat on them, and they still left them behind. Like insane. It's nothing surprising here. They're doing it from the start of the war, so from day one. Like from what I heard, and I saw everything from day 3 and onwards. So nothing new here. So it's not impressive. Like things got there like that. Like otherwise, it would be like if they have if they had way more comradeship. Like listen, let's say also real. There are some guys of them that really trying to say they're friends in any cost. Like it's a huge front, guys. Don't forget, we're talking about like hundreds and hundreds of kilometers, like front, active front. Some parts, are quiet, but a lot, like more than 50% of the front are active. So that's my opinion on them. Like it depends on the unit. Again, very dependable. Some units do, some units like run away, don't care. Like the prisoners, there's no comradeship. Wagner, yeah, zero comradeship there. Seriously, like they don't care about anyone except themselves. It's insane. Sometimes like you're watching from the drone, and it's like a show. It's going on. You're looking and you say to yourself, "What the hell?" Like in what army something like that exists? Like, but then sometimes they're like working everything, doing tactics, covering to get their teammates out. So depends on the unit.
So it's kind of random. It just depends on where you are on the battlefield. It's
what unit, what the commander you have, like, and most of them, let's be real, like 85%, 80% of them, pretty much, sorry for the word, shit commanders. Thanks God. They almost all the war they have advantage on us, like in numbers, from artillery to infantry. Like, and they still like the margin we have is what we have for us.
motivation, more experienced soldiers. A lot of Ukrainians fought in 2014 until now. Let's not forget the war began then, not now. Now it's began in 2022, began the full invasion, like the war began in 2014 for Ukraine, from the moment Crimea was seized. And there was already units going on. So that's also was, in my opinion, a really big plus advantage in the Ukrainian army over all this war. Yeah, from the beginning to the end, there was still a lot of experienced guys here.
Yeah, Nuclei, we do not forget here at MriyaReport that this war began in 2014, and that only in 2022 was it that Russia launched this massive genocidal war against Ukraine. We do not forget that. Nuclei, why do you think these Russian soldiers actually fight? Why don't they throw their arms down and walk away?
Listen, you cannot change things that you got used to in the last, probably more even than 300 years. Like, listen, Russians always was fought from communists to before for the Bolsheviks, for whatever they were, from the Tsars. They are very, very listening people, like to their governments. Like even now, you see, they have all those proofs, all those things like that. Now we live in the modern world, like everything recorded, and they still believe their governments. They're like, it's something that they're putting in you from young age for generations. Even if they see the picture, like let's listen, let's see it. Like the communists knew how to control people. We could see the history for that. It's still the same today from the Russian perspectives. They believe in the just of them, from that the God is with them and they're doing their whole mission to kill all the Nazis. They don't care for you, Jew, Israeli, American, Ukrainian, girl, kids. We hear it all. Like, listen, the amount of war crimes still didn't get exposed, like only now getting investigated. It's insane. Like the amount of videos we're going to have, like of the beheading and stuff. They're seriously listening to the story. I pray that like 90% of the story that they hear they're fake or or rumors or whatever. Because otherwise, like seriously, I'm just praying for that.
I hope they're rumors too, but evidence is evidence. How do Ukrainian soldiers, how do you carry this evidence with you every day into the fight?
Listen, I published today about Alexander, an Israeli volunteer in a partisan. He's from National Guard of Ukraine. When his position was taken by the Russians, he was heavily injured. He was already bleeding, and he was on his that's drones pictures. They have the video of that. Like he surrendered, and they just went over him and shot him in the back while he's lying on his belly. That's who we're fighting against. Like, I'm sorry, that's insane what's going on here. And a lot of things are documented. They're still not out.
Yeah.
Like I saw between the wife and the friends of the unit, like they told her the story about it. Like it was shocking for me.
Nuclei, I live in the United States, and I watched a hearing for our Congress this week, and I know being on the ground, it's awful to hear and see these things, But I want you to know that our lawmakers here in the United States are also hearing about the things that are happening there. And they had a Ukrainian woman who had been kept in a torture chamber for a while. She was actually there in person to tell her story. And then there was an attorney for a 15, 16-year-old boy who had been deported to Russia and managed to get himself back to Ukraine. And she was there to tell his story. And then one of our lawmakers who visited Bucha in February relayed a story that he was told by the mother of a daughter who had died. And so those stories are being told here. And I can't imagine having to be able to hear those stories and witness the crimes on a daily basis. So it's one of the things that I tend to follow more than the military stuff. Some of these guys are focused on military, some of us are focused on other things, and we see it, we're following it, we know about it, and people are going to be held accountable. I just know that. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to tell you that. Just to give you a little hope that people are paying attention.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I know the people. Thank you. It's really listen. With the kids, I totally don't understand it. I never like listen. I was like a little bit clueless about all the stories, like things with Soviet Union before the war. But I never was a big Ukrainian supporter. Like, okay, yes, I'm kind of aware, but I don't remember anything. I was like a really little child when I came to Israel, so I never really had. We always had been a Russian-speaking family. Like all of us spoke Ukrainian, like even I remember from the start, but then I forgot with the time. But still, after this war, like no one stayed outside. Even all those stories about we saving the Russian speakers and bullshit of Nazis. Like, listen, 5,000 Jews, and about a few hundreds of Israeli volunteers serve in Ukrainian army. There is a total of 140,000 Jews in Ukraine, about something like that. That's what the Jewish Institute, International Institute, said. It's insane percentage. What Nazis? What the heck you want? Just get the hell out of here and let them build whatever they want, how they want, on a Western basis. I'm sorry, like the percentage of Jews in the army is insane. Like I don't, even in Israel, I don't know if there is a percentage like that. It's seriously insane.
You know, I saw a translated translation of a intercepted Russian call today of somebody calling home and saying, you know, these people aren't Nazis. These people aren't, you know, these people are fighting for their freedom, and here we are trying to take it away, and what we've been told is all a lie. They are not Nazis. They are not awful people. So, you know, some of these Russian soldiers are figuring out that they're fighting for lies. They're fighting for lies, fighting because they have not been told the truth. So yeah, it's nice to see that sometimes a message gets through to some of them and they relay it home, but oftentimes they're met with a wall at home of people who don't believe, you know, what they're actually saying. It's sometimes feels like an alternate universe that that just can't be true, that these people don't see what's actually happening in front of them. Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, right. Just I've been scrolling through my feed, and it kind of comes up to a question I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you a food question. So I've just seen a video of I think probably a Ukrainian couple in the car driving home with pizza, getting out of their car and going forward and handing the pizza over to a truckload of Ukrainian soldiers on the way to the front, and then they call him back and throw him an MRE. So my question to you is, since you've been back recovering, what food have you been eating? Have you been getting your favorite Ukrainian dishes, or have you been getting any kind of Israeli dishes that you like, or what have you been eating? Yeah, that's my question. Oh, was my mic on then, or was I speaking into a mic?
No, your mic was on. I know Nucleus had some connection difficulties.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear,
Yeah.
Nucleus.
Yeah, thank you. I hear the question. Just the connection sometimes is keeping me from the space, something like that. Listen, the food is out there on the front. It depends. Like if it's really active front, it's MREs. Nothing you can do. You will not, right now jeopardize MPT or some other APCs or any other means to bring you food, fresh food. So you're using your MREs. Nothing. You're waiting for your rotations. It's hard. Sometimes you get some supplies dropped to you somehow. But most of the time it's MREs. But if it's not active front, it's actually the food actually can be really good from the kitchens. There's actually quite a few kitchens here that working near the fronts. So the food is really good. Right now at counters, I'm sorry, I'm going on one hell of a burger trip. I don't know why. I just wanted to try every hamburger. I'm a fan of hamburgers, so I'm going to every restaurant, just burning my money. But I have a few days. I need some, relax, helps a little bit. So that's how I find it.
I'm glad you're eating. You deserve all the hamburgers you can get. Triple layer hamburger with.
Oh, believe me, I will burn all this fat in a day. It's like the amount you're running here. Like, God damn it! So don't worry about that.
If I could buy you dinner tonight, Nuclei, believe me, I'd buy you 6 dinners tonight. Another question for you. Have you spoken to Russian POWs? What is their reaction as a POW? Are they ashamed? Are they relieved that they're still alive and will be treated well by Ukrainian soldiers?
We had quite a few times of POWs, but most of the Wagners they don't surrender. Like they're afraid of their commanders. I don't know why. Like there's literally till the end. Other units, yeah, but when the regular units following as POWs, like most of them afraid a little bit because they hear there are also some rumors that they're the other forces the Russians spreading for purposely to make them afraid, like after why they're doing those executions to Ukrainian. So scared the Russians army. So they will think that Ukrainians will be revengeful, and I don't see any other point. Sorry, like to scare the Ukrainians? No, God damn it, it make us like 40 times more angry. Literally, that's the only reason I see them doing those horrible stuff. Like them and war criminals. Seriously.
That was a tough question, and I agree with you. I think that Russians are trying to scare their own troops by committing atrocities against Ukrainians. That they are trying to convince Russians that they will be treated the same way, and we know they won't be treated in any such way.
Listen, we have an interview at Zorkin. I don't know if you remember, if you know, probably a lot of people know this guy. Like these interviewing all the POWs. So there were 2 guys that captured the VDV that we are captured at Kharkiv area. Like when he asked them, he showed the photos of them. They were in our captivity for a week because we couldn't just evacuate them. We took a picture of them before when we took them, and when we handled them over to other unit today. I forgot the name for them, the ones that took in the POWs to the camps, the POWs. I forget the name for the unit. So he was fatter and well more. He was like way more skinnier. In a week, he gained a weight in our captivity at front. We were shocked. Like we said, okay, we need to relax. We'd give them too much food. I wish our guys had a chance to have the same treatment as we saw in the pictures of everyone who returned from Russian captivity. Sorry, unlike them, that you see picture when he was released, he was like 2 times more, have more weight than he had before. Of course, I'm exaggerating 2 times, but he was way more. It's like noticeable. That's just how things here. You understand? And a lot of us are angry at them. Listen, inside you want to no POWs, like fuck that, but we're not them. We must stay like on the line all the time, saying to the new guys, like you must say, you need to be like where Ukraine will be NATO. We need to believe in no matter what, we are not them. Like even if we're angry as hell. And thank God, just like that. Like otherwise, let's be real. If the Russians had any opportunity to show Ukrainians execute Russians, they would do it like a daily basis. Unfortunately, you see it's the other way around. Like they're doing all the atrocities. That's as simple as that. Like we are trying to be a human people, even if you're angry as hell, and you want to do others. Let's be real. Like everyone angry sometimes when you're close to that. But you're a soldier and you have an oath and you need to respect a POW, the Geneva Convention. So you do. That's all. You're a soldier. You need to remember. First of all, you're a human being. Then you're a soldier. That's how it's supposed to be. That's all.
First of all, you're a human being, and then you're a soldier. Ukraine will be NATO. Ukraine will be in the European Union. Ukraine will be in our world of freedom, the world of freedom that Ukraine is fighting for all of us. And all of us here need to remember that. We need to acknowledge that. And we need to tell others everything Ukraine is doing for us. Yes, first and foremost, it's a fight for Ukraine, but it's a fight for us. It's a fight for all of us. Ukraine is defending the EU. It's defending democracy. It's defending our values. Sorry about that, Nuclei. I'm not you. I'm not on the front. I've not seen what you've seen or done what you've done. But sometimes it's necessary to remind people who don't seem to understand what Ukraine is fighting for. But we're making sure as many people as possible understand this. Nuclei, are you going to rotate back to Israel before you go back to the front, or are you in Ukraine and on the front for weeks and weeks and months to come?
Yeah, it depends on my unit, like whatever the missions we will get. So if we front with the front, no, I'm not going to go back to Israel. I was there already for the injury, yeah, but like as I'm here until we win, then I'll go back. And then I'm going for a long vacation in the Philippines for at least 3 weeks minimum. And then we'll think what we're doing.
I got a question from a listener that they asked me to ask you, and they would like to know about if you experience malfunction with your rifle or gun during a battle, and how important it is to have a clean rifle to be able to believe in your weapon.
Yeah, listen, very important. Thanks God, like I didn't encounter any malfunction, like in a close range firefight. I had two, but it was from long ranges more. But it was because the amount it was in middle of rain, really really heavy rain, and the mud was just flowing, so it's flowing inside my like front barrel, and just shuttered it. So the bullets like almost break my I go the front part of the barrel. That's the only, but expect that you're always trying to keep it like clean. You close in the barrel, like even if you're in the trench or in any, you're going in muddy area, you clean it, you try to oil it all the time. Like, your weapon is your life.
Absolutely.
And also I have the Groth gun, is the Polish gun. It's really impressive in mud for now, from what experience. I didn't have any other issues with him, except that one time. But it was really all our platforms were getting stuck with bullets.
Nuclear in Bakhmut, the Ukrainians have all the ammunition they need, all the artillery shells they need?
Depends. Most of the time, yes. Actually, artillery shells, no. No, they still have advantage on us. Still till today, even when we hit their frontal munitions, but they learned, as you see, they push them way back from our range. So yes, it's way less effective, but they still have the advantage, unfortunately. But from personal ammunition, like grenade launchers, ATGMs depends on the situation and where you are. But grenade launchers, personal ones like Matadors or Javelins or NLAWs, yeah, they're pretty available. Thanks to that.
Have Ukrainian tanks been engaged in battle pretty much throughout the battle in Bakhmut in the city?
Yeah, but depends, as I said, it depends on the terrain. Like if they would stack, there is no point to send them there. But yeah, they would definitely participate in open terrains. But it was like weekly stuff because 1 week it was kind of dry and cold, 1 week it was dirty and mud. So it's worked like that most of the time.
And right now, it's warm, drizzly, rainy, and muddy, and we hope for clear weather because weather actually makes a difference in making decisions about launching a counteroffensive. This seems like an odd question, Nuclear. Do you watch the weather every day? Do you look ahead at the 7-day and 2-week forecast?
No, we're looking only in few hours for if we need for operations or in defense. Then we look at daily. I prefer not look because also weather is unpredictable. The forecast say one thing and after 5 days it's not exactly the same thing. So you can't over prepare yourself because weather can still change. Even if we have a week ahead, like there's going to be sunny, there might be a cloudy day. Yeah. So on the close weather, yes, we're looking, of course. We want to see how to prepare for a position or for our operation. Depends. We're trying to get ourselves with the rain together, or yes, it depends what we want to do.
There are a lot of trenches in and around Bakhmut, and this is trench warfare. It's a lot like World War I. How have you done keeping boots dry, having spare boots, socks dry? And what about Ukrainian soldiers in general? Are they well trained in how to keep themselves healthy, dry, and ready to go in the trenches?
Listen, most important, yes, I'm trying to have at least 4 or 5 pairs of socks. And when we're going for operation or we defending, but we're mostly going for forward, like, like retaking. That's our unit from when we was stationed here a few weeks ago in Bakhmut. So, but at least like I'm vacuuming them. It's really simple, just pushing with your mouth there out and then putting it down in some nylon bag with a lighter and closing it so it stay dry, and then you just open it. So it's good for new soldiers who don't know. A lot of the Ukrainian soldiers don't know this method, how to live. They just put in them, in open supermarket bags instead of nylon bags, and closing them with vacuum. Then keep it dry, really. Like listen, with 10 minutes here with the rain in Ukraine, all your backpack is soaked, so you need to put like nylon and vacuum it and everything. So that's something that we teach here, the guys, something that I had experience from the IDF. It's very important. Some of the guys listening to me, try to leave your things dry, especially batteries. Also very important for everything. And listen to your older guys, what they're doing, like depend on your commanders and learn.
People may not understand the value of dry socks and dry clothes, dry boots in trench warfare. But there's a famous cartoon from the Second World War from Guadalcanal of one Marine saying to another, "You saved my life. Here is my last pair of dry socks." That's how important dry clothes, dry socks, something as simple as socks, it just something we put on every day on our feet and don't think about. You have to think about it on the battlefield. And I have a feeling it's exactly that way in Bakhmut and in many, many places along the line of engagement in Ukraine. Nuclear, I'm just going to go to Shaggy and then to Irish Times. Shaggy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, cheers. I was going to ask another question, but I'll just mention this SOPs things. So back in the day when I was in the pretend air training called the pretend RAF as a teenager, we used to wear these things called puttees, which was this piece of fabric that you kind of wrapped around your ankles, which kind of wrapped the bottom of your trousers around your boots, so it stopped like beasties crawling up or mud getting in there. So I don't know if you still use those. It's very World War One type stuff, actually. But my kind of real question was, kind of how do you, as a commander, I don't know kind of how many men you lead or how many people you've got below you, but how do you kind of keep kind of morale up yourself as a commander? Do you kind of delegate? Is there some people in your squad who are kind of more the jokery ones who kind of keep morale up and you delegate to them, or what do you do to keep the spirits up there? Some kind of examples.
Listen, hard to tell because in our case there are some specific case. Like most of us already battle experience, like for years before this war. Like so we're like the only thing about battlefield keep you sane is keep laughing all the time, jokes. You try not to stay serious like most of the times unless you operate. In operation you're working like a robot, like how you was trained, movement, communication, all need to stay like exactly like you learned. But as when you have like a free time between between the attacks, let's call it, or the assaults, like you try to laugh, you're watching some movies if you have connection, if your Starlink is active. Depends. So that's how it is. Mostly jokes, my friend. We're trying to laugh as much as possible. We look watching a lot of memes, like about Ukrainian army, funny movies, funny videos. I mean, but we're motivated. We know why we're here, so that's why we also like. We knew exactly for what we're coming for. Like most of us, we're already here for a long time, so we know what might happen and how we need to deal with it.
Yeah, I'm not there with you. I'm not in the army, but I remember in the middle of last year when I was starting to feel a bit mentally kind of going down because it was going on so much. So that's when I found NAFO, and the human side of NAFO picked me up and still carries me through as well. So yeah, I'm glad the memes and stuff like that help you as well as they've helped me. I mean, that's one of the main things for the memes is to, as well as bonking the Russians, as well as to try and keep your spirits up as well as our own and stuff.
100%, my friend. People are also creative as hell. Let's be real. There's some things out there like hilarious, like seriously. So when you see, even you're sitting and looking at, and you kind of similar situation, what about people laughing about? It's funny. It's really like going as hell here, like at the front.
So, Nuclei, how do you keep your gear dry? Do you have really good waterproof bags, Bing bags? How do you do it?
We have a storm suits. It's like a nylon cover for your whole body. It's like like anti-chemical, but way less something against rain, like something around that material. So we're using those boots. Unfortunately, you're going to get inside mud. Nothing you can do about it. So you're trying not to get too much equipment with you, so you wouldn't suck down inside the mud too much. So you're taking only the necessary things. And dries, it depends. Like we're trying to get as many candles. We have like a special box candles here, and then we're drying things. Sitting together, a lot of friends under blankets, and trying our universe.
So we have a couple of more hands. Irish Times and Tony. Irish, go ahead, please.
Hey guys, how you going? Good morning from Australia. Yeah, no, Nuke, I have a question. Just like with all the fresh guys in the last year that have been like, I noticed a lot of units have been rotated through back, like the guys who are like, not experienced, but are there, done 2 or 3 months. Is that enough now for them to be kind of, experienced to the level of, like would 1 month embankment be like equivalent of 3 years of training in normal peacetime drills?
It's really hard to tell, because in the end, both things important. Like the training also depends. But let's be real, in this intensive war, in 3 months you already experienced soldier that can train any other army at the moment on macro level. Yeah, as a working as a platoon commander, I'm not talking about like the general levels. Maybe even there, yeah. But on macro level, they have way more experience than any NATO, IDF soldier, or whatever. No one experienced this kind of warfare since World War II. That's just how it is. So in 3 months, yes, you're getting pretty much. If you're in the front for 3 months, yeah, you're getting the same experience. Like you, you learn, or you know.
Yeah, well, I've often wondered if that's one of the tactics too that Ukraine is like using it to, get their troops experience on top of everything else.
Nuclei, I just want to say our good friend Yehuda is with us, and I want to go to Yehuda.
Hello, G'day.
Hey, Yoda.
Hashamcha, hello, welcome, and good to have you.
אני בסדר, בחיים, תודה לאל.
We're just getting ready for Shabbat soon, so I just wanted to pop in. I heard you were here talking about the good stuff, so here we are. And hopefully, in Ritz Hashem, there's going to be some movement on the ground soon. What's the exact date and time, Nuclei? Can you tell us?
What do you mean, for the counterfeit or what?
No one's listening. It's just us. I think Prigozhin listens to the space.
No.
Prigozhin wants to
And let's be real, I don't have a clue, my friend. I'm just,
Obviously, we don't, but I know you know who will know.
only few people know about it. There is not something that's spread.
No, I said you know who will know about it. The Russians. They're gonna find out the hard way.
When the time comes.
Yeah. So, anyways, no. People said you're here. Listen, we love your posts. Sometimes they're very inspiring. Sometimes they're very sad. But all of them, each time you post, we see that it's definitely showing the world that Ukraine will win, and the sacrifices and the successes are plain for everyone to see. So may you all be Matzliach in the coming days to come, Nuclei, and everyone will in Ukraine will be Ephraim Menashe, Ephraim and Manasseh, brothers who got along, and that's why we do a blessing on Shabbat for your children. And they pick these two brothers as opposed to all the other brothers, because if you look in the history of the Bible, all the other brothers tend to fight a lot, except for two, and those remind me of Ukrainian brothers in Ukraine who are fighting shoulder to shoulder. It doesn't matter if they're Christian or a Muslim or a Jew. That camaraderie and that brotherly love and sisterly love. I was going to get to that, and it's inspiring. So I know probably the most interaction I get from any retweet that team tweets from any post is yours, or your post. So thank you for that, and we're here with you. Aryeh, our friend, got a little injured, and he's transported to Kyiv. You remember him, Aryeh?
Yeah, I spoke with him.
Is he feeling better?
He have from a mind, and he have his how you call it? I forgot the name of the
Pneumonia. You got pneumonia in the end.
pneumonia. Yeah, exactly.
Anyways,
Thank you.
our thoughts and prayers for speedy recovery for all the wounded warriors of glorious Ukraine, and onward to victory. And that's what I'm thinking. So people said you got to come up, and I'm just here if there's any questions. I can sound for a little bit. Then it's time to light. All right, go ahead.
I'm so glad to see you, Yehuda. Tony, go ahead.
Hi guys. Thanks, Newly, for your service. Just a bit question off the subject. I heard you say that you're going to the Philippines. I'm going to the Philippines on Monday, and I would be honoured to buy you a drink or two or three or four. I'm following you, so I can leave you the contact details and probably show you around if you've not been there.
Oh, I lived in the Philippines for 6 years after the army.
Oh, okay.
I was working at the Ministry of Defense, so we worked there with the Philippine Army. So I lived there, like in Manila, in Pampanga. I was 2 times in Cebu a little bit. Also in Thailand. Like I was working all around Asia, so I know the place. Like I speak in Tagalog pretty good.
Did you have a thriller in Manila?
Oh, Philippines is Philippines.
It's more fun in the Philippines, they say. But I'd be honoured to buy you a drink, Newly. I'm down in Subic Way anyway.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for your service, man.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
So, Nuclei, I know it's late in Ukraine. It's after 0300. How much time do you have with us? I know you need rest.
No, that's God. Today I was after treatment, so I have almost until midday tomorrow, so I'm fine. I will have my 7 hours of sleep, so I have another 10-15 minutes, and then I'll go to rest a little bit. But it's all good, all good. I have time. I know I'm not on missions or something. I'm just behind with chronometers for my check-ins.
Thank you. While Yehuda is here, I hope you and Yehuda can have some time together. Yehuda, can I go back to you?
Sure. I didn't know it's the Nuclear and Yehuda show. I love it. But it's always a problem when he's here because that's when I get all the anti-Semitic comments about us taking over the world. A lot of neo-Nazi sites on lately, and they talk about Ukraine a lot. And apparently, Nuclear is one of 100 million Jews, even though there's only like 14 million in the world. They run Ukraine, you see, and they're purposely killing Ukrainians and blah blah blah. I mean, this stuff. I don't even want to address the points because sometimes there's nuanced and sophisticated racism and bigotry, and then there's a fellow named Ludwig. I don't know. Jeez Louise. There's a lot of it, but this is Russian propaganda, and if it isn't directed, it's indirect propaganda. So this person reads these, stories online that aren't true, and then regurgitates them and lies and says it's his own personal experience. So you just have people that are looking for clout, and it's important. I always make it a point that they'll always go back to traditional forms of bigotry to gin up their audience, to rouse their crowds, and it feels good to be on the right side of history. I think everyone listening knows it feels good to be on the right side of history. Who are the people that are attacking us? People who think, I'm not picking on Republicans or Democrats in the States, but people who think that like Hillary Clinton eats babies and there's sex trafficking rings and the moon is flat and the moon doesn't exist, the world is flat, the Jews own everything. I don't know why I even work for a living anymore. This whole gig of pretending to work for a living is starting to tire me out, Alan. I'm really waiting for that big old check. Me and Nuclear can go to the Philippines or I don't know, some Fiji. I'd like to go to Fiji. That looks like a place I could never afford. But I actually can because I'm lying to you, you see? And it's tough financing and convincing everyone to go to war. But it sounds funny, but the truth is that is the anti-Ukraine crowd. The anti-Ukraine crowd is the crowd that supports Andrew Tate. He's just a great guy. Those are not sex traffickers. And everyone who supports, Russia in this genocide is just like almost an uncouth barbarian, right? Like these aren't sophisticated people. This is not a hard thing to understand. This isn't one of those questions that you go, gosh, where do I sit? I mean, are you a reasonable, rational person that has an ounce of empathy in your heart? Okay, you know what you need to do. Are you a nut job who believes in conspiracies and you're a victim and poor you? That's probably the person who sides with Russia. So I think it feels good if it makes you feel better. I got a lot of messages yesterday, last couple of days, people who were saying things like, "Oh, there are a bunch of these racist space." And I did go in to listen for a bit, and it's shocking. I mean, the level of sophistication. I mean, you could convince these people that snails, like, spread cancer or something, and they'd believe it. Like nothing's too stupid for some of these people, and it's shocking. But it's true, and that's what we have to face, and that's why MriyaReport, all of these places that promote information and share the information and analyze it, these are so important. That's why it has to go on 24 hours a day, because as the truth shines through the night, stupidity doesn't seem to go away. There's a lot of stupid laying around, and in order to combat that ignorance, you have to be the light in the night. And in fact, in order to light up a dark room, you only need one candle, and we have often 500 to 1,000, depending on the bots. And we're here, and we're not going anywhere. Nuclear. Some people ask, why do you keep doing it 24 hours a day? I don't know. I think Alan's heroic work and Heather and everyone pales in comparison to the people like you who don't speak about Ukraine 24 hours a day, but you live, breathe, eat, and you fight for it. And frankly, all of you are our heroes, and that's really important. So our commitment sounds great, and it is important, but nothing's more important than those who are risking their lives and giving their lives every day on the fields, the wheat fields, the sunflower fields, the hills, the rivers, the mountains of Ukraine. And that's you guys. So hats off to you, and massive amount of respect. And I think I speak for everyone on this panel and in this room when we say, we're just, we stand on the shoulders of giants when you're around us. So thank you, Nuclear.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. We're here, as I said from the first time I came here. We're here for Ukraine. When we know it over, then we will celebrate. For now, it's hard, but we will win. It's just a question of time.
You will.
Thanks, Alan. Good morning, Prince, and hello, Nukli and Yehuda. Hey, Nukli. Now I know you've been in the Philippines, but have you ever been down to the Workers' Paradise in Western Australia? Because if you are, I can we'll one up them and say, mate, if you ever in Perth, Western Australia, I'll be happy to shout your room in a spare apartment I've got that I use for, well, currently I use for Ukrainian refugees if they need short-term accommodation, and others. And since I've got both you and Yehuda here, I'm just curious about whether or not you think Joe, do you think the Jewish space laser is going to be used strategically or tactically during the coming offensive? And what sort of recharge time on that thing and time over target can we expect for that device? What sort of real performance do you expect out of that Jewish space laser?
Boy, you joke about it, but I'm going to have DMs about this for months from the weird ones.
But buddy, I owe you, because every time you're on with me, man, the trolls
Yeah, I know they come out.
So,
you got to hear Ludwig. You got to hear this guy. Poor guy. I can do an imitation of him. I had to listen to him for so long. And my German people have been attacked by the Jews and their space lasers that they talk about, and they say they're joking. Now, I'm not a smart man. I might know more than you, but I don't know, is he from Minnesota or something? He's just a strange man. You know what? We joke, but the Israelis, they're coming up with a space laser. They said those Patriots are too expensive. And, who are we to turn down a bargain? I'm just kidding. That's horrible. But, a space laser is a laser that shoots down missiles is infinitely cheaper, apparently. And why not? Why not, right?
why not? But I actually have a serious question for Nukli. So think back to the whole time you've had to be fighting in war, and it's something none of us will basically ever experience. And I'd be curious to find out what was the most surprising thing that you found? What was the thing that you just basically blew your mind about being in combat more than anything in comparison? Well, I've heard other people's stories. I'd just be interested to know what was the most revealing thing of being in combat for you.
The human waves of the Russians, to tell you the truth. Like even against when we had them against jihadist organization or against Hezbollah when I fight, they work in small units trying to advance, trying to mostly ambush you to outmaneuver you. Those guys are, as I said again, depends on the case. But in many cases, they're just pushing forward with like 20 guys, then another 20, then another 20. And they're just putting down like in an hour 100 men. Like, what the hell? Like that's the most shocking for me. Like I never saw things like that. I never fought things that are possible. Like listen, not the Iraqi war, not Afghanistan, not the IDF wars, not even the Yugoslavia war, the Chechnya. Nothing is even comparable to anything. Like not Yom Kippur war, maybe, but it was too short. Like if you compare to the Ukrainian war.
And do you guys talk about that in Ukraine? I mean, do you talk about what it is and how do they manage to get these people to do this task, which we've all read about, and I mean, it's got to be true. But how do you guys talk about how the hell do you get somebody to do something so futile?
As I said, it's their education. Like they were taught how to listen, like because they know that if they don't do it, their punishment will be severe. Sometimes they might get beaten, as we saw in many videos. Sometimes they might even get shot, but they're own guys. So they prefer to go forward, and if they phone, some of them are motivated. Let's do it, like the patriots and stuff. But most of them, like whatever happens, happens. If I surrender, surrender. If we win, that's my opinion. Yeah? God knows. I don't know what exactly they're thinking of. I'm not them.
Shaggy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just regarding what Yehuda was saying about those other spaces, those tanky spaces. Yeah, I go into those to fight the info war for Ukraine side. I found I've got a bit of a skill set for that. Maybe I just got elephant skin for that kind of thing. I just turn the emotion chip on, and yeah, I believe I'm helping over there, helping the Ukrainian cause. Judging by my DMs, anyway, changed a few minds. It's not for everyone. I couldn't do it 6 months ago, but somehow I've learned the skill, and now I go over there quite a bit actually, either on this account or some other account. Yeah, I don't. One of the things I don't do, I don't believe that I don't like mentioning their names because they kind of get a kick out of that. So they're the unmentionables, as I call them. But yeah, the fight is going on even over there, Yehuda. Some of us go over there. Ming's another person who goes over there and changes minds. And we make a difference. We're not going to win the war by ourselves. We're not going to. One thing about info war is once the idea is planted, like that V for Vendetta film, the saying in that, once the idea is planted, you can't really kill an idea, but you can plant another idea. And that's what I try and do: plant another idea in the listener's head. Maybe not the speaker's heads. The people who are up in the speakers are like me, I suppose, and others that come up are a bit opinionated and whatever. But you can plant an idea in the people that are listening, the sheeple, as it were, that are listening, and those are the ones you can get through to. So they're the ones I think about, and the ones that you mentioned, like that guy you mentioned. Yeah, you're never going to change their ideas. You just got to, well, you can do lots of things to combat them. So yeah, it's a horrible job. It can be a horrible job if you let it get to you. It's like Nuclear on the front lines when he's walking through trenches and seeing dead bodies and stuff like that. Well, it's probably nothing like that, but you know what I mean. It's not good mentally, or it can't be. It can be not good mentally, but it is possible if you've got a certain skill set and you're up for it. So I just wanted to say that there are people fighting that, and we are winning a little bit. We are changing minds and hearts.
Thank you, Shaggy. Nuclear, with respect, I just put in the nest your tribute to Partisan, and I hope that's okay.
Yeah, 100%, of course. Rest in peace. Slava Heroi.
Herom Slava.
Herom Slava.
Bloke, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to Shaggy. I popped into one of those spaces and I heard him. I don't know how you keep your temper, Shaggy, but you were brilliant. Just, giving some of those tankies and vatniks enough rope to hang themselves. It was brilliant. I couldn't do it though. It was too infuriating, but you were wonderful.
I just turn off that emotion chip. That's simple. Turn it off.
I gotta find that thing because that could come in really handy sometimes. I tend to. We'll have to have a chat.
Yeah, I mean, there's various techniques. I mean, one of them is simply just turn down when one particularly horrible one's ranting away. Just turn down the volume switch on your phone. Don't listen. Simple. There's lots of little techniques that I've learned, but I'm glad you think I'm helping. That means a lot.
This war goes on in so many places. On the battlefield where it's most important, and in disinformation spaces where we fight. Shaggy, if you go into such a place and have to hear such language and these are atrocities of language, but And we do have to turn off our emotions from time to time. Nuclei, do you turn off your emotions on the battlefield? When and how and where? And when do you turn them on again?
It's a hard question. I don't know. It's happening automatically for me, so I never really think about it. Probably when you start like to feel the adrenaline going up, then it starts. But I never actually thought about it. So no, it just working out. Like that's how I was trained, so that's how I work. And I trying to get my breathing like stable all the time. That's all. Nothing special. Nothing.
I remember one time when you were on the space with us, Nuclei, you were sharing with us the difference. Well, I don't know that I could say the difference, but how to me it is the difference of how the Israeli Defense Forces train their soldiers to take care of their mental health, and how much they pay attention to taking care of the soldiers' mental health, which seems to be a big, huge difference from what we see in most other militaries. And I thought that was a really, really interesting point. So I think that the training, especially for the Israeli Defense Forces, is a bit different in how they teach their soldiers to deal with the mental stress of war and battle, and how then the military itself responds to taking care of your mental health after engagements and things such as that. Yehuda, I don't know if you can answer, if you can respond to that also, or if Nuclei, you want to say anything about that or not.
Listen, this is hard for me. Okay, yeah, maybe I'm not showing it all the time. It's hard. It's very hard to me. Like psychologically, like it's hard. But I'm motivated, and I know what's my reasons and why I'm here. So that's probably why I can keep myself sane. Like I know my reason. I know already, insane stuff. I saw stuff before, like traumas. Like yes, in IDF, thanks God they're working with us. Like a lot of things, but still there's also problems. Like in every military, like there is some scandals. There's some stuff. There's some people like that getting traumatized. Like it's individual. Nothing you can do about. No matter the training you do. Some cases, but in the IDF, definitely we like after every operation we work with the psychologists that talk with us. It's helped. It 100% helped a lot. But here we're trying to do it ourselves. We're talking about things we're not like. We mostly know what our target. Like the rest is the rest. We'll deal with it time at a time.
Shaggy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that when you've got the truth on your side and when you've got justice in your mind and you've got your buddies by your side, even if it's just one buddy, then that can get you through all the evil and disgusting stuff that the other side is throwing at you. I think that's
100%.
Yeah, it's just when you're righteousness. If you know you're in the right, then that can get you through. You can always lean on that and to draw strength from it. So I'm not in the military. I've never been in the military. I can't comprehend. I don't even want to think about what you're going through, Nuclei, because that just spiraled me down. But I think in that respect, I think I understand that.
Well, there's no war since the Second World War that's been fought that has been more about right against wrong, more about justice against evil than this war Ukrainians are fighting for all of us. That's the way we all feel here. And that's why we are honored and awed to have Nuclei with us tonight. truly honored. Nuclei,
I love you guys and thank you very much. I will also need to jump out already. I need to get some rest. So I'll try to get on. Hopefully in a few days, maybe a week or two. Let's see how things are going on. So we'll be in touch, guys. Love you all. Keep yourself safe and thank you. And Slava Ukraini.
Herom
Herom
Slava.
Slava.
Thank
Hello,
you.
Slava. Good luck.
Love you all and keep yourself safe, guys. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
I'm running fast, so I'll be good.
love you, Nuclei.
Love
Stay
you all,
safe.
guys. Keep safe.
Slava Ukraini. Nancy, go ahead, please. And by the way, it is approximately 013900. In other words, 1:39 a.m. in Kyiv. And we are so thankful Nuclei has been with us for the last few hours. A hero and an ordinary guy, because ordinary guys are heroes.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. I'll jump in there. And for those who jumped in late or haven't heard Nuclei before, it's absolutely astounding to me that as a civilian, yes, he'd had former military training when he was with the IDF. That's part of the requirement when you are an Israeli. But he was a civilian at the age of 35, 36 when he went to Ukraine to help get his uncle out of Mykolaiv. And I'm embarrassed to say Mykolaiv is such a frequent name in Ukraine. I have no idea anymore which region of Ukraine he was trying to get his uncle out of. But to be faced with what the Russians were doing in their invasion and the atrocities, firing at unarmed civilians, tanks leveling cars, we've all seen the video. That was enough for him to stand up and say, not again. No, we are not doing this. And to join and support at his best level, protecting Ukraine, because he was protecting freedom and the right to self-determination. And again, I think we've talked here before about how self-determination and democracy are not, they're not linear, they're not simple things, they're not always beautiful. We can't put them on a pedestal and say, this is perfect. But it is right. It is righteous. And it's the stories and the information fed from people like Nuclei and others who we have heard over the last year and more from the front line that remind me of that every single day. And this was heartbreaking and enlightening in equal measure to hear Nuclei describe what he and his band of brothers and sisters are going through, and a soldier's view from the front line. It's very difficult to hear, but we have an obligation to listen, to not look away, to not turn away. Their fight is my fight. This is what my parents and my parents before them raised a woman who would grow up and understand what is important about democracy and freedom. And it's not the petty bullshit that separates us and divides us and lets me point at somebody else on this panel or somebody else in the gallery or somebody else in the county or state that I live in and say they're full of crap. It is not that. It is what separates us as humans, caring, much as I might get pissed off at somebody else, I care about them as humans and about humanity. And that is what people like Nuclear are fighting for right now, is that hope, that inspiration, that self-determination that I believe we all stand for. And I pity those who don't see it. And yeah, they piss me off too. I will get enraged at them. But at the end of the day, I have to pity them because what's right is right. And self-determination, and honestly, since the full-scale invasion, I have gone back several times and looked at the Declaration of Independence, the preambles, and so much that I learned in college that I've taken for granted ever since then. And this has reminded me, this whole fight has reminded me that freedom and self-determination cannot be taken for granted. And I will fully support anyone who is fighting for it. And I will fully fight against anyone who is trying to deny it to them. And I'm going to get off my soapbox, but I really felt like I had to express that. What Nuclei and people like him tell us day to day is what it is like to fight in the trenches for what I am fighting for philosophically. And I don't have the physical capability anymore to do what they're doing, but I can still support it with my words, with my writing to my representatives, with my personal finances. Heck, I just completed my US taxes and went, oh, I get a tax refund. Bully for me. Guess where it's going? It's going somewhere that's far more important than me getting an extra toy in my personal play box this year. So I just would ask everyone to look at it that same way. What are we fighting for and why are we fighting? And what are the people on the front line in Ukraine fighting for? And why are they fighting? And it's for us. And if you're not picking up on that yet, then raise your hand, talk, let's hash it out. Let's talk about what the uncertainties are and what the obstacles are. Because this is the most straightforward, simple, and righteous fight that I've seen in my lifetime. And I know it's what my parents prepared me for. And no, I am not putting Ukraine, their military, anyone supporting them, I am not putting us on a pedestal because honestly, democracy is messy. It is not going to become the shining beacon of absolute perfection after this war is won. That's not fair to put on anybody. But it is right and it is righteous. And that's the foundation of freedom. Thanks, Alan.
Well,
Thank you, Nancy.
and how many?
I was just going to
Go ahead, Alan.
go ahead, Prince. I was just going to say, Prince, all of us here know people who don't get it. And I would encourage you all to bring those people here so they can get it, so they can hear people like Nuclei and Nancy and Prince and Will, then John, Shaggy, who's left us, David. Come here and get it. Get some understanding about what Ukraine is fighting for. As Nancy said, she looked back at founding documents of the United States, looked at the Declaration of Independence, the pursuit of happiness. Well, Ukraine is in pursuit of victory, and there will be no happiness in Ukraine or here until there's victory. Prince.
Yeah, and the words that kept on going through my mind as Nancy was talking is freedom isn't free. It never has been free. If we look back over history, the millions of lives who've been lost and who have fought for our ability to be free. And for many of us, this is the first time we've paid attention to a country who is battling for their freedom, who is fighting for their freedom in such a clear way. I can, I still think of how many men lost their lives on the battlefield, in historical wars, so that we could have our freedom today. How many men and women have lost their lives on battlefields so that we could have our freedom today? How many men, women, and children who have lost their lives as a result of a war that has led to us being able to maintain our freedom? Those are the things that we are witnessing every day. Every day, these things are happening in Ukraine. Every day, men and women are losing their lives for the freedom of their country. And we will be here to support them. And we will be here to support them until their country is free and every Russian is out of it. And I'm going to go into a bit of a shameless plug. And I just have to find the right tweet here. We've been supporting Verlaine and the Rebiz unit. And the Rebiz unit is a rapid response brigade in the Ukrainian military. They were the brigade at Hostomel. They have been in many battles, and I think Verlaine was on about when I was going to sleep last night, and I haven't seen her today, but she's a busy person who has a lot of responsibilities, and she's been spending a lot of time with us, sharing with us about her unit and about the things that they need and why they need what they need. And I'm actually going to put a tweet up here in the nest. It's one of the older tweets about her unit. But it is the tweet that itemizes the categories of items that they need. It's gadgets, gear, clothes, and medical. And I know that there are many items probably not even on this list, but as examples, they need drones and antennas, tactical gear, hearing protection, uniforms, t-shirts, IFACs, blankets, fire blankets, emergency blankets, fire blankets, stretchers. They need many things to help their unit fight as safely as they can and take care of their unit when somebody gets wounded. Many people know Verlaine, one of the co-founders of this space, but many people also know Operator Starsky. And our Operator Starsky is also part of that unit. There is, I'm going to clean out the nest after I'm done talking, because there's another link in the nest up there, a few over, that's by Verlaine. that was added much earlier this morning, where you can watch some videos and a big timeline that Verlaine is working on to share with us information about the unit as we're going through this this time to raise money for the Rabiche unit. So if you can put your coffee money or whatever you can spare, donate to MriyaReport.org, and that money will go directly to the Rabiche unit to purchase the things that they need to help them fight effectively and safely. And when they're wounded, to take care of their wounded. And these are the things that are going to make a difference. These are the things that are going to help. These are going to be the things that help freedom come. Freedom isn't free for those who are fighting it because they fight with their lives. And the least we can do is fight with a little bit of money from our pockets to contribute to the cause of freedom. So I encourage everybody to take a peek and look at Verlaine's threads. I added to one, the other one that I was talking about with videos to the front of the nest, I believe. And yes, I did. And so just consider giving what you can. And you know what? If you can't donate money, I understand that too. It's part of the reason that I spend so much time trying to help the MriyaReport, is because I can't give. It's just the way life is. So don't feel bad. But what you can do is you can retweet, you can quote tweet, you can comment, you can share information about the fundraisers that are happening. You can help spread the word about what we're doing here at MriyaReport. You can help someone understand that helping Ukraine is helping to pay the price for freedom, because freedom isn't free.
And you know, Prince, a follow-up question to your statements is this: how do you want to use your freedom? Because all of us here tonight, listening and speaking, are free. We are free to be here. We are free to be here, to be honored, talking to Nuclei, a soldier in Ukraine, a volunteer from Israel, injured twice, lost an eye, recovering from shrapnel in his leg. We're free to be here. But so many people around the world, including Russians, are not free to be here. They cannot join us. They cannot speak to us. They cannot hear the truth about this war, that Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine. And Nuclei can talk to you about that. There's a tweet up in the nest, a tribute that Nuclei made to one of his comrades. Look at it. Follow him. Get the news. Listen to voices like Nuclei's. Listen to all the voices that come on here at MriyaReport, all the Ukrainian voices. They're the most important. What I say, or Prince says, or David, or Nancy, or Will, or Shaggy, or Den Johns, what we say really is not very important at all. All we try to do is bring you here. The voices you need to hear are Nuclei and other Ukrainian voices that come here every single day. So use your freedom. Use your freedom to give. to Fairlane, just look up in the nest, take a look at one of those tweets, follow the link to a donation page at PayPal, or go to MriyaReport.org, tap the donate button, and then you decide how much is your freedom worth? How much is the fight Ukraine is waging for your freedom worth? Just be generous. Just be as generous as you possibly can. And thank you. And what an honor it was tonight to talk to Nuclei. What an honor it is every single day to talk to a Ukrainian citizen or soldier. Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. It was a real honor and humbling, and in awe of Nuclei actually. And to go what Prince was saying and what you were saying as well. Yeah, we can't. But some people can't give money. Some people can give a lot. Some people can just give a little bit. Some people can't give any because times are hard. Some people can give some time. Some people haven't got time either, or have got only little time. But retweet or spreading the word, yeah, even just a retweet, just hitting the retweet button a few times, it all helps. One of the things that is the hardest thing is not feeling you're doing enough, because you want to do more, but you're just unable to do more because you've reached the end of your resources, but you want to do more, but you know more needs to be done, and it can be discombobulating. It can actually stop you from doing that little bit more that you could actually do. So just try not to get discombobulated by guilt, which is basically what it is. It's survivor's guilt. It's not doing enough guilt. It's not giving enough guilt. Try not to fall into that little spiral, because when you fall into that little spiral, that bit of time, that little bit of effort that it takes to wander down that spiral and to spend time in that spiral, you could be retweeting. You could be doing that little bit more. So try and stop yourself, because what you are doing is helping. And if you can, more times you can stop yourself from falling down a little guilt spiral, which is completely natural and normal because you care, and you care a lot. And probably the more you care, actually, the easier it is to fall down that little guilt spiral. But just try and pat yourself on the back, pick yourself up, be gentle with yourself, and spend that little bit of effort, that little bit of time doing that little bit more, because it's going to make you feel really good, and it is going to help. And that's all I had to say on that.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Shaggy.
thank you.
I'm trying to help you save your voice, Alan. I know it's gentle. It's fragile today. Thank you so much, Shaggy. And Marcus, go ahead.
Thanks, Prince. Heather. Shaggy, you're absolutely on point. I've been away for a while, and I'm now back and listening. I was over in Ukraine just after the war started, because my wife is Ukrainian, and we have many friends and family over there. So when the war broke out, I went over to assist over there, and I came back to Canada in September. The thing is still raging. There's still a lot of need. I'm a heavy supporter of MriyaReport and MriyaAid, and the whole question of donation and money. And we all know that there's a lot of donor fatigue out there. But anything that we can do as individuals, if we can give, that's brilliant. If we can't, then I think the onus is on us is to do exactly what you're talking about, Shaggy. Retweet, get the messaging out there. I just had news from my niece that her husband, who is in the UAF, is on his way up to Bakhmut. So we're all very, very concerned about him and his unit. So anything people can do, you may think it's insignificant. It could be $1, a pound, a euro, whatever it is. But all of those things are like little drops in the bucket. And if everybody has a little drop in that bucket, we will fill that bucket and we will get the kit and the equipment and the humanitarian aid that not only the UAF needs, but also the people of Ukraine who are absolutely suffering through all of this. So I just wanted to jump up just to throw it 100% support for the words that you guys were saying, and I'll drop back down to listening. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcus. I actually was thinking about you last night. I was thinking, I haven't seen Marcus in the speaker panel for a while, so it's good to see you with us again.
Being very busy with aid projects, and I'm actually going to go and meet with one of our suppliers overseas to have a wee chat with them about how we're doing and how we're getting our stuff over there. So yeah, I may be quiet, but I'm working well behind the scenes here. So I'll be once this is all over, I'll be back to talk to you about all that stuff. Thanks, Heather.
Thank you, Marcus. It's good to hear from you, and I had no doubt that you were very busy. I figured that's why you hadn't been around to visit. And it just made me think, something just made me think of you, that you must be a busy man these days because you haven't been around. Okay, I'm gonna try to find us. Actually, I'm not gonna try very hard. I have it all right here. Some information of a couple of things that I've found today, to maybe, well, I think I'm gonna sort of try to focus on a couple of lighter things here for a couple of minutes. We all know that we love the Ukroposhta. I love the Ukroposhta more than I like the Ukrasalaznitia, and that's because I can pronounce Ukroposhta better. um, and Ukroposhta announced today that they're going to have some new stamps. And this time, actually, they're Easter eggs. We know how Ukrainians do Easter eggs, and they are absolutely beautiful. And so, yes, so of course, the Easter eggs are stronger than the enemies. And these Easter egg stamps will be able to be purchased starting today, I guess, at the branches and in the postal market. So it is. There are 4 different stamps with 4 different designs on them, and they are absolutely beautiful. You may have seen the tweet. I retweeted it earlier today, and it is. I'll just redo that, and that is. They're absolutely beautiful, and I just love the creativity of Ukroposhta when it comes to the stamps that they put out. The other day when we had the unidentified flying object over Kyiv, which was a meteor. Okay, I shouldn't have called it an unidentified flying object. As Nancy's alien fella will attest to, as well as many other alien fellas that I have seen over the last couple of days, we can see that, we like to have a good sense of humor about these kinds of things. And there was a wonderful image of a spaceship and the guy that was flipping off the Moskva in the postage stamp. So they edited it so the guy was flipping off the spaceship, which was absolutely hilarious. And the head of Ukroposhta sent out a tweet saying that, he's got enough ideas. He doesn't need to keep coming up with more ideas for stamps, but thinking that he might have to find a spot to be able to do a run of those stamps. It's just, It just cracks me up. They come up with some really, really, really good stuff. Then there's an interesting story that I came upon today, and another story that just it warmed my heart. It warmed my heart because it is just a sweet, sweet story about a 75-year-old Japanese man. And he is in the Kharkiv area. Now, the 75-year-old Japanese man did not live in Ukraine prior to the invasion by Russia last year. He lived in Japan, but he was on vacation, and he had taken his vacation, and it was big vacation, and he was visiting a bunch of World War II sites, and he had gone to visit sites in Poland and things, and he then went to visit Kyiv in January 2022 as a tourist. He had gone to see the concentration camps prior, and then he went to go see Babin Yar in Kyiv. And so then he was still on his vacation in February 24th. He was in Warsaw, and he saw thousands of refugees from Ukraine at the train station. And he decided to support those Ukrainians. And he returned to Kyiv. In May, he went to Kharkiv. And for, I think, about 8 months, he lived in the subway station. He lived in the subway station for 8 months. And in that time, with his own money, he was finding food and purchasing food for the residents with his own pension and organizing events for the kids to do. Eventually, he was able to rent a small place. Let's see. He was able to open a small place, and it is a free cafe. It is, I think it's in part of a shop. It's located in Saltivka, not far from the metro station, and he rents the space from a local market. He prepares hot lunches, baked pies, hot lunches and baked pies for people, and he gives the food away for free. He is supported by benefactors and compatriots of the Japanese. Yeah, it's really cool. It includes soup, borscht, porridge, pasta, meat, as well as the pastries, pies, buns, donuts, and tea. He wants people to smile. He's since I think I might have saved the wrong story here, but I do recall that he's paying for all of this on his own pension. He has sold his home in Japan to help fund what he's doing here in Ukraine, and he's planning on staying for the duration. He's 75 years old, and he just happened to fall in love with Ukraine while he was on vacation. And now he is in Kharkiv, in Saltivka, and he is feeding Ukrainian people for free every single day. So Ukrainians do a lot for each other, and the world has a huge heart for Ukraine. And we see this battle happening, and we can't help but step up, including a 75-year-old man from Japan who just happened to be on vacation. when all of this started. Alan, to you for a minute.
Well, Prince, if we could go to Ukraine, wouldn't we all fall in love with Ukraine? Wouldn't we all fall in love with Kyiv and Lviv and Odessa? Wouldn't we all fall in love with Kharkiv and also Irpin and Bucha, Mykolaiv, Kherson? These are all Ukrainian places that will go down in history. And wouldn't we all fall in love with Ukraine if we could go there, if we were so lucky? So maybe we're not that lucky, but we're fortunate to be able to help Ukraine by sending a donation to the Rubij Rapid Response Unit. Just go up in the nest, find a tweet from Verlaine, follow the link to PayPal, make a donation. Nancy had a great idea. If you're a U.S. citizen and you get a refund from the IRS, what better place to send it than Ukraine? What better place to send it than MriyaReport? That's what I'm going to do. In fact, I might do it in anticipation of my refund. Use your freedom. Use your freedom to support a fight for freedom. Go up in the nest and find that tweet. I'm sure many of our listeners are probably aware that today the Ramstein conference, the latest one, concluded in Germany, and I think there was good news all in all. There are no jets, Western fighter jets, F-16s or F-18s headed for Ukraine, but there's plenty of gear headed for Ukraine. In fact, all together over the months, Ukraine has been able to equip 9 new Ukrainian mechanized assault and tank brigades. These have all been fully equipped thanks to contributions from NATO nations, more than 50 nations around the world supporting Ukraine's fight for freedom. So what are we talking about? 1,200 armored vehicles. These include tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, 150 155 millimeter howitzers, 300 mortars, and 35,000 newly trained, well-equipped, courageous Ukrainian soldiers, trained all over the world, from Europe to the United Kingdom, to Canada, to the United States. This is what the unity of the world fighting against genocidal aggression looks like. So support it. Join us. Get up in the nest. Find that tweet that brings you to a link that allows you to make a donation, or just go to MriyaReport.org. MriyaReport.org. Tap on the donate button. I haven't spelled that out lately. And Prince, one thing I don't want to do here at MriyaReport is preach to the choir. I don't want to talk to the choir anymore. I want new people to come in and hear what we sing about. I don't want to preach to the choir. I want new people here every single day who don't understand what's happening or need information. And All of you listeners, you know someone like that. It could be a member of your family, it could be a friend, it could be someone you work with. Bring them here. And tell them they are welcome to come up and ask questions. If they don't understand, bring them here to learn. No longer do I want to preach to the choir. I want a big crowd here. A big crowd that needs to understand what is at stake. So please retweet the space. Get people in here. More the better. More and more and more every single day. Because the finish line is in sight. Prince?
Well, let's go ahead and see what Shaggy has to say before I continue on. Go ahead, Shaggy.
Yeah, well, here's an idea for you to get a bit more reach. So the thing that annoys me about Twitter is when you get those promoted tweets from these random companies which have paid Elon Musk some money. So copy the link for MriyaReport and reply back to one of those promoted tweets with that link. And you will spread the word of MriyaReport to places which probably don't know about MriyaReport. And people that are reading those threads will then come across MriyaReport. Maybe some of them will click on that link and come to MriyaReport, hear what we've got to say, hear what the co-hosts have got to say, hear what heroes like Nuclear have got to say, and may reach into their pockets and make a donation. And all those people on all those threads who have come across that link that you put there, I mean, some of those threads get quite a lot of action because they're very big companies. And if you do that every time you come across a promoted tweet, and there are quite a lot of these promoted tweets, because I usually block them actually on some account, on one account. When I come across those tweets before I block the bloody thing, I stick a few links there. I stick some memes there. So yeah, use those links. Use it for an advantage. Use it for Ukraine's advantage. That would be my advice. Out.
That's a great idea, Shaggy. I'm going to do that tonight. And because I'm not really a 22nd century tech guy, I didn't even know about that, but I'm going to do that tonight. Great idea. And you know, listen to Shaggy, folks. Do the same thing. Let's get all these promoted tweets linked to MriyaReport. Someone's going to tweet. Someone's going to tap that link. Someone's going to come here and listen. Someone's going to give. And it all makes a difference. And we are here to make a difference. I know all of you are. I know I'm preaching to the choir because I can see all of you. It's just, tenors, basses, sopranos, second tenors, what have you. We all sing and we harmonize, we're loud, but we need more people. We just need more people here who don't understand what's happening. And we can all let them know. Prince, did you find that news you were looking for?
Well, Alan, I have lots of news. It's just, what do I want to talk about at the exact moment? Let's talk about a smile. Let's talk about a very, very rare smile that I don't know that we've ever seen before. But it made some news today. It was all over Twitter. And it was from Ukraine's Defense Intelligence Directorate. The head of the Intelligence Directorate reacted today to the news of Moscow's court decision to arrest him in absentia in connection with the October 8th attack on the Kerch Bridge. I saw this when it broke and I was just like, You know what? I don't think I have ever seen him smile. I don't think I've ever seen that man smile in a picture. And people were screenshotting just the millisecond that he gave the little smile, and people made a big, huge deal out of it. And it just cracked me up all day long. But yes, a court in Moscow on Friday arrested Budanov in absentia for what it called a terrorist attack on the bridge, according to TASS. So, I think that he's doing pretty well in his incarceration, as he is arrested at this point, and he's thinking it's rather humorous, and I don't blame him one bit. I think it's a little bit humorous also. So that was something that made me laugh and giggle and smile throughout the day. Um, it's always entertaining. You can always we can have the worst, most grim days, and we can go and be extremely serious, but you're always going to find something that will make you giggle and that will make you laugh, when it comes to something in Ukraine. And I know some days that seems impossible. I I the same day that I see something extremely grim, to see something that makes me smile and makes me laugh makes me very happy too. Because I'm more than willing to look at the grim. I'm more than willing to look at the sad. I'm more than willing to look at the horrific and to look at the tragic. Um, but I'm also thankful when I see the humorous stuff too, because it's good to see a Ukrainian soldier dancing first thing in the morning with their coffee, because you know that these men and women are willing and able and ready to fight for their country, no matter what horrid things are happening around them. Um, uh, did you guys see the video of that that the Ukrainians did? The beautiful, beautiful video that we know that the Ukrainians have a way of trolling the Russians in the most fabulous and humorous ways at times, um, and how this time they totally um, played the Russian mobilization advertisement in reverse, and made it so that it was I don't want to kill kids, I don't want to cut heads off, I don't want to be responsible for Putin's war crimes. You're a human, so be one. It was it's just such a perfect thing. Such the perfect thing, and such a thing that Ukrainians do. It's just it sort of sums them up rather perfectly, in my opinion. It's like, you're going to put out this ad trying to encourage people to kill us. Well, we're going to turn it around and encourage people to actually behave like humans. And yeah, and then of course this morning they put out a beautiful and wonderful 80s themed video, ahead of the Ramstein meeting, uh, suggesting that we need to have a talk. And it is a beautifully done 80s themed video, requesting F-16s. And what's really interesting is they tweeted that about 22 hours ago for the first time. I saw it last night before I went to bed, and they just tweeted it out again, the defense of Ukraine. And this time it's just says F-16s, destination victory. Now, I know people were really hoping to hear news of something happening regarding fixed wing aircraft out of Ramstein this time. And we didn't hear anything. We heard some good things, and I've got a list on a different page that I don't have open right now. But I want to remind people, and don't give up hope on the F-16s. I don't think it's time to give up hope. I think that it may not have happened today. Maybe we'll have a reminder that when the Leopards were announced, they weren't announced on the day of a Ramstein. They were announced a couple days later. That is not saying that F-16s will be announced in a couple of days. There have been indications from, I can't remember which one specifically, and I don't want to say and mess it up. So I'm just going to say up in the Nordic region, because I believe they were up in the Nordic region.
Norway, Denmark, and the Netherlands.
Nordic region. I was right by saying that, aren't I? Anyway. Saying that they will have a decision by summer break. So, we'll see what happens. But I think it's very interesting that the defense of Ukraine retweeted that out again tonight, or my evening, of course, just 4 hours ago. Go ahead, Alan.
So the Ramstein meeting today, it concluded yesterday, actually, if you're in Europe, was a pretty positive meeting. It's not half a loaf, it's not crumbs. There was good discussion about supplying F-16s or F-18s, and this could happen over the next 3 months. Will it be too late? I don't know. You just have to wait and see what unfolds in Ukraine. We know Ukraine will launch a counteroffensive with the forces they have, because that's the kind of military and people they are. They believe in victory with the equipment they have, with the soldiers they have, with the morale they have. All these soldiers are newly trained. Nucley talked about new soldiers coming into his unit and the advice he gave them. Don't be a hero. Listen to the veterans. Stay behind me. These are all pointers to new folks, new soldiers on the battlefield. We care about you. We care about your future. We care about your life. Listen to me. We can keep you alive. We can keep you doing what you came here to do, to fight for Ukraine's freedom. And we also heard Nucley talk about the situation on the battlefield, what he's seen, and how Russian units leave their wounded behind on the battlefield. Ukrainians do not do this. Ukrainians do everything they can do to bring a wounded comrade home. So it was really a remarkable and inspiring 2 or 3 hours with Nucley tonight. I am so honored to have had the opportunity to talk to him and to ask him questions I shouldn't have asked, and to hear his answers, because he is such a remarkable man fighting for Ukraine's victory. So, as we look around for news tonight from Ukraine, Prince, we do have to remind everyone there continues to be a news blackout. We don't hear a lot from Bakhmut or Avdiivka or from Kreminna or from Vuhledar. All we can tell you is that Ukrainian soldiers continue to repel Russian attacks in Bakhmut. I think there were more than 20 today. And we just have to be patient and wait and see what unfolds. We have to trust in Ukrainian war planners, in Ukrainian soldiers, and we know what the outcome will be. Victory for Ukraine. Victory for Ukraine. But I'll keep looking, Prince. I know you are.
Well,
I can tell.
I got some teed up here. I think perhaps that I am going to read through sort of a summary that I read from Ramstein today. What are the outcomes? And this was from I believe, a press conference with Mark Milley. And actually, I think before I start, I'll go to Nick, so I don't leave Nick waiting with his hand up for quite a while. So go ahead, Nick.
Well, one thing I just want to mention, I mean, I've been a fellow for quite a long time, supporting Ukraine. And yes, I do have a limited donation budget, but it is so precious to have actual soldiers and people on the ground that you know are real and trust. And for all the donors out there who might be new, I would also like to caution you, because there have been that they will claim to be Ukrainian soldiers on the ground, and they are not. So, and they're just scammers. And those people, they will DM you and ask you for money. So that is why it is very important to make sure when you donate, it's like you donate to verified, like MriyaReport, or any place or anyone you verify and endorse. And same with the other groups. It's like you have to make sure your money is going where it's meant to go and not to a scammer. And I just, I like to put that out there, because to me, there would be nothing more heart crushing than you're trying to help Ukraine and you find out you just got scammed. So, and that is why it is so precious when we have somebody on the front lines or who is a real soldier. But you have to go to trusted sources. So anybody on here, I hope they know that anybody that MriyaReport asked to donate to, they're legit and they're not scammers. Thank you.
Thanks. And yes, as a 501c3, we have to be very careful. There are laws and other kinds of things that we have to follow and be careful with. So when we donate to MriyaReport, when you donate to MriyaReport, and when we are raising money for a specific cause, and we've raised money for Chef Zenya, and we are now raising money for the Reviz unit, there is a lot of work that goes in ahead of time to get letters of request and all kinds of other things that actually I don't even really know everything. I just know that there's work in the background for probably a good week, if not more, to get everything in line to be able to do a fundraiser for a specific organization. And we are just the pass through. We give them the money. So, yeah, just wanted to add that to it. Anything you want to add about that, Alan?
Well, I think that's very good advice. Be careful, be watchful. Depend on MriyaReport or MriyaAid. Then you can be 100% certain that your donation to help Ukraine, given from your heart, gets there. It makes a difference. So trust places like MriyaReport, MriyaAid, and some others too. If you go to our website, MriyaReport.org, you will see other reliable places you can make a donation to. But you can also just tap on our donate button and know that your donation makes a difference. Tonight, you can go up in the nest and find tweets about the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade and make a donation to them. After all, the counteroffensive is soon to come. They need your help. They need your help.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Shaggy. I saw you come up and put your hand right up.
Yeah, I've just gone through my news feed that I use. I just noticed the Institute for the Study of War came out with a new report about 25 minutes ago. So I've DM'd it to Alan. I'm in the middle of my pizza at the moment, so I just popped up to say that and let you know, to give you something to get your eyes into and have a little think about, and maybe have a little talk about. And I'll drop down again so I can finish my pizza. It's 2:39 in the morning, and I'm having my dinner, as you do.
So, Shaggy, how do you know it's not breakfast?
Yeah, I'm on nights. I'm working nights at the moment, so I'm starting work at 3:30 in the afternoon until midnight for the next few days. Sometimes I do mornings, sometimes I do nights. Yeah, all a bit up and down. So basically, I'm on American time. I'm on Canadian time at the moment here in the UK for some reason. So I have no idea what time it is over there. It may be dinner time. What time is it over there?
It's 20 to 10.
All right, so yeah, late evening then. Late evening.
Well, okay, but for me, I'm in the United States also, and it is 6:40 p.m. So, and if you wait till Bearded Brit comes on, it'll be even earlier. But by chance, Alan and I live in cities that have the same name. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna be having my. I'm definitely gonna finish this pizza before it gets cold.
Shaggy, just tell me you have no pineapple on your pizza.
No, I haven't. No, and I did have a big can of grapefruit juice. Grapefruit chunks actually, which I was going to give a go, but I just demolished that the other day, so I haven't got any of that. But I do like pineapple on my pizza. I have to say, on this one, I don't know what it was, can't remember, but I did put extra cheese and extra ham, as I always buy a pizza. And then I load it up when I get home as well for some extra stuff, and then go into a cheese camera basically. But I do put pineapple on I do like pineapple on my pizza, so I'm one of those freaky ones. And I am going to try grapefruit on my pizza as well, just to make everyone completely throw up and think I'm mad. So yeah, various bit, maybe peaches as well. Peaches on a pizza. And I'm gonna go for it. I'll put photos on my feed at some point, and I'll obviously let you guys know when I do it.
Just don't send them to Axel. And would that be pink grapefruit or white grapefruit?
Which one would make him the most ill? And I'll make sure I put that one on and send him a close-up shot.
Probably white.
Okay, maybe I'll just do a pineapple, grapefruit, red grapefruit, peach pizza, especially for Axel. But don't tell him I said that.
Shaggy, you're an artist.
I'm also a bit mean occasionally as well.
If you start with the dough, and put things like that on it, and some cinnamon and sugar, or some icing or stuff like that, something like that, it might not be too bad. Or if you cook your dough ahead of time, and then put the stuff on it, and put some whipped cream on it, it might not turn out too.
That sounds dodgy. I don't even know if I'd have that one actually. I've seen these pizzas over here lately, which have got marshmallows on. I mean, marshmallows on a pizza. I don't know, sweet stuff. I mean, apart from fruit, but marshmallows are a little bit too much for me. I've seen them in the shop, and I've been tempted to buy one, but it just looks a little diddy marshmallows. It just looks a little bit wrong to me. But this is me saying that, and I think pineapple's okay on a pizza. So what do I know?
Well, I suppose you could make you could make a s'more pizza. You can make marshmallows, graham crackers, and chocolate. That would be that. Now we're talking about dessert pizzas. The pizza's a
Exactly.
pizza. Yeah, we could come up
Yeah.
with some dessert pizzas, Shaggy.
Okay, let's do that then. Let's do that. Maybe if I see one in, I've got this little company shop where they sell things which are kind of near the end of their sell-by date, so they're like half price to 95% off, basically. So I haven't really been affected by this food inflation thingy that everyone else is. I did DM David Farrell earlier today with a look at my shopping basket, which is quite big. I'll send you the video, Alan. And Prince as well. It cost me £20 for a whole load of food, including 2 kilos of pork belly. So I've never cooked pork belly before, so I'm going to have to Google a recipe for pork belly because I've got 2 kilos of it now for £5. But yeah, maybe I'll put pineapple in that.
And so actually, that would not be a bad decision, Shaggy. But Prince, you know I'm sick of sugar and cinnamon on a pizza. Do you want me to have to call 911?
Yeah, I know. I apologize. I apologize.
Okay, so let me go, guys. I got to finish this pizza before it gets cold. I'm going to drop down to listen.
Thank you very much, Shaggy. Thank you for being with us tonight. Really appreciated it. And I'm really glad you had time here with Nuclei. Thank you so much. Wow! All of a sudden, all kinds of hands. We have we have Nancy. We have Will. We have Jerome. We have Elizabeth. Nancy, go ahead.
I'm just going to be really quick and say, Shaggy, if you can probably still hear me, my avatar is green, and your descriptions of pizza have absolutely confirmed my avatar tonight. I think I'm going to have to cleanse both my avatar and my mind about the pizza that you described. So thank you for that. Love you, man. Bye.
Thank you, Nancy. Cleansing is necessary after this pizza discussion. Oh my God. I think it was Jerome, Will, Elizabeth. Jerome.
Okay, adding on here, if you this needs raw pizza dough, and in a pinch. So if you just go to the store and buy some pizza dough in a pinch for a dessert, if you fry that, deep fry little balls of the pizza dough, and then toss it in 10x sugar, powdered sugar, and eat it immediately, it's not a bad little dessert. But it has to be done immediately because the dough, because it's pizza dough, will be a little glutinous, chewy. So these have to be done in little small dough balls that you deep fry and toss in 10x sugar. And then also pork belly is just uncured bacon. So if he just scores that up a bit and crisp up that fat layer and just chunk it up and maybe fry it or treat it however you want, but it's just uncured bacon. All right. Thank you.
Jerome, this is pure carnival food. You might as well have cotton candy with it. Will, and then Elizabeth.
Hey, g'day again, Alan. Now, not to restart the pizza wars after my introducing everybody to the Philistine last year. So I won't do that, but I will say pork belly, yummy. So as you say, score it, crisp up that top, and pork belly is best cooked in like a hoisin, or you can slow cook it in a soy and a little bit of wine, stuff like that. Just get that pork belly nice and slow cooked after you get it scorched on top, so that the top is nice and crispy. So would you like some good news, Alan?
I love good news, Will. Tell me.
So, and a shout out to the Australian and Indonesian and Philippine fellas who are around, because these folks pump me news every day, and it's really important to have somebody pump you news from this part of the world because you've got the basically the human version of a internet robot crawler over there in Prince, and she continually steals my thunder all day long. So I have to have an army of the Southeast Asians to help me come up with something she didn't find first. And then I'm gonna present this good news, and then she's gonna tell me, "Oh no, we talked about that an hour before you came on." So I was stealing myself for that. But I found out from pub test adjudicator, who's a great guy in Australia, who sent me an information that I had not seen yet about. You remember the ghost fleet of ships that immediately started servicing Russia's oil interest after
Are you
the
going to talk
price
about
cap
Indian
was
ships?
yeah. Did you cover it already, Prince?
I haven't covered it, but I know about it. Go ahead, Will.
Oh, good. Well, you didn't cover it then. Woohoo! I got to do it first. So that big ghost fleet of ships, you might remember, that was moving oil from Russia after the price cap went in place, and undercutting the sanctions regime. Well, secondary sanctions have caught up with them because the U.S. targeted, the Department of Commerce targeted a specific Indian registered company called Gatic Ship Management that runs a fleet of 48 oil tankers and total capacity of 30 million barrel oils. Those tankers can carry. So they're not the biggest super tankers, but they're a decent sized fleet and a decent sized volume collectively. And because that company was found, many of its ships in that 48 ship fleet were found to have been carrying loading and unloading Russian oil after the sanctions regime went in place. An important thing to remember is no fleet takes to the sea without insurance, right? The shipping industry was the very first industry in the world to introduce co-mutual insurance. Lloyd's of London started that back in the 1600s or something in a pub in down by the docks in London, and those shipping companies these days always you could not get anybody to carry anything for you unless their company was insured for shipping and the incidents that can occur. Well, Mumbai headquartered Gatic Ship Management Company is now looking for a new insurer because the Department of Commerce successfully targeted their insurer, the American Underwriters Club, and they now do not have insurance for their shipping fleet. So they're going to be shopping around for that at someone else, and there are multiple companies that won't take them. So that's good news. That sanctions do work. People continually try to evade those. They're sneaky and nefarious, and venal self-interest takes over. But the truth is that sanctions do work, and as long as there are people willing to pursue it, they can stop folks from doing the wrong thing secondarily. And in this case, it looks like, at least temporarily, Gatic Ship Company is probably operating under significantly reduced capacity, and will be paying a lot more for insurance once they find a new broker.
Yeah.
Hey, Will.
Go ahead, Ray.
Hey, Will. It's probably worse. It's probably worse than that. If they've lost their primary insurer, then they probably lost their reinsurers as well, and so they've got to find not just a primary carrier, but somebody, because you can create an insurance company, but you have to find somebody else who's willing to think that that insurance company is solvent and then reinsure them.
Yeah, that's right, Raver. And the other thing about this is that because of fear and when people go find a company that's going to move stuff for them, they want to go with a company that is covered by the American Underwriters Club or Lloyd's of London, one of one of the big Western insurers in order to attract reinsurers that will also basically leverage off of the credibility that those entities have. So as long as we can keep the big insurers from insuring these companies that break sanctions, those companies will face significantly higher operating costs, and they'll basically only be able to go with people who will pay lower amounts of money because they know that the level of security they get with that entity isn't as good. So yeah, this will hurt Gaddick for a long time because they only reconsider that insurance on relatively long periods of time. It's not something they go try to get every year. So that's yeah. The news is, if you do business with Russia, you're going to get found and you're going to get punished, and that's good news.
And who would do business with Russia? Because there's no guarantee you'll get your investment back if that's what you're interested in. The state will seize it. There is no real business in Russia. In fact, today, Duracell, the battery company, announced it was withdrawing from the Russian market. Why did it take them so long? I'm happy they've withdrawn, but they are withdrawing. Why did it take them so long? Will?
And yeah, I agree. So I want to go back for a minute, and talk about this part of the world again, because I think it's important, and I want to reemphasize that there are a lot of people. There are a lot more people than just Europeans, Americans, and Australians listening in. Just want to highlight the fact that there are in these groupings they've formed of NAFO. There are really good and active meme makers in Indonesia, in the Philippines, in Thailand, in New Zealand. There is a lot of support down here for countering disinformation in this area that you probably wouldn't be aware of if you're living in Europe. And I'm on the radio from Perth here because I thought that was one more thing I could do to get involved and participate in supporting Ukraine. And I'd like to let everybody in these time zones, in Hong Kong, Jakarta, Perth, Melbourne, Sydney, Auckland, any place that's over here, Papua New Guinea, if you're in Port Moresby and you want to participate in this discussion, you've got questions, please put your hand up, join on your phone and put your hand up and come up, ask to speak and ask your questions or give your perspective on things. Everybody who raises their hand to speak has something to offer from their perspective. And I'd like to encourage more people from Australia and this part of the world to engage with this group, to answer your questions, give your comments, provide a little bit of insight you have on stuff that otherwise we might miss. Like all my friends here who DM me whenever they see me up here. And we can always use extra support. One day, if I fall under a bus, it would be great to know that there's another person down here who'd be interested in participating in this forum in case I get sick or anything like that. I know that we're continually looking for voices from this area. And here's how important those voices from this area can be. You've noticed that the South Koreans a week ago agreed to transfer 500,000 155 millimeter shells to the United States so that the United States could free up some in its defense stock to send to Ukraine and cover that gap, cover the hole between the time when they need the shells and when the production ramp up is finished in the United States. Production ramp up is underway and on progress in the United States at the 4 major facilities that make our ammunition now, and it is going a little slower than we would have liked in Europe, because those Europeans love to argue with each other about whether or not we're going to do this thing, and then when they finally do this thing, who's going to make the money out of it. It's always a bit of a shit fight, if you will. But it's really important that the arsenal of democracy this time in this war could very well be in Southeast Asia. South Korea, Japan have some of the largest capacity to produce some of the precursors and the material necessary to produce these armaments, even if they cannot make those armaments themselves or send those, use them for anything other than self-defense, which is great, but they're finding innovative ways to make sure that they can shift their production around and provide material to Ukraine through third parties. And that's great because those, you would all know that the manufacturing and industrial capacity of Japan and South Korea is absolutely fantastic. They make high quality, really, really high quality stuff in a timely manner. And I'll tell you, if we can engage Japan and South Korea in supporting this effort, just them supporting this effort alone might be enough to crush the will of Russia, because Russia knows what a powerhouse Japan is and what a powerhouse South Korea is, and they will fear that, knowing that the liberal democracies of the world are getting together further and holding their will to win this and win it and finish it so that Russia can no longer be a threat to its neighbors. I'm not saying invade and destroy Russia. What I am saying, though, is once Ukraine is capable, with all this support that's coming in now, of removing Russian military from their soil, the war won't be over for them, because Russia will still be a threat to them and still attack them again after a respite inside their own country as soon as they are capable of doing so. And they've stated that they also want to do Poland and anybody else who they're now cranky with because they don't support Russia in its genocidal invasion, or they're actively opposing Russia in its genocidal invasion. So it's really, really important that we keep up the pressure, that we, as I say, when I'm on the radio every month I need to see a message from the liberal democracies in the world that this month's aid includes XXX million worth of bullets for everything. Ammunition for anti-tank guns, ammunition for the support tanks, the 105, the 155, the mortar rounds, 80, 120, all that stuff, the 120 millimeter tank rounds, the rifled stuff for the for the tanks, the unrifled stuff for the smooth bore, all bullets for everything every month. That's what we have to see. Couple hundred, $500 million of bullets for everything every month until this is over. And we also need to make sure that Ukraine can defend itself when the war is over by having capabilities like long distance strike capability of ATACMS and F-16 or some similar fighter, so that they can defend their skies once this is over. Because once you think this is over, it isn't over. Russia's going to remain isolated, sure, but it's going to try to do whatever it can to scratch together another capability in arms and armament so it can attack one of its neighbors, because that's all it knows. And until it knows that it has been destroyed, annihilated, basically, inside Russia, contained within its borders, and has the clear message that you are not going to be allowed to threaten the rest of the world ever again with conventional or nuclear weapons. That's the message for you, Russia. If you want to rejoin the world of nations, you need to change your ways so that you can demonstrably never be a threat to another country next to you with conventional or nuclear weapons, because that's going to be your ticket to reentry. If you want to have a society that's growing, vibrant, not just old people who are dying away, get some young people to come to the country. If Russia wants to be a success in the world long term and exist, it isn't going to be something we do to it. It's going to be everything it does to itself. Russia has been destroying itself and hurting and destroying its neighbors for its entire life history in the modern age, and that will now end. That is the message that the world needs to send Russia through deed and through statement, time and time and time again. And if we do that, we have a hope that things can be really good in the world. Look at the success that the world has had since Korea and Japan and others have joined a lot of countries in Europe. Look at the success that liberal democracy, coupled with a free market economy, has lifted the world up. Look at even in places where we don't exist, right? The liberal democracies in the world that have a free market economy have increased the living standards so much in their own countries since the end of the Second World War that secondarily they've also lifted up the living standards in China and Taiwan and other places that weren't liberal democracies before or are not now, but they're producing things so that they can engage in the world economy with others. The message needs to be resoundingly clear and simple around the world that a liberal democracy coupled with a free market economy is the best chance of success going forward in the world. And if you want to get on that bandwagon, you're likely to see success. But if you don't get on that bandwagon and you choose authoritarianism or totalitarianism or the systems that have been proven not to work beyond, communism doesn't work outside of a small kibbutz in Israel or whatever. Only works on a small scale. Doesn't work on a large scale the size of a nation. And it's proven not to work. Hell, it's proven not to work by the Soviets and the Chinese themselves because they've never actually operated a communist system. They claim to be communists, but they concentrated power in the center until the population was ready for true communism or true socialism. Truth is, they're never ready because authoritarians need to concentrate power. And once they've concentrated power, they have to hold power. And the only way to hold power is through repression and invasion of your neighbors, imperialism and repression. And that's what we see. And that's what we're here to support Ukraine to stop them. The front line currently is in Ukraine, and that's where they need to be stopped. And that's why we're all here for so long. Because I'll tell you one more little story, Alan, that you were talking about places you were just rattling off a list of names of places where lovely places in Ukraine. And I was lucky enough, well, because I'm basically one of the luckiest men on the face of the earth. I was lucky enough to travel in Ukraine, and you missed a couple. I'll tell you, you missed a place called Poltava, and you missed a place called Sumy. And those places, since the very first day of this war, have been attacked with artillery and long-range rocket fire. And I can guarantee you, I've been on the ground in those places myself. There is nothing of military value in Poltava. It was the most picturesque, loveliest little town you've ever seen in your entire life almost. And I walked around Poltava when I was traveling in Ukraine, and in the heat of the day, in summertime, when that heat is oppressive, and walking around that town, and it was dusty, but I noticed how well they kept that town and how they eat the remnants of the Soviet Union that they'd taken and made their own and were very house proud, kept up the parks, kept up the streets, kept up the monuments and everything that they had around there. It was the loveliest place. And when the evening came and the heat broke, it seemed like everybody in town was out walking in that Central Park. Everyone. And the loveliest gardens that you've almost ever seen. Nice little piazza down. Well, not they don't call it a piazza, but it looked essentially like a piazza down the other end of town with the pink hued buildings, the old style Stalinkas with the little white eyebrows sort of around and around the windows and the window sills. The most picturesque town you've ever seen. Well, on day 2 of this war, I saw bombs and rockets raining down on that park in Poltava, and I want to go back to Poltava and I want to go back to Sumy when this is over and walk those same streets, knowing that they're free, rebuilt, and will never face this sort of thing again. that's my wish, and I hope I get to do that probably on my way down to meet you all in Crimea for the beach party when this is all over. Thanks for your time, Alan.
Will, it almost sounds as if you're describing a town in the South, in the United States, like America's Georgia, or someplace like that. At the heat of the day, the care of the town, when the heat breaks. I know all that. And
What it reminded me of Iowa. You ever been to Pella, Iowa?
I don't think I haven't been to Pella, but I've been to Iowa.
Yeah, so I mean, it reminded me of that because the soil, I mean, it's so thick. It's farming country. The heat and the humidity gets a bit oppressive in the summer, and you don't want to be out walking around, but you've got limited time, so you walk the streets during the day to try to get a feel for the place. And then right when you're just about worn out and you're going to find a air-conditioned cafe or something to sit down in, and you do that, you get up and you think, geez, I'll go home now, I guess. But you walk out of that place and the heat has broken and the evenings come and throngs of people with nothing, for no purpose. They're just out walking around in the park. It was a phenomenally interesting experience for me to be out in this park, meeting people who walk up to you and talk to you, who are you, where are you from, that kind of thing. In Poltava. Poltava is a beautiful place. And I would be hard pressed to say that Sumy is more beautiful, but equal for sure. Those two places I'll always remember how beautiful Poltava and Sumy were, and how inviting and friendly they were, and how much I'd like to go back and see them in their rebuilt and pristine state. But yeah, a lot like Iowa, a lot like a place like Pella, Iowa.
It's the joy of the evening in the summertime. There's nothing like it, whether it's Poltava or Sumy. And Will, I hope you get back there. And just to let folks here know, Will is one of two really significant voices from Australia. One is retired General Mick Ryan, often visits us here at MriyaReport. And the other is Will Teal. He's not retired yet, but he is from Australia. So let's go to Nancy, Raver, and Dryfly. Nancy, go ahead, please.
Hey, Alan, if you don't mind, if you can go to Raver and come back to me, that would be awesome.
The easiest thing to do, Nancy, Raver.
So I did not expect to hear Poltava tonight, and it just kind of tickled my fancy a little bit because I'm a history nerd. But anybody who's not British who thinks, man, Poltava, that sounds familiar. Where have I heard that before? That is the place where the British Light Brigade charged into history in the Crimean War.
Yeah, it's also the place. A lot of history there. That area was obviously a bit of a strategically significant area back in the old days, because it's also the place, I think, where they have a monument there that Peter the Great defeated the Swedes at the time. I think was the big military powerhouse up in the time of Peter the Great. So yeah, there's a lot of history back in that place as well. And here's the thing, right? Poltava wants to be part of Ukraine, but they're not precious and stupidly nationalistic about it, right? Back then, yeah, they had a monument for where Peter the Great defeated the Swedes and the Poles inside Ukraine, and I thought, oh, that's all well and good and interesting, because had that been in Russia and there was a Ukrainian general who'd done something inside Russia, there probably wouldn't be a monument to it. And they basically Russify everything, right? They don't admit that anybody's not Russia, even though the original head of the secret police, Dzerzhinsky, was a Pole. Beria, not a Georgian. Stalin, a Georgian. Khrushchev, a Ukrainian. The Russification that has occurred throughout the former Soviet Union is just another example of the poisoning of the world with this Russian nationalism. And I'll tell you another thing I felt you were talking about. I was lucky enough to get to go to a footy match last night, because I'm possibly the luckiest man on earth. Yeah. So I'm sitting at the footy waiting for the footy to start because it's Anzac weekend here in Australia. Anzac Day's on Tuesday, and the Anzacs were the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps that was formed in when Australia and New Zealand were first just became countries of their own back in the First World War, and committed troops wherever Britain was currently fighting. And the thing that I was struck by is, of course, if you've never been to Australia, Australia is phenomenally psychologically bound and in reverence of the Anzac holiday. The 25th of April is, I would argue, in a secular sense, that is probably the most important holiday in Australia. It's Remembrance Day, essentially, in America or Europe, wherever they do that. But Anzac Day in Australia is a thing that is so revered. You can go into a stadium filled with 60,000 people, and they'll listen to a short and we've all heard it so many times that you'd think it would be boring, but 60,000 people will stand at rapt attention while they play the last post and give recognition to the Anzacs who've died in wars for Australia. But then that's it, right? There's no more. It's phenomenally reverent. There's a dawn service everywhere in Australia at 5 o'clock in the morning, and the reason they have that is because of the loss of life in Gallipoli. There's a dawn service in Gallipoli that people get up and go to here while it's still dark out, because that's how much Australia reveres its history. Now, I want to contrast that, the support for and the reverence of Anzac Day, which is a military holiday, with the kind of stuff that goes on in Russia, right? The May 9th parade and celebration they have that they call the end of the Great War, that they think they finished themselves. Nobody in Australia gets into this toxic nationalism over Anzac Day. It's revered. If you are not respectful on that day to veterans and to the service that's going on, you at least have the common sense to stay quiet during it, because a lot of people take it phenomenally seriously in Australia, but they take it seriously out of patriotism and not the toxic nationalism that has grown up in Russia, that I saw was so prevalent and growing in the period that I and that's the difference. I'm sitting there watching this display and thinking, what's the difference between patriotism and the kind of toxic nationalism that's taken over Russia? And it's because we can revere our history and revere the service that people have given us without tying that to some manifest destiny we have to conquer the rest of our neighbors. That's the difference between being a patriot and being a nationalist, a toxic nationalist. And you see that around the world, not just in Russia, but definitely in Russia. People that turn well-meaning patriotism into toxic nationalism is one of the things that poisons society everywhere I've seen. And I'm so glad. I'm so appreciative once again. The 5,685th reason that I'm so happy I'm Australian is the manner in which we celebrate Anzac Day, and then get on with our lives. Because of course in Australia they sing the national anthem after that, and then, like in every good nation, the last two words of our national anthem are "play ball." So yeah, I appreciate everything I've got here in Australia, and I was sitting there feeling a little guilt about being able to do what I did last night, but I feel okay about it because I'm still looking for stuff, but I'm trying to do everything I can to support Ukraine, because as Alan said, this is our fight. This is definitely our fight. If you believe in liberal democracy, if you believe in in a free market economy, if you believe those two things are the best thing that's happened to society in the history of the world, and you want to see that to continue, this is definitely your fight. Because if Russia is able to win any of their objectives in this, that will be a significant backslide to how we recognize what nation states are since the 1800s, and how the rule of law that covers us all and keeps us from continually being at war. They are attacking the fundamental bases of why we can all exist together in the world and not continually be at war with each other in imperial conquest. And if we'll stop them here, or we'll stop them in the next place they attack, because they're not done, and we need to make sure that Russia gets the message this time. Sorry, Alan, I've took a bit too much time there. Raver even left.
That's okay, Will. If we just followed the rules, the international rules of order established 70 years ago, we'd be at peace, we'd be safe, we'd be prosperous. There are only a few countries in the world who don't want to follow these rules. First and foremost, Russia. And so, Prince, Will, Dryfly, Nancy, and David. My voice is failing me once again. I'm going to bow out. And I think this has been an amazing evening with the honor of being here with Nuclei and talking to him, just talking to Nuclei. Absolutely moved me. And so with that, Slava Ukraini, and good night.
Herom Slava, Alan. Get some rest.
Herom Slava.
Herom Slava. Yeah, Alan, you go have yourself a nice cup of tea and get some rest. Your voice is failing. I'm sorry, buddy. You have not felt good the last few days, and you have just continued to soldier on and co-host for an extended period of time. I think Alan and Mockers may be tied for who co-hosts the most. I know Mockers puts in a ton of time, and so does Alan. And because you are now my co-host, I have to default to you first. So good morning, Anda. I hope you have your coffee and that you are well.
Good morning. I am very well. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here with everyone. I am a bit bummed of the fact that I missed Nuclei earlier, but I think we better go to hands and we can go back to what I wanted to ask later. So it's no problem. I think we had Nancy before Drive Live, and I think we should go that way. Is that okay?
Dryfly, you cool?
Yes.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Will, I really appreciate what you said about Poltava and some of the other provinces within Ukraine. When I first, actually before I first found the space, when I had learned about the full-scale invasion and was still drifting around communities on YouTube and following John Spencer, who ultimately was my personal trail of breadcrumbs to this space. One of the communities that I followed and chatted with in YouTube DMs and then Instagram DMs with was Shastka in Sumy. And very much the same perspective as you described in Poltava is what I heard from them. While the majority of them spoke Russian over Ukrainian because that was their tradition and culture, they were Ukrainian, period, bar none, no questions. And to look at, from a military perspective, they had a gunpowder factory that was built in 1739 in that city. For hundreds of years under the Russian Empire, they had built, war weapons for Russia and then built protective weapons for Ukraine. And in the middle of March is when that facility was taken out by bombing attacks from Russia. Fortunately, most of the city itself was spared. And during Russia's full-scale invasion on land, they were protected because, as we saw in areas around Kiev and other places, there was the foresight to have engineers prep and then destroy the bridges to the town, to the city, which protected them and their civilians from Russian incursion at that point. And that saved lives and made a huge difference. They are Ukrainian through and through. And I hope when this war ends to visit there as well. But I also recognize that they will also have reconciliation. Their roots in that military industrial complex, which ultimately was Soviet, is still something to reconcile with. One of their heroes in that city was a Soviet World War II fighter ace. And I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, Ivan Kozadub, who was considered the top ace, period, across both Soviet and Allied fighters of World War II. Absolutely somebody you want to respect. But that's a city that is already looking at, and they are renaming anything Russian and anything Soviet because of what this war is bringing onto them. Kozadub is a Ukrainian hero who is also a Soviet artifact. And those are the kind of things that they're going to have to reconcile over time. And because of that, I really appreciated how you described Poltava and the beauty and the spirit and the excitement that is the people, as well as figuring out how they're going to deal with the integration, I guess, of what is important, what will they value about the periods that were Russian occupation. Once we get through this, once they get through this aspect of their lives. And it's interesting because I know that we will still hear so much propaganda that these are what Will described and what I was looking at were the areas where Russia will say, oh, well, they're majority Russian speaking. That does not mean they're Russian. Trust me, trust him, trust the people who live there, talk to them. I know that they will be victorious because they are all fighting for the same thing. But it's going to be a challenge coming out the other end as far as what aspects, how do they reintegrate that into their culture? And Will, I just want to thank you for bringing that to the forefront because it really brought me back to that city that I first started looking at this full-scale invasion. They were kind of my first introduction up until this. That's not going to happen. That's not going to work. This is a huge shift that our financial centers need to recognize, the same way Ukraine's cultural communities and centers have had to recognize. There's no going back, and all will be Ukraine. Thanks.
100%. It will pass, but how it will pass, that's up to us, right? So, and how will be us? How will be us? How do you say this? How are we gonna look at ourselves after all this will be past? How are we gonna judge what we did or didn't do? That depends on our decisions today and tomorrow and every day. So I think this is important. This is also how should I put this? A sign on how are we gonna address this today. A question that we should ask ourselves every day, like, what's our stance? What are we gonna do about it, right? So I think that's really important going forward, because in the end, if you look at the history, everything passes. So great empires have passed after they broke down on this, on that. So it will pass, but it is up to us how. Thank you very much, Nancy, for your words. Thank you very, very much. Dryfly, you had your hand up earlier and you spoke, so it went down, but I know you're up next. So please.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, I was going to thank Will for that description. You know, he mentioned Pella, Iowa, and anyone ever been there? I'm probably one of the few people listening, of the 400 or so people, 500 people that are on, that have been there a lot. I mean, I lived probably an hour and a half from there, but after that, I moved away up north to the state north of it, Minnesota. But I came back down through Iowa probably once a week for 35 years on business. And I stayed in Pella a bunch of times. And the reason I stayed there was it was such a nice town, and it wasn't fancy. We're not talking Las Vegas, you know, we're not talking Manhattan. It was just this small town, good people, great little restaurants to eat in. And I'm not talking fancy restaurants, I'm talking family run cafes. Probably the best smoked beef I've had anywhere, smoked and dried beef I've had anywhere. It's a predominantly Dutch community, and they had tremendous pride in the community. Two really prosperous factories. It sounds described from what Nancy mentioned with Poltava, same situation. They had factories there. People had good jobs, and they were proud of what they did. That's Pella. And so if Poltava's like that, yeah, definitely, it's a place people ought to go on their way to the beach party. It's places like that that connect you with real humans. There's always fancy, gaudier, splashier places to go. And I traveled all over North America for business, and I saw some pretty splashy, some pretty phony places. But when I found places like Pella, I always went back and went back and went back and went back. And I would go 100 miles out of my way to get a hotel room there, as opposed to staying someplace else that was pretty awful. So yeah, if that's what he said it's like, then it should be on our list of places to visit. And I'll listen.
Well, let's make a bucket list. And you know what? One thing that helps going forward, one thing that helps is when a city, and I'm not kidding, when a city decides to help another. And this is because people get emotionally attached easier to a certain place than to others. Like a general idea. You have a general idea, but when you have a certain town and you know, because it's not so big, it makes a difference when you help. I think it's a good idea for us to look forward in preparing, because a lot of help will be needed in Ukraine. So it's not going to be easy rebuilding Ukraine. They will be needing a lot of help going forward. So I am actually thinking about that. I know Constanza, which is a town I love dearly, because I spend a lot of time very close to it. It's a sister city to Odessa, which is another city at the Black Sea. It's another port at the Black Sea, right? So being sister cities allowed Constanza, for example, and Constanza municipality to get funds through an NGO and deliver stuff to Odessa. And I think if more cities around the world will choose just one city in Ukraine to help and rebuild, I think that will make a difference going forward after this war is over, which we all hope it is going to be over sooner, but actually, realistically speaking, it's going to take a while. All right, Brad, you're up next, and then Nick.
Great. Thank you. Slava Ukraini. Thank you for having me again. I just returned home from a 2-week trip to Ukraine, and it's really two things I wanted to say. One, I wanted to ask really as a question, but so first, Anda, I love that idea of cities adopting cities in Ukraine to help rebuild them. It's something that we can do for sure. But from my trip, I wanted to share that just the observations. It's only my second time ever going to Ukraine. That from the people I met and the things I saw, the state of Ukraine is strong. The cities are alive and they're full of people who are hurting, but also full of hope. And so there are many reasons for us to feel good about the future of Ukraine. It's full of people who want to be free. So that's the first thing. And the second thing, and Alan, I do hope you're still on. You and many speakers, as I've been listening, and had it on almost the whole time I was in Ukraine when I was awake. I had MriyaReport on. Many people talk about going to Ukraine someday when it's possible and when the war's over. And I do want to encourage that it is hard to take time off from work, and it's expensive to fly to another country, Poland, and then get in, going by train or by bus. But Ukraine needs us today as well, and there is no reason we can't go. That I came back, and now my wife and our youngest child want to go with me again in June. And I can tell you from being on the ground, there's no reason we shouldn't be there on the ground volunteering. And I'll maybe use as just a little illustration. While I was there, I was listening to somebody on MriyaReport, this is about a week ago, who was coming back from the front line. And if you remember, somebody else during that trip had topped up their cell phone so that they could continue making calls while they're making a delivery. And they might have been doing a delivery of drones, or it might have been of food. But that same day, I'd been volunteering in the frontline kitchen, and a few days earlier, I had delivered some drone batteries that went to somebody in Kharkiv that were going to go to the front line. And I realized we are all connected in this chain of people helping, and I cannot go to the front line. it's a promise I made to my wife. So I stayed in the safer parts of Ukraine that I would say are safer than most of the major cities in the US. Right? But there are other people who are driving to the front line back and forth. And then there are the soldiers who are staying on the front line. And there are some of us that are back here at home that are also playing a part. But I do want to encourage somebody, if they're on the fence wondering when is it time for me to go, that time could be in the future, but that time also could be now.
Thank you for that, Brad. I really thank you for that, because you know, I was reluctant when someone told me, you know, I'm gonna go in Ukraine. I want to volunteer, I want to help. I was like, okay, are you sure? Because you have children, right? And when you have children, and you just said you have, um, you're not responsible just for yourself, right? So if I decide to go to Ukraine, I know, you know, my family, and I need to help them, but it's not quite the same thing. So um, I have more flexibility, right? So thank you for saying that. I will probably um, have to have another talk with that person, and see what exactly do they want to do there in Ukraine. Um, if that
Yeah,
makes sense. Yeah.
it does. And it's very important that if we go, that we go to do something that's useful and helpful, right? Not just to be tourists, right? To go and volunteer and to find the you know, the missions or the ministries or the groups, the volunteers who are doing things. But it also helps Ukraine when we go and we come back with stories of real people. And my ability to raise money for Ukraine has increased tenfold based on, you know, going over there for 12 days. So it's you know, it's a multiplier effect for Ukraine, but it's also, and this is, I think, the most important thing. Everything I did when I was there, every time I tried to be volunteering to give, every time I tried to sacrifice, I received more back, so much more back, that I left the country feeling gratitude and a sense of obligation that I can't track the soldier I met on the train who was on his way to the front line. I can't. I don't think I'll ever be able to find him ever again. And I couldn't help him more, but I can help him more now. And if I went through the list of everything I did, every one of them was a ministry to me, right? Even if I was trying to be altruistic, I was still receiving more than I was giving.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you
So
very much.
so I'm gonna drop it down because I want to quit talking about myself. But I do want to say that Ukraine is open for us today. And if I saw volunteers in their 70s, I saw volunteers who were teenagers, and everything in between. But absolutely, for people who are mobile, can, you know, who can walk and who can lift small things and who can get around, it is not an unsafe place. You just need to stay in the places that are further west. They're you know, I know that it's not perfectly safe, but neither is, you know, any of the cities we live in America. So thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava.
Royam Slava. Thank you, Brad.
Welcome, Peter. Welcome up.
It is wonderful to listen to you co-host, Anda. You're doing a great job. Do you want to just keep going here? Let's take some hands from Nick.
Yeah, I want to go to Nick. She's been a great supporter of the space for many months. I know she doesn't speak too much here, so I would really love to hear her.
Well, thank you. And I guess because I'm Pacific time, so a lot of times when I'm listening, I are doing other things, so I'm just listening, and I get such great information here. So, but it's wonderful just to be able to hear things, learn more, everything else. You know, sorry if I'm making lunch or doing dishes or who knows. Anyway, my real quick points I wanted to make was one is it really gave me a great idea because yes, we have to win the war now, and we will, but we also have to plan for reconstruction. So, what an idea about, we can pair up sister cities or support cities like in the US or wherever, Great Britain, with Ukrainian cities to help them build. So, but, because there's that concept of sister cities now. But between countries. But I just thought that would be something for the future to think about. But and also just relating to, I can understand why people might be apprehensive about going to Ukraine. Um, as long as it's not an affordability issue for them. I mean, you can drive on any interstate in the United States, and your chances of getting killed on the road are probably equal to they are if you're in Ukraine. I mean, like, but some people just think, and yes, I know there's air raids and everything else, but guess what? Great Britain survived them, Ukraine's going to survive them, and Ukraine's going to win. So, I think, if it's your time, it's your time. So you can't, if you can't be afraid of everything, you have to be afraid of the right things. But and I mean, I have Ukrainian friends and neighbors, and that's why I'm supporting Ukraine. And I know in the United States before World War One, in World War Two, there are a lot of people who were protesting against the war. It's like, no, we shouldn't be involved and everything else. And so that's where I kind of see, the Russian influence getting into the people say we shouldn't be spending money on Ukraine. Well, that's the replacement cost. The stuff we've been sending there has been sitting on the shelf anyway. It's best to clear it out. I mean, it's not like we're putting a production plant, in the works to support Ukraine. No, it's stuff we have hanging around. So, and honestly, as an American, I'm just saddened and disappointed that we have been dragging our feet so long on everything. But anyway, I won't get on that soapbox, but I just want to thank you all, the hosts and co-hosts, and all of you who were here all the time and do such great work. And I appreciate you greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Nick, that was wonderful. Nick, can I ask you, how did you find the MriyaReport? How did you find this community, and how has this community changed your outlook and changed your experience?
I think she dropped. Maybe she could come back. I actually wanted to point out something really quick. Tell me, Peter, until Nick is coming back, actually. Nick, do you hear us? Have you heard Peter's question?
A follow-up question. I guess I hadn't been on Twitter that long, and I saw things about it and I heard, other people I was following, and I can't even tell you when I first started tuning in. And because I was totally Twitter stupid when I first started. And, you know, so then it's like, oh, this is interesting. And then, just over time, I kept listening more and more. And, you know, and I've listened to other spaces as well, but I always enjoy, and actually, there's so many people that I follow that are on MriyaReport, and I really respect what they have to say. So I guess that's kind of another reason for being here is when if you're on here and you see people and you follow them, you gain more knowledge about them, so then you're that much more interested. So that's why I guess I appreciate the hosts and co-hosts so much. I mean, and you find, new people. It's like, oh, wait a minute, they're listening, and right now, Twitter won't let me follow anybody, but you know, before, it's like, oh, they're pretty cool. I think I'm going to follow them. And it's just kind of opened up the whole circle. And I guess that's the simplest way to put it. It was just over time, and me learning more about Twitter, how it works, spaces, finding new fellows, and a great group, and wanting to know more about Ukraine and how I can support in different ways, and just finding a greater community. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Anda, something that Nick said reminded me of a big theme that I'm going to be talking about tomorrow on Stories of Freedom. It's that concept of communication and that concept of changing people's outlook on the world. Tomorrow, a big theme that we're going to be talking about, it's no spoiler, we've put it up on the title card. Well, we're going to be discussing the Lend-Lease program, but in a totally different way. We're going to be approaching it from a new direction, and we're going to be looking at the secret of Lend-Lease. I'm not going to spoil my wonderful story of freedom for tomorrow, but Nick, as you were talking, it did remind me of FDR many, many decades ago and his fireside chats. Remember how he would come to the American public, he would come into their homes, at least his voice, through the medium of this new technology called mass radio, and he would just talk with Americans. He would be normal. He would have a down-home, almost folksy at times, approach. And he had his work cut out for him because the American public was not ready to stand up and fight against the rise of fascism in Germany or Italy, and they were not ready for what was happening in the Pacific with the Japanese Empire. And so he talked to them, and ever so slowly, he brought the American public around to his perspective. He didn't get America to declare war on the darkness, but he did change America's perception of wartime economic production. And that was the beginning of the Lend-Lease program. So, Nick, when many of us here in the United States, we think of the start of World War II, we might often reflect upon December 7th, 1941, the day that will live in infamy, the day that we were attacked by the Empire of Japan there in Pearl Harbor. But for many, many months before that, America's economy was already put on a wartime footing, thanks to the miracle of Lend-Lease. So our factories were already producing at a wartime level. We had already geared up. We had this long head start. Now, that didn't in itself plunge America into war. Americans weren't asking for a war. The war came to us. In many ways, the war came to Ukraine. And I just see a tremendous symmetry between then and now. And I think to myself, how can we increase our economic production? How can we build out our factories so that we're better prepared, frankly, to support Ukraine and to support other countries who are endangered by rogue, restive, or revisionist powers? This is the challenge of our time, and we're going to be approaching that tomorrow. But Nick, thank you so much, because it really struck me, your comments, there's a symmetry in your approach and your thinking to the way things were then and the way things are now. And I certainly hope that as a country, we can improve upon the mistakes made in the past.
Nick, I think you want to respond to that one.
Yes, please. One thing that I think, that's the thing about history. If you don't study it, you're bound to repeat it. So, study. It's not just the United States that we won the war or how we got into it. It's the lead up. Why were we so slow? Why? I mean, there
Nick,
was huge protests against
Nick,
World War One and World War Two. So it's like, no, we need to change people's minds now. It's not about us. It's about freedom and democracy. And this is what we fight for. And, they're saying, oh, well, we're sending all this stuff to Ukraine. What about if China? I mean, does everybody forget how the US had the resources and was able to almost, it wouldn't be that easy today, probably, but it's almost like turning a switch with that's why we had the War Powers Act to okay, everybody has to switch to production for war goods in any way, shape, or form, and there's a reason those are still on the books because we can. And there are still leftovers from World War II facilities that wouldn't be that hard. Like I said, it would be harder now, but we have to really start, as he was saying, as Peter was saying, prepping people now. Start talking about it, start communicating. Wait a minute, maybe we shouldn't be so unprepared. Maybe we need to start, building more ammo, building better stuff.
Nick, I
But
have a
it's
question.
it's a process.
I have a question for you. If I would ask you to give me 3 cents on a dollar, 3 cents, so just 3 cents on a dollar, would you give that to me?
Oh, of course, absolutely. And
Well,
actually, I just
this
I
is
just asked a question in another space the other day because I donate in US dollars, and they were talking about the exchange rate and all that. And so I asked them, it's like, for the groups, do they get the US, because I only do by credit card, but I'm not seeing any exchange rate like it's converted to anything else. So my guess is that they were getting US dollars, which is hard currency and tradable anywhere. So actually, I'm hoping that whatever my budget allows, that my donation is actually of greater value in the exchange rate so that Ukraine can actually buy more with whatever I get. But yeah, I would give you 10 cents on the dollar.
You know why I asked? Because basically what US is giving to Ukraine, it's 3 cents on a dollar. So this is the level of the support that US currently gives to Ukraine. 3 cents on a dollar. So basically it's nothing. It's like it's something that anyone can afford. It sounds a lot when you put it all together, but it sounds a lot when you put it all together because it comes from a lot, right? So actually, we should not be so afraid to help Ukraine, because we should always put things into perspective. And if Peter's comparison and your comparison are with what happened in the Second World War, Poland was invaded. And the countries needed to step up, the countries around it, right? And actually, Poland, when Poland was invaded, they had some agreements which actually Ukraine didn't have. So what we give today, it wasn't promised prior to this war. We give because we want to. We give because we see this injustice, and we decided this is not something that we should just sit and watch, right? We want to take an active part in helping Ukraine. And if that active part is giving 3 cents on a dollar, as a country, I don't think it's that hard. Like, I don't think anyone will starve just because of that, as it is portrayed in some newspapers. And I also wanted you both, because you're in the US, and we have here in the space some people like me, uh, which are on the other side of the pond, not so familiar with US history. What is FDR? So this is a question from the back of the class, for the people in the room who actually are not um, familiar with this.
Nick, do you want to take an answer? Do you want to take a whack at answering the question, who is Franklin Delano Roosevelt and his impact on America during that very pivotal point in American history?
Peter, I'll let you take that, but then I want to go back to the exchange rate and the money part.
Sounds good to me. So, Anda, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a legendary figure in American politics. Agree with him or not, he changed how America operated. So, as president, he came into office at the beginning, well, more or less as the Great Depression was taking hold around the world, and he guided the United States through his fireside chats, coming to the rooms and homes of Americans in the evening through this mass media of radio. And he talked to Americans in a way that no president had talked to them before. He was an incredibly effective communicator, and he had a problem. That problem was that the American public was just not on board with some of his foreign policy ideas. Those ideas were good ones. They said that we should help our friends who were fighting against the rise of fascism in Europe and fighting against the rise of Imperial Japan in the Pacific. And he drew Americans along the way into his thinking. And so they were ready to support his effort of Lend-Lease. And when the war came to America, they were ready to help our friends. That is FDR. Anda.
Thank you. Can you tell me two things that set him apart from other presidents? One to my knowledge is he was the only president to be allowed to do it.
Hey, Peter, can I take this one, please?
Go for it.
Okay. Well, several things that like many Europeans might remember is more or less like Churchill. So Winston Churchill and FDR, that's the same era. So, and they had a lot of communication. But, and sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought. So, and
How many
ask your
times?
question again.
How many times was he elected? How many times? How many terms did he had as a president?
He actually had an unprecedented. Wait a minute. Now I'm trying to remember my history. I know he was elected twice, and I think there, because of the war, there was like an exception and he was third, but he was also, a lot of people don't know this, is the fact that he had polio. So it was not only a mental challenge, but it was a physical challenge for him. Um, but oh, Peter, you're going to have to help me out on this. I can't remember whether he died in office or not.
Oh yes, he died in office. So he served 4 terms. It was an unprecedented number for an American president. In fact, it was so unprecedented that we changed the Constitution so that you could only serve 2 back-to-back terms as president. So there was, again, many Americans who didn't agree with him. Even now, many Americans look back and they can point to things that they would agree with this policy or they would disagree with that policy. And I don't think it's the right forum or venue to adjudicate that this evening. But his legacy as a leader does stand out among many American presidents. Being elected 4 times, that's a lot. And I just have been reflecting this last week in preparing for tomorrow's Story of Freedom on his ability to communicate, his ability to talk with Americans in a way that they could understand, in a way that they felt familiar. They didn't feel like he was talking down to them. They didn't feel like he was shouting into a microphone as a disembodied voice. They felt like he was a real person that they knew. And he used the medium of radio to share his perspectives and to engage Americans and change how they thought. That was key.
Thank you. I see some similarities there, aren't they? Between him and actually President Zelensky right now, being able to engage what's happening. I'm so looking forward for the tomorrow's Stories of Freedom. Dryfly, you came up really fast, so
Yeah,
I think you want to
I was
add.
going to add on that about what Peter had to say about while he was a great leader and a communicator, the country was incredibly divided, not unlike now. Okay. So, for example, my family, my mother's side of the family are almost all New England Republicans or Scandinavian immigrants. And they were in that family, they're like 95% Republican. Okay. On my father's side of the family, they were Irish Catholic and French Canadian. So you went into my grandmother's house at that time, she would have on the wall a picture of the Pope. They referred to World War II as Mr. Roosevelt's War. They referred to World War II as Mr. Roosevelt's War forever. That you're into the 60s and 70s. The stubbornness of his administration, not to give in and to keep pushing, even when the politically smart thing to do would be to pull back. And to give you just a hint of the times, my father tells me when he was, he's no longer with us, but when he was alive, he'd say as a boy growing up in a Midwest industrial world, he remembers the American Nazis marching in the street in the 1930s, the American Bund. We had a very, very large German community in the areas where he lived. And so they were influenced, but also ideologically, I wouldn't say captured, but they were sympathetic to the Nazi movement. And so you had these huge protests in the street, okay, for Nazis in Milwaukee and in Minneapolis, Chicago, and St. Louis, all across the American Midwest. You also had communists at the same time. So you would have Nazis one day marching, and then you would have the American Communist Party marching. And it was just a crazy time, and yet he somehow held the country together through 4 terms. And Peter can tell you after that we passed a constitutional amendment limiting presidents to 2 terms because we weren't going to let that happen again on either party. But he did it for 4 terms, held the country together, okay, through all that, and yet still found a way to support Churchill and the United Kingdom when they needed it the most. So he was a very, very remarkable man. And yes, Peter's right. There's a lot of Republicans to this day who are not real fans of him, but they recognize he had a powerful and positive effect on the country. Very similar to the Democratic parts of my family who look at Reagan the same way. They don't always agree with Reagan's policies on domestic issues and some of the things. But I know in my family, there was nobody who, after the speech at the Berlin Wall, tear down this wall speech, could sit around and say, yeah, he's wrong. Because you just looked at each other and said, yeah, he's right. Okay. That's the kind of power people who have the ability to communicate and have a moral compass can bring to it. You can disagree with them on policy, but at the end of the day, it's hard to argue with the actual direction of the needle. And I'll listen.
Dryfly, I think you really nailed it there. I think that is exactly how FDR is viewed to this day, and I think you're right. People look back, and we could look at FDR's domestic politics. Not the forum here tonight to rehash, but we can look at his domestic politics and say, well, I agree with that, I disagree with that. But on foreign policy, that's really that's how FDR is remembered, I think, for his foreign policy, because so much of his third and fourth term were defined by the rise of war and then the execution of the strategy to win World War II. And FDR, it really did take a toll on his health. There was mention, correctly so, of his bout with polio when he was much younger. He was. This is something that I always thought very interesting. It really struck me about FDR and reflects on his character. FDR could not walk very well because of polio. In fact, he spent most of his time in a wheelchair. He had some special braces made so that he could at least stand up and make the appearance that he could stand. Sometimes he would lean on a bodyguard or an individual to help him so that he could present himself as standing up. But he really did not have the ability to stand up on his own. And yet, through an act of will, he would often do so. I've always found that very inspiring, that he wasn't going to let a physical disability prevent him from doing things. He wasn't going to let the resistance of the American public prevent him from helping the United Kingdom. So much so, Anda, that we saw some absurdities emerge during this period prior to World War II. So, for example, there was a rule that America was neutral, so we couldn't officially assist countries that were at war with Germany. Well, that doesn't sound right. So what happened? Well, we have these aircraft, and these aircraft needed to go to the United Kingdom. Well, how do we get them there if we're neutral? Well, what happened was that we actually took the aircraft to the Canadian border, and as sort of this little nitpicky loophole in our neutrality, they were physically rolled across the border and then put onto transports and then eventually flown to the United Kingdom. Finding ways around the legal restrictions on neutrality was something that FDR struggled with, but he succeeded in. Explaining why we were doing these things was definitely FDR applied himself to. And for that, even though I will, as Dryfly said, I would disagree with some of his domestic politics, but on foreign politics, FDR did an amazing job. And I certainly respect how he was a leader at the right time, at the right moment.
So I'm really glad you touched on the wheelchair stuff, because that was the second thing that I wanted to talk about, to bring forward into this discussion, because so often we judge people on their appearance, on their job, on their day job, right? On what they did or how they look like, or I don't know, some other meaningless things which are not related with character, which are not related with heart, which are not connected with brains, have nothing to do with them. So if someone would have seen him today running for office, probably they wouldn't have spare him a second glance, right? But actually, he did amazing things. Even if there is no perfect person, there is no perfect president, there is no. Actually, I have a book on all the faults of the American presidents, uh, which was fun to read. Uh, um, so my point is, judging the book on its cover is wrong. And my point to this is the reason for which Zelensky was underestimated. This is the reason for which Russia judging him on um, being just a comedian actor, which is actually in the trade of actors, the comedians are seen as being the lowest rank, right? People think it's easy to make other people laugh. It's not. So they kind of used that. First they ignored him, then he won. Then they tried to smear him. So um, they keep using this. He's just an actor, right? He's more than an actor. And I think we are more than our physical traits. We are more than our day jobs, more often than not. And we should use that, right? We should use that every day. And if we can do something good, we should take that opportunity of doing something good. Nick, you have your hand up. I think you want to add, and then we will go to Alan, who doesn't want to rest his voice. Alan.
Well, a couple points. One is, well, the United States has had an actor as president too. Ronald Reagan was an actor. And I have tweeted, I try to tweet daily, at least once, if not twice, that, hashtags Zelensky war hero. And I've also tweeted the fact that, I think as a comedian and actor, it was just, for anybody to get on stage, have enough self-confidence in themselves to be out there in front of an audience to get applauded or booed, you have to have confidence in yourself. To me, that was just preparation for his role today. Um, and which, you know, I mean, how many people would say, yeah, I want to be the president of a country who's gotten invaded by Russia? I don't think you'd have a whole lot of hands up on that one. But,
well,
I'm just saying. But he's smart enough to listen to other people, because I'm sure as he was a comedian and an actor, he listened to other coaches. He had other input for him to be better, to get to where he is. And that's where, he was the right person to be here for Ukraine at the right time as president. But one thing, we've talked a lot about the United States and everything else, and I really wish there would be more people who would request speakers who are from outside the United States to come up and speak and give their thoughts as well. Because to me, this is about Ukraine. We're all here together to support Ukraine. And yeah, the US, we do some stuff, but there's a lot of other countries. And I can't remember if it's Estonia, when you look at per GDP. And Poland has just been there's been so many countries that, yeah, they're just not as in the news every day, maybe as much as the United States, but they are so important and so much a part of the fight. And so I like to hear, I mean, and I've traveled through some of Europe. Um, so I would also like to have somebody else be brave and confident and share their thoughts as well. And I'm going to step down.
Thank you, Nick. Please come back anytime you wish. It is great to have you contribute to this space.
I will also want to add, Peter, one thing to highlight something that Nick said, because she how she expressed, no one will volunteer to run a country in the time of war. Actually, how should I put this? I want to be a lady, not so. Ukraine was not a easy country to run. When Zelensky ran for presidency, it was after Maidan. After changing a regime, he wanted to bring to push Ukraine towards Europe, where it belongs, and further from Russia. So it wasn't an open war at first, prior to 2014. But when he took office, Ukraine was actually already involved, already invaded. Part of the country was already at war with Russia. He knew he will have to face Russia. He knew the situation, the economic situation in Ukraine was not easy. He knew the political situation was not easy. So he kind of knew it's gonna be hard. He didn't knew it's gonna be that hard, right? So having a second invasion during your term, that was not something that I think he enjoyed looking at, right? But I have to give him kudos for the fact that he stood his ground and helped everyone understand what Ukraine is made of. And I think that was really important as a message. I know the Ukrainian people, just as you in US, were not 100% behind him before the second invasion. But seeing him stepping up and seeing how he responded to this and seeing how 100% fully implicated is in supporting, in leading the country, and his family